Board games, it's what we're talking about. Board games, and I'm not gonna shout. I am starting off this streaming with a little bit of singing, and today there's quite a few folk who will get to give a joke, and we will talk about our various situations, and we will all talk about our motivations, and we'll talk about how we decide to do the things we do, and we will have a chat with each other and hopefully involve you. We will talk about a bit of this and a bit of that. That's the way it goes when you're having tangents in a chat. What exactly are you doing? How can we guide ourselves? The direction in our lives and the games upon our shelves. Board games and people is what I'm talking about. Life and games and everything in between. I'm not gonna shout. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good whatever it is, wherever you are. It is 10 a.m. UK time, and I am Bez. Time for Bezzy Beats and Board Game Bladder. And in a moment, I am going to bring on Ross, who is the first of a lineup of guests. Today, I'm excited to have Ross Atkin, designer of robots. We'll have Ben Parkinson, who does amazing charity work in Uganda. Joseph Kelly, designer of games. Adam Best, who does fundraising and makes giant versions of games. Bruce H. Voge, podcaster, streamer, just all-round host and professional MC. Amabel Holland, self-publisher. And I think what I would like to talk about today, as you can see from the episode, from the show notes that are scrolling below, is basically why? Why are we doing the things that we do? And so, hello, Ross, and welcome to the show. I hope that you're generally well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hello, Bez.
It is a delight to see you, and I'm going to what I'm going to do today is I've done a little different things for each of my 100th episodes. Like episode 100 was maybe an hour and a half back when they were all 1 hour long, and then I just let anyone come on. And I'd like to do that in the middle around 11 a.m. If anyone's got something pertinent to say, you want to jump on screen, you can. Just like Ross is making the robot super accessible, I would like to follow that same pursuit. And hello, Adam. It is lovely to see you, and thank you for lurking. It is lovely to have you. I had shows where it's just been a massive stream of like 50 guests within one day, which is can be quite exhausting. Today I thought I'd keep it, hey, let's give everyone a bit of time to shine. And also I must admit, except for my two US guests, Bruce and Amabel Holland, who I did get in touch with maybe 2 weeks ago, everyone else I just got in touch with on Monday thinking, oh my gosh, it's my 600th episode. I better organize something special. I better actually. And thank you so much, Ross, for joining me.
Oh, thank you very much for having me, Bez. I'm looking forward to it.
And so, yes, could you talk a little bit about yourself? And for those who have never heard of you, explain a wee bit about who you are.
So I'm a product designer. I'm based in London, but today I'm talking to you from my in-laws' house in Granada in Spain, where we've come for the Easter holidays with the children.
Wow.
And I'm very interested in the accessibility of public space, streets in particular, and I've done most of my work being about that one way or another. I started off designing street furniture, and then I've done lots of research projects about how disabled people get around on the streets, and then I've designed various things to kind of try and improve that situation, and I still do that. But that's a very, very slow-moving world. It takes
a lot of bureaucracy, I guess.
Yeah. It takes decades for new ideas to kind of get out into the world. And I probably about 10 years ago, I guess, I went to my first maker fair, and which were these big exhibitions that used to happen where people would bring all these kind of strange electronic things that they'd made. And I really, really liked that whole scene. And I thought it would be good to work on something that moved a lot faster, and where we could make things and sell them directly to people exactly how we wanted them to be. And I thought, actually, this maker scene is really, really cool, and I'd like to make something that contributes to this. And so that's how I got into making robot kits. And so I make little robot kits. Exactly, those are the first ones. And then if you go to another collection, you'll see, if you click on the Smarty Bots, I think if you go to the menu, then there are kind of more sophisticated robots. I've got one here. So the first ones were little paper robots with a tiny vibration module in them that's rechargeable from USB, makes them run around, but they're really dumb. And then someone was like, so you're making robotic kits? And I was like, well, we're not really. But then I was thinking, if we did make robotic kits with the same ethos, but they were properly programmable and stuff, what would that be like? And that was the Smarty Box that we ended up making about 4 years ago, I guess. And then 2 years ago, we did an expansion for this because at the start of the pandemic, I was really horrified about how it was disconnecting people, I suppose. And someone suggested that this robot could be a telepresence robot. And so I built initially a really hacky telepresence kind of thing to do with it, but it did sort of work, and people seemed quite interested in it. And so then I built a better telepresence system that works properly. So you can put your phone on it, and then you can see what it can see, and you can move it around while you're having a video chat. And so it was kind of, initially a way of connecting people, but then using it turned out being so small, it's not really like telepresence.
Because you can't actually move around, but it is a delightful thing. And so was this the robot that we played with at Now Play This? Or was it a custom
so I
bot?
did a kind of, it was so I mean, that's exactly that one you've got on the screen. That's the telepresence one that we ended up making 2 years ago. And the key thing I realized was you really needed to be able to look up and down to interact with people that were much bigger than you in actual spaces. And so that was what we added to that one, with a third motor that tilts the phone. But Now Play This, I realized that what we wanted was something that was a bit smaller and also a bit more able to go over. These robots will have cardboard wheels, so they can only really drive on totally flat surfaces. And so I made a slightly customized version of this one that had bigger wheels with rubber tires. And I knew exactly what phones we were going to be using, and I knew that we wanted to build a level. So I knew that the phone needed to tilt down slightly, but we could fix the angle. And so I made a custom version of this that had all of those attributes for using Now Play This. But yeah, the idea was basically, playing around with the telepresence. It felt quite game-like. It felt like playing a first-person game. And so we've started to do more game-like experiments with it. And the first one I did was I made Wolfenstein 3D out of cardboard.
Oh, wow.
With a fist on it, and you'd go around, and I cut out all the nutties out of flat, and you just go around punching them.
I would love to talk about this, and a quick hello to Timmy. Thank you for joining us. It's always a delight to have you, and especially on this special 600th extended episode. And the reason that I'm having Ross on is because we met each other over the past week as part of the design camp. We had a quick burst of level design where we had literally 20 minutes to make our little cardboard square, and it was almost like this sprint. Everyone, what can you do in your teams? And having a little robot that you can control from the monitor, from a laptop somewhere else, and then having the robot drive through, it kind of makes you think about level design in the same way that you would think about level design if you were making a platformer. or an action-adventure game, it kind of makes you think about what are the capabilities of this thing, what can you do? And so it was an absolute delight, and I thought we'd chat a wee bit more about that. But first of all, let's take a complete tangent and go to recent highlights, living life and seeing the sights, recent highlights, playing games and other delights. Recent highlights. So what have been some of your highlights in the past couple of days? And what have you been playing? What's the last game you've been playing? Hello, Xate. It's lovely to see you. Timmy asks, do they have hover capability? No, sadly, they do not. They can just roll over things. And even an angle like this is probably okay, but this is not.
To tell you the truth, I did build a blimp, actually.
Did you?
Using the circuit board and using some small motors and a little lipo and helium balloons. And that worked really nicely, actually. But you need a much bigger blimp to hold the phone, I guess. Mm-hmm. So I think, yeah, but it would work. And I have thought about it. And maybe I will do that because, it's possible and it would be really nice, I think.
Okay, and just to take a step back, the way that this is made accessible is kind of assuming that people do have one of these, a smartphone, and then saying, hey, the smartphone's got lots of stuff going on. What if you use the smartphone to kind of control this robot? Then you've already got the inbuilt camera and all that technology, so you don't need to replicate that. And so the actual robot kit can be relatively cheap.
Yeah, certainly, exactly. Cheap compared to kits that have got cameras and processors and AI that runs in the robot. Certainly, if you want a robot that can do that, you're looking at £200 plus, and our kit's £55. So it's cheap relative to other robots that can do the same things that don't use your phone. But it's not that cheap.
And of course, there are some people who might not have a smartphone. But back to recent highlights. What have been some of your things? Yesterday, I cycled back near my old address. I had a wee. I spent 3 hours getting all my body hair ripped out, and then I met up with. I went to my old address, picked up my mail, came back here, did a bit of preparation for this, had an early night, and I watched half of the film The Joker. Have you seen this?
Me? No.
Yes.
To tell you the truth, having children, it's quite hard to get opportunities to watch films. We haven't seen it yet.
That's totally fair. I saw it because it went onto the streaming platforms that I use, and it's all about the Joker, the Batman villain. And I've only seen about 40 minutes of it so far. But so far, the film's really good. It's casting the Joker as the sympathetic villain, really going into their headspace of them having these problems and casting them as, interestingly, quite a sympathetic character. And I'm really excited to see the rest of the film. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, whenever I get, the time to continue it. Recent games played. After Now Play This, sadly, I haven't played any physical games for at least 2 days. So that's not a very long time, of course. Now Play This was such a rush. So the recent game played for me would still be one of my own colouring in things. What's about you, Ross? What was your most recent games played? What were your highlights?
I Now Play This, I guess. I really like, there was this button mashing game where you had to match the results. It was made by We Throw Switches and Robin Baumgartner. And you had to match the bar charts for elections. They had all the election data from UK elections for 100 years. And it would show up one of the bar charts from one of the elections. And then you had 6 buttons with different colors. And there were, I think, 4 consoles, maybe, or 3. And you had to mash the buttons with the other people, mash the bar charts as closely as possible by pushing the right colors. And the colors of the buttons would change. You'd think you were pushing the red one, and you're actually pushing the blue one. It was really cool, and it was really nice, playing it with random people that you didn't know stood there, and then like if you got it, you know, if you won, it was like very satisfying looking around at them and stuff, and then going back to more furious button mashing. I really liked that, and it was exactly the right like length of engagement for an exhibition. I think it was a very like, yeah, it was a really good, successful like thing to have in that space. So I really enjoyed that. And then
yeah,
I've
and
also
the whole console, like these giant buttons with changing color LED lights. Like the panel was about this big, and there were maybe 12 buttons per panel, so you could like hit many buttons at once. And actually, that was the dominant strategy. That you start off hitting all of the buttons until the bar charts kind of matches the bar charts, and then you kind of start fine tuning it. And I was playing it on Saturday, I want to say, when the place was pretty kind of getting empty. I was trying to encourage people to play with me. I was just finding it so much fun. I might have gotten a wee bit obsessed about it for maybe 5-10 minutes. And then when no one would play with me, I just played a few games on my own, managed to get to level 7 just on my own, which I was quite proud of. And yeah, it was also an interesting take that having people that are there that don't know what they're doing is actually worse than not having them there at all. And maybe that's an interesting statement on democracy as well, that people need to actually be somewhat informed before they cast their vote.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Australia is a good argument about that, isn't it? Like Australian politics is way more reactionary than politics in the UK, and they have compulsory voting. So the people that aren't interested at all still vote, and maybe that's not a good thing.
Yeah, it feels like if you don't have an opinion, I think that being forced to vote is just going to either cause you to do something radical or as a joke because you're forced into it, or you just do something random, and that's not good. I mean, as a youngster, I was totally pro that Australian mindset, but I have to admit I'm kind of going against it. And hello, Yoda. It is lovely to see you. Thank you for joining me for episode 600. It is a delight to see you. And so we're just talking about recent highlights, and now play this. Was there anything else you wanted to give a quick shout out to?
Now play this.
I mean, your robots were pretty cool. I feel like, yeah,
I feel like we didn't fully explain what we were doing, have we? Or what the robots were doing at Now Play This. So
people were making physical levels out of cardboard, and people made incredible things with cardboard trees and little buildings that you had to drive through. And there was a maze, although the maze didn't quite work because the wall was a bit low for the robot to actually see.
Yeah, it's true. Although I still think the maze was quite successful, and it was nice the way that someone had built this thing with 3 doors. Early doors. One said more door, and one said door. But only early doors opened. But I thought that was a really nice, like, quite a successful thing. But then someone like built the maze directly behind it, and actually the back of the bit with the doors turned into the start of the maze, which I thought was really nice. They'd really thought about how they related. And yeah, the only problem with the maze was quite hard in some areas, but it still worked quite well. There was this gallery that I thought was really lovely. This girl who was probably like 10 or something, or 11, she built this, basically just a little building with a door, square building on her tile, and she did a really nice picture on a card and stuck it up on the wall, and then she just wrote on the top, "Had your own art," and then all through the weekend people were like making other little pictures and sticking them up inside the gallery, and so it was really nice that people would drive into the gallery and then look at all the pictures. I thought that was really successful. And then,
I didn't see that gallery. Where was it?
It was in the exact opposite corner to where I had my drop curve and everything. So it was like right at the back, I guess. And actually, it was a shame.
So you're not talking about my coloring in game. You're talking about something totally different.
Someone in the robot world, they built this gallery, and then and then other people throughout the thing were putting things into the gallery. Oh yeah, and she was attendant for it. Outside that was made of a wooden spoon, and she drew a face on it and a tie, and it was really nice. Yeah, basically we had the robots, and we had a big table, that was enough room for 16 of these squares, and the squares were 600 mil by 600 mil cardboard, and then basically different people took a square and they built whatever they wanted, and then we put them all together to make this big level that then the robot could drive around. And we had a computer in the space that people could use to control them.
Sorry, Ross, did something change with your microphone briefly, just because it went a bit fuzzy for a moment?
I didn't do anything. Is it me?
Oh, maybe
shall I?
It might be back to normal. If everyone can just say if they can hear Ross okay, but yeah, let me know. But carry on. I can still hear you. It was just a wee bit.
I can hear a hiss, but it persists if I mute.
Okay, it's all good.
Right, what was I going to say? So yeah, and then we had a link so people could drive one of them either on their phones in the space, or I put it on Twitter. So we had some random people from the internet driving one of them some of the time, which was really cool. Because again, we had kind of from their perspective, where they couldn't see any of the physical, all they knew of what we'd made was what the robot was perceiving. It really did feel exactly like a computer game. And then there was this interesting dynamic with the people playing on the computer, because the Now Play This team had set it up so that you had your back to the table when you were operating the computer. And so again, you could see what the robot could see, and it felt like a computer game, but you could always look around and see where the robot was in the space. And there was this interesting dynamic set up where often like a friend or a family member, or potentially just a random other visitor, would be like watching the table and shouting advice to the person who was driving on the computer. One of the problems that I sort of didn't really foresee until we did it was when I added I added bigger wheels to the robot with rubber tires, but they made it quite a lot wider, and the field of view of the phones that we got was quite narrow, and so there was a bit of a proprioception problem, that the robot was kind of wider than it felt like, and so it was quite easy to get stuck, which I think is definitely something, if I did it again, I'd tweak the design of the robot and try and find some narrower rubber tires to use. And I'd also, I think I could increase the ground clearance of it, that would make it a bit more able to go over bumps. So,
I wasn't able to find a photo. I just searched through WhatsApp and the Now Play This Instagram. I wasn't able to find a photo of how it was during the festival, but this is how it was before the festival. So this was during the design camp when we had all created something, and you can sort of see everyone super excited to see the robot making its way through these arches. And there you go, the little Smarty bot.
If you go on the Crafty Robot Twitter, it's just at Crafty Robot. There are quite a few. I did a big thread of pictures of it.
Okay. So I will check that and find it in a minute. But I would like to talk about engineering and physics and why you chose to get into it. Let's talk about a brilliant thing. Why is it a little thing which is brilliant? Engineering. That's what you've kind of spent a lot of time doing. Your parents got you into it, but why did you pursue it?
Well, I always really liked making things, and engineering is about making things, I suppose. Although it's a shame when you learn it, it's not as much about making things as it could be, I think. So I think it's a bit of a missed opportunity. And so I think a lot of people kind of get put off because the courses are mainly about maths, but the job is mainly about making things. I guess after I did engineering, I did a master's in product design or industrial design, and that's a lot more creative. And I think it's a shame there isn't. Yeah, I think there are technical design courses that are a mixture of the two. But to me, that's the really interesting, cool bit is like coming up with an idea, but then also working out how to make it and how to make it work. And I mean, I feel like when we're like my 4-year-old, he's always doing that, right? And like small children, that's what they do all the time. But it feels like we get kind of trained out of that a bit through the school system. And I think that's a big shame. And I guess if I was, you know, if I was in charge of it all, I'd combine maths, physics, computing, and design and technology all into one subject, and I just teach it all as one subject and do it all through project-based learning.
But by having it be multiple things, don't you think that you're, I guess the danger is that people don't do those projects that combine all these things. But by having it be multiple things, doesn't it mean that then those things are going to be sort of given more prominence, if you know what I mean?
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I'd have the same number of hours of teaching. I just think, you know, I think maths and physics particularly, like I found pure maths really, really hard to access when I was at school. But I found mechanics really, really easy because having once I could visualize it as a physical system, then I understood exactly what was going on and I could do the maths. But when I couldn't do that, I really, really struggled. And I think that, you know, I think maths and physics isn't accessible to the majority of people that go to school. And I think that's a real shame because, you know, actually the majority of jobs are technical in one way or another, and, you know, or financial. And so I feel like everyone in the end ends up having to use maths and physics. And it's just a shame that most people don't really learn it properly at school.
Yeah, people find it quite a vague, abstract concept. And yeah, I do love the Montessori method of just doing whatever, not only mixing those things, but mixing everything and just doing whatever interests you. And Xate says their dad's classes were basically that. For the younger kids, Xate's dad used woodworking, and then the older kids used robotics. And all of it was mixing maths and physics into one big thing. Exactly. And these are, by the way, some of the photos from some people making things from the festival. You can see people just super excited to be drawing things on the paper and making it so that the robots can move around, because there's a wonderful tactility that isn't normally there for when you're making robots. It just, I think that having this hands-on experience, it makes it feel more real. Do you know what I mean? It makes you understand this is what it's all about. This is what can be achieved. And then you try something and then you can experiment. And iteration is one of the most joyful things. Being allowed to fail, being allowed to say, hey, I'm going to make this square, and if it doesn't work, that's okay.
But then we're going to make another one. And that's gonna, you know,
maybe we will, maybe we won't. But either way, it's okay.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, yeah, I mean, look, that was why I thought it fitted with the theme, because I thought, you know, making these things out of cardboard is a lot more accessible than learning any of the game creation tools, I suppose. And but you know, and so what we can do is we can make the process of game creation more accessible by doing it like this. Admittedly, obviously it has its own issues, but I think it was quite successful in that regard. You know, it turned out roughly how I hoped, or about 80% as good as I believed it could possibly be. So I was really pleased with it. Yeah, look at these trees, so nice. And there's a little monkey hanging from the one in the background.
Oh, I didn't even notice the monkey. That's super cute. Like, I love how people just put these. So I was when I made my thing, you know, I was thinking purely from what could you possibly go through as a, you know, challenge, and then I was coming from it from a very particular point of view. And Stream Elements reminds me to stretch, which I am definitely going to do today, because otherwise I am at risk of just sitting down for like 6 hours straight. So yeah, have a wee dance break. And but yeah, I just think there's something wonderful about this. But let's go to the main topic, which is, how do you choose to do what you choose to do? Why is accessibility important? Why did you choose to pursue engineering? Like, could you go a wee bit more into that? Why did you choose? How did you choose to make these robots? How do you make the choices that you make? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of it's quite random, I guess. I think, okay, first of all, I knew that design and engineering was a career because I had role models around me that, you know, that were doing those things. And I was really lucky about that. You know, yeah, my dad was doing something related, and, you know, one of his friends was doing something related. And so I knew it was something that I could do, and that it was basically a job where you actually got to make things, which is all I really wanted to do. So that's, I suppose, why I went down that path. And then I think I realized that doing the engineering course, I didn't want to be a straight engineer. I didn't want to go and work for Rolls-Royce and do the bearings on aero engines, or do anything to do with weapons, or work on cars. And I suppose they were kind of most of the things that most people did, I suppose, that were doing my course. Either that, or they'd go into finance, which obviously I didn't want to do. But then the street furniture job, that was just like, they emailed the course administrator, I think, and said, we've got this job, and you email it to all your people that are graduating. And I'd never even thought that people design street furniture before. Obviously they do, but I mean, it's not something I'd ever thought about, right? But then I kind of...
What do you mean by street furniture? Do you mean like traffic lights and street lights?
I mean, yeah, street lights, litter bins, benches, bollards, cycle stands, all of that stuff. And yeah, again, you know, unless you're really looking at it, it just blends into the background. You don't really notice it. But you do part of what makes a place feel like a nice place or not a nice place, and it's part of what makes you feel comfortable in the space and make the space inclusive. And getting into that job, I loved it, and I thought, you know, this is actually something with, like, it's, you know, that's actually making a big difference to the environment, I suppose. And then one of the first projects I worked on when I was there, I happened to start at the time that this thing called the Disability Discrimination Act came into force for the built environment. And so people were very kind of worried about accessibility. And one of my first projects was designing a range of street furniture that met the needs, at least for Transport for London, their interpretation of what they needed to do for the Disability Discrimination Act. And it was interesting, but I was kind of really struck by how I had these abstract requirements for geometry, I suppose, for things, how things needed to be, but they weren't, there was no explanation of why it needed to be like this and whose problems this was solving, or even what the problems were. And that I found quite frustrating. And then after my master's, again, I got a random email with a kind of a job that they wanted some people to apply for, that was doing research about how people with sight loss experience public space. And I sort of thought, oh, look, this looks quite, you know, I know a lot about how we're building public space already, and this is a really cool opportunity to learn some of that stuff that I feel was like I didn't get from reading the guidance. And so I applied for that job and did that. And then I guess ever since then, that was about 12 years ago, ever since then, I've ended up getting kind of asked to do different projects to do with following disabled people around and reporting back to different, sometimes for local authorities, sometimes for charities, sometimes for people that are making things that go in the streets. And then I've designed, like, when you're doing that and you're seeing lots of problems, it's very easy to kind of come up with ideas for things that might help. And then I'm lucky to have worked with different companies that make some of those things to kind of try and put some of those things into production. But as I said, it's very slow and it's hard. But yeah, so I guess it's all sort of by accident, and mainly I was just taking the opportunity that presented itself that seemed most interesting. But I have to say, I did one in the middle of this kind of, I went to work for Dyson on vacuum cleaners because it seemed like a good career move, I suppose. But I really didn't.
Sure, they're a big company, and presumably there's lots of exciting stuff going on there.
Yeah, and I mean, there were lots of things I liked about it. Most people there were really, really nice, and the job is quite, like, you get to be making things more or less the whole time, which was really cool. But I just thought the things that we were trying to do, like, we were putting in an enormous amount of effort to make certain things work, And I felt like those things were mainly marketing gimmicks rather than things that actually made the product better or served the user better. And so I sort of think it took that to make me realize what I didn't want to do. And then actually what I wanted to do became clearer, I think. And I think, yeah, I felt like I was moving, just taking whatever opportunity presented itself for a while. And then, and it had always been a good move. And then making a bad move, I think, allowed me to focus a lot more on what I really wanted to do.
It's really interesting how it seems like there's one common thread, which is you wanting to actually make a difference and just do something that's viable. And so I guess when you talk about a viable career, there's kind of two parts to that, right? There's one part which says this is something I'm able to do, and secondly, this is something that someone will pay me to do, because obviously we don't live in a world of universal basic income, so we do have to get some money for our things. And I know that Amabel Holland, who will be here later on, said, well, the reason that I do war games is because I was making these Euro games, and I made one war game as a lark and there was an audience for it. And it kind of feels similar to me. It's like, what can I make that other people aren't necessarily making so much that I can then do? And yeah, potentially there is an audience, because once you have an audience, like, obviously these aren't things that are utilitarian like Hoovers or street furniture so much, although obviously those things have their own sets of aesthetics, but these are things that are purely just for, pleasure, for imparting an emotion. And so it comes down to, do you have an audience, do you not? And then whether you're able to do it, let's be honest. I mean, the truth is, there's nothing to say that, someone from Kampala, from the slums can't be a doctor. There's nothing to say that, regardless of your race or your background, if you're given, it is definitely about the opportunities to have. And I don't want to disavow that privilege. Obviously, I'm privileged in that I came from a good family that kind of gave me the space to explore these things, and I am incredibly privileged in that way. But yeah, I kind of feel like anybody can kind of do anything. So then the ability is basically comes down to, are you willing to spend time on it? Sure, there are some outliers. There are some things that might be really physically demanding, and your body might not be able to run around. If your body's broken for whatever reason, no matter how much you train, you aren't going to be a marathon sprinter. You know what I mean? But there is definitely a broad spectrum of what you can do. And what you talked about, making a difference, it feeds into what I personally think about all the time, which is validation. Having that feeling of, yes, I made a mark upon the world and I've left it slightly better than if it wasn't for me. I mean, there's a bit of an ego here, and I want to feel like if it wasn't for me, the world would be, I'm not saying I would want the world to be a worse place, but I would like to think that I've made the world, like looking at it, I'd like to think that I've improved it. I'm not saying that I am able to improve it in every single way, but even if it comes to like bringing about a tiny bit of joy for someone.
I think, look, exactly. I think that's it, isn't it? And I think you're right. If you've got an audience for something, that's validation, right? That's a sign that you're doing something that's, that's helpful. I guess. Yeah.
And frankly, being paid money is validation as well.
Yeah. No, exactly. I definitely believe in that, and I'm a bit skeptical of people that say, "I'm definitely helping with this thing that I'm doing. Trust me," because there are a lot of people doing a lot of things that I think I see, and I think they claim that they're helping, but if you think about it, there are some quite good arguments.
Are you able to give more of an example without pointing fingers more than you want? Because I honestly have no idea what kind of people you're talking about. I've never heard people say, "I'm making a difference, trust me." I've never heard that.
So a lot of so I've been interested in like sustainable design for a long time, and back when I was doing the street furniture, 15 years ago, I was I was trying quite hard to work out how we design products that have as low a carbon footprint as possible. And so as a result of that, I've learned how to do things like life cycle analysis, and so I'm able to analyze products and do reasonably good. Not good, because the whole thing is quite limited, but to at least do some analysis to quantitatively try and work out, okay, what's the embodied carbon of this thing, and is it higher or lower than this alternative? And a lot of things that I see that are billed as sustainable design, and a lot of designers that are doing what they call sustainable design, if you run a life cycle assessment on the things that they're doing, they're either the same or worse than the things that they, claim to be trying to improve upon, I suppose.
So if we bring it to board games a little bit, because obviously one-use plastic is a problematic thing, but then you can get rid of the shrink wrap, but then that potentially creates, well, it depends whether the consumer's willing to have a box that is a little bit scuffed. And
well, and also, if they go moldy in the warehouse, or then you've got to throw them all away, and then that's obviously that's much worse than.
And I understand that when you've got those stickers around the corners, then sometimes you've got a little adhesive, and that then is problematic. Sometimes it's almost as problematic as an entire thin shrink wrap, which I understand if we were able to use there are biodegradable plastics that would actually work a lot better and just keep the same look. But maybe it's the appearance of having done something, because
to tell you the truth, I think most of the single-use plastic thing is a bit of a moral panic, because actually, from a climate change perspective, certainly it's not a big deal. Like in the UK, the whole plastics industry, we could stop using all plastics for everything, right? Everything, including the stuff where the vast majority of the plastics go, which is in construction, right? 80% of it goes in construction anyway, right? So, but we could stop everything, and it would be 2% of our CO2 emissions, right? The entire plastics industry.
Wow.
So it's even if we did everything we could possibly do, we'd still be, it would be pretty negligible. And certainly anything, it's not to say it's not worth doing, we shouldn't be trying to do it, but it's anything transport is 20% or something, right? So anything where we're moving things around more in order to use less plastic, it's almost certainly, or moving heavier things around in order to use less plastic. From a climate change perspective, we're probably not helping. If, obviously there is an issue about plastic pollution, but I haven't seen any evidence that says that's a problem for people in inland communities in the UK where we have good rubbish collection infrastructure. The only reason a bit of single-use plastic you're using in the UK might end up in a turtle is if it gets recycled, as in exported to another country that claims to recycle it and actually ends up disposing of it, badly. If it gets put in landfill or incinerated, it's not going to end up in a turtle. And it's bad, right? But we're certainly doing many, many, many more worse things that we should be in a lot more of a hurry to stop doing, I suppose, than single-use plastics. So I think, I think that is a good example, I guess, of people that I think they're helping and probably aren't.
And I guess from what you're saying, it is incredibly performative or maybe from some companies it might be simply misguided.
I don't know. I think, I guess this is my engineer talking, right? This is a quantitative problem.
Is it correct to think about it all in terms of tons of CO2 released, or is that
if your objective
simplifying the problem beyond where it's actually useful?
I think if your objective is preventing climate change, then it is about tons of CO2 released and tons of CO2 removed from the atmosphere ultimately. yeah, I mean, there are lots of arguments that say that's not all we need to do to live in a good society. But like, if your objective is to deal with the climate emergency as quickly as possible, then it is about reducing the tons of CO2 going into the atmosphere as quickly as possible, and then removing CO2 from the atmosphere as quickly as possible.
So this is ostensibly a board game show. So as a board game consumer, as a board game publisher, designer, what should we be doing to help the environment? What should we be focused on? Is it okay to be manufacturing in China if we are then paying to offset those carbon emissions?
I mean, look, I think not if you can run your supply chain so you're not air freighting your stuff from China, that's great, right? Put it on the train or a boat. That's going to make a massive difference. I think whether you're making it in China or not, I don't think that's going to make a big difference, right? Relative to making it here, you're going to use, similar. It's going to have a similar resource footprint wherever it is. I mean, I think making sure it's made out of like FSC certified, all the cardboard's FSC certified timber and stuff like that. I think that's probably, worth doing. Make sure that they're not cutting down old growth forests to make anything that you're using. I mean, again, that's like a horrifying thing would be if people were replacing plastics with hardwood, which I think some people are doing. That's a fucking disaster, isn't it? Sorry.
And I know that Hackable, for example, use wood, but they're very clear on they've been doing this for decades, where they say we are trying to do this in the most environmentally conscious way possible. We do have forests that we are growing new wood, and our games focus on paper and wooden bits because we believe those to be better than bits of plastic.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. You know exactly where the wood's coming from. But fundamentally, like if you think about it, like a teak or an iroko tree, right, in a rainforest, that's an incredible carbon sink. And sort of like whatever you're doing, if you're cutting it down and turning it into something relative to leaving it up there in the forest, that is probably not a great move, I suppose. But obviously, like I think.
Oops, your mic cuts out and then now it's come back in.
Yeah, I think the relationship between forestry and climate change, I think, is really interesting and complicated. And I think there are lots of things that we could do that would improve the situation, I guess. I mean, like my preferred way that we deal with this is we have a carbon tax on stuff fossil fuels that we dig out of the ground, and we pay the money out we sort out land titles everywhere for indigenous people, and then we pay out the money to people, acres of intact old growth forest that we with satellites. And I think that would be the best way of kind of incentivizing everyone to do the right thing. But it's locally sourced wood. I mean, not like if you're locally cutting down a forest that isn't going to regrow, it's not really helping, I suppose. I think.
Yeah, again, even within the UK, I guess we do have some parts that shouldn't be cut down, or.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think if we're talking about game pieces and we're talking about not large numbers of games, right? We're kind of on the periphery anyway.
Sure. There is this whole argument, like I was asking people about single-use things, and someone talked about legacy games, and the topic of environmental concerns came up because these are games that once you've played them, you need to throw them away. There is no opportunity to have them be replayed by anyone. And so then the person said, well, I don't care because it's such a tiny niche hobby that it's not going to make any impact anyway. But I mean, isn't that a problematic attitude?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think a reasonable question would be like, what would people spend the money on if they didn't buy this? And that's and obviously that's a really hard question to answer. But that's not a bad one to think about. With if they buy a computer game instead, it's sort of like almost anything you're doing is probably where you're making a physical thing and sending it to them is probably increasing the carbon emissions relative to something that's just bits moving around. But you know, if they would have bought, I don't know, Hungry Hippos, right, which is like use a big heavy plastic thing, then you probably are helping some tiny wooden counters. I think it's really complicated, and ultimately that's why I think, you know, why we do need the carbon tax. I think because actually, if you try and work it out all the way through the supply chain, it's very, 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 very difficult. And as I said, the life cycle assessment is only kind of a guess, right, based on weighing things and looking up statistics on different materials. But it doesn't tell you about the actual supply chain that made the thing that you're buying. And actually, you know, we've got two choices, right? We can either build a complete carbon accounting system that accounts for carbon all the way through. But that's, you know, a lot of accountants and consultants will make a lot of money from that. And it doesn't, and also it'll still be, I think, easy to cheat, or there'll still be opportunities to cheat. But, you know, it's only about 100.
And when there are opportunities to cheat, it's always going to be exploited by those who are damaging the environment the most, I would say, let's be honest.
Yeah. And then there are only about 100 companies that dig up most of the fossil fuels. And so actually administering putting a tax on that at that point is actually really easy to administer. And then, you know, people making things kind of don't have to worry about these questions anymore because they just focus on making it cheap. And then if you make it cheap, you're making it good for the environment, probably. That's certainly, I think that's where I'd really like to get to. And I think that's the other thing about, I think, you know, implying that all of this can be solved by people like us choosing the supply chain of our things. That in itself is unhelpful, right? Because I think it's taking away from the
accountability of governments. Because it feels like what we ultimately need is a massive banding together. I mean, it has to be even bigger than NATO. It would have to be everyone to be able to actually account for all the drilling that goes on offshore and in so many countries.
Yeah. Although, as I said, it's not that many companies. And so I think that's the point. If you had like if you had Europe, the US, most of if you had Europe, the US and China, and then anyone else that wanted to sign up, I think it would work because any company that didn't want to follow the rules wouldn't be able to operate in any of those countries, and therefore it would be very hard to have a big, global company, right?
And it gets back to the point of where can we actually have the most impact. It's by focusing on the people who are doing the most. And even within the board game space, it feels like as much as I might try to be making a difference, as much as Stop Drop Roll, who are working on Earth Rising, might try to make a difference. If we chase after Hasbro and Mattel, then we're going to make such a bigger difference if we actually lobby people. And I guess you've got something that... Oh, I thought you were about to bring something to show.
No, I just needed to plug in my laptop. Apologies.
Fair enough.
I think, yes, you're right. Anything that you can change about Hasbro and Mattel is going to make a much bigger impact. And
than 1,000 of me, frankly. I mean, as much as I would like to say that I do have an audience and I am incredibly blessed. Like I can basically print any game that isn't terrible, and I know I would, even if I wouldn't want to print a mediocre game, do you know what I mean? I hope that I don't. But even if it was, I think I would still sell like at least 50 copies of it at the drop of a hat. And I have developed an audience over the past 8 years, and I've worked hard for that. but I'm not taking that lightly, and I have worked hard for this privilege that I now have at this moment in my life. But even though I might be able to occasionally do a print run of 1,000 or even 3,000 and sell it on, that's not even 0.1% of a big company, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Hasbro probably sell 1,000, 3,000 games. Like every big box toy shop probably sells 1,000 Hasbro games.
I mean, there's more than 100,000 copies of Bananagram sold in the UK. I know that for a fact. I know that there's like some games from Hasbro that sell literally millions per year.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm basing my 0.1%. Like, I'm way less than that. And this isn't meant to mean that, and it's dangerous to then believe we have zero personal responsibility, but then it makes me think that maybe the responsibility that we have is actually, if we have money or extra things that we can, like, either personally or in terms of encouraging others to lobby for the change that we want to see. Maybe that is the route to the biggest impact. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's my view. I think, as I said, I think that if we claim, by claiming to be able to solve the problem, I think we're countering, we're making things worse, I guess. And that by acknowledging that we can't solve the problem, it's a systematic problem and it needs to be solved at another level in the chain, then I think that's helpful.
Yes. And we need to change something far more underlying that, and sometimes it's scary. It's incredibly scary to change things in a deep-rooted level.
Yeah, I mean, but I think the other thing is to focus on that what it is about is just reducing the amount of CO2 we're putting into the atmosphere. And I think that's also helpful. Because again, the other thing that I think is unhelpful is like, from the other perspective, there are people that think, well, we can't solve it unless we completely abolish capitalism and reorganize society completely. And I think that's also quite an unhelpful perspective, because I think that's really disempowering, because that's something that's really, really, really hard to do. And actually stopping emitting CO2 is way, way easier than, abolishing capitalism, right? People have been trying to abolish capitalism for 170 years, right? And, we haven't done it. And most of the places where people have tried it, they've made people's lives a lot worse by doing it. And so, like if we have to wait another 120 years to solve climate change, we're completely stuffed, right? We need to do it in the next 20 years. So we should just be focusing on doing that. But politically, I suppose.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
And the other thing is that, with the plastics, but not, it's not just about climate change. It's about X thing that's my hobby horse, right? That's how we ended up with Germany increasing their CO2 emissions, because they shut all their nuclear plants, and then being completely dependent on Russia. That's also a bad, unhelpful thing to be doing, I think.
Yeah, I guess ultimately it feels like as a species, we need to get our priorities in order. I mean, yes, absolutely, we need these things for entertainment. And I'm never going to say that having a bit of fun isn't important. I think it's incredibly important to have social connections, to sometimes make silly cartoons, to sometimes make games that are literally just fun, if you know what I mean. And not everything has to be, towards that purpose, but when we are trying to do something useful, kind of think about, okay, what is the most important thing? Which is why
I think another good rubric, I guess, is to think about have a scenario in your mind about what does the world where we've got climate change under control look like, right? What are we doing and what are we not doing? And if are we making lightweight things out of paper and cardboard mainly, and selling them for relatively large amounts of money to people for entertainment, right? Yes, we probably are, because actually, in terms of, you know, like, relative to all the other things that we're doing at the moment, relative to me coming here to Spain on an aeroplane, right? Like, you know, that's like a lifetime of board games wouldn't come close to that. So it's like, yeah, probably people aren't going to be coming to Spain on aeroplanes in the future where we've got climate change under control. Like, you know, we're going to come here in 2 days on trains if we want to come here. And they'll have sorted out European train ticket purchasing so that can happen. You know, yeah. So I think try and make things that make sense in the future that you want to live in. I guess to me that's quite a good rubric, I suppose.
Wow, that's really interesting to think about extolling the virtues of going on trains, and it is incredibly problematic when, I guess right now, as individuals, even it shouldn't cost more for us to do the correct thing. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it shouldn't, like, planes should not be cheaper than trains. It should never be cheaper to go from London to Glasgow by plane rather than getting a train. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and until there's a carbon tax, that's not going to change, right? Like, you know, because at the moment, I'm emitting way more CO2 coming on the plane, but you know, I'm not paying for that, right? And so most people, that's what they do.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a response which might be like, well, you should not have done that thing, but again, I get it, because as an individual, especially someone who's not making the most money, like I'm going to go with whatever's cheapest, and when I'm traveling.
And also, it's a collective action problem, right? So it's like, you know, if you stop, I mean, I did for like a couple of years, right? Probably 3. I just didn't fly at school. I just didn't fly at all, right?
And is that even before the pandemic?
We all did that, but no, I mean, I did that in like between when I was at university and for a couple of years after, I guess. But I sort of realized, well, you know, I'm making quite a significant sacrifice in my life, right? And no one else is doing anything to help climate change. So what's the point? You know, it only really works if everyone does something, right? Otherwise, you're just you're just martyring yourself, right?
And martyrs can be helpful if they actually get the attention of other people, but unless you have a platform, and whilst, you know, I'm really appreciative of everyone who's listening to this conversation. I'm thankful to you, Ross, for, you know, joining me, but you know, unless you've got a real platform of like thousands of people, if not millions, then it makes zero difference. You're not going to impact other people, right?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make zero difference, but it's obviously
okay. Yeah, that's
it makes I guess it makes a negligible difference, I suppose, it certainly impacts you. The negative impacts on you are a lot bigger than the positive impacts on the world, I guess. And that's you know, that's a good example of a collective action problem, right? You know, and there are lots of collective action problems in society, right? But generally, society solves them. You know, like looting, right? That's a collective action problem. But you know, the police stop people looting, and normally they've got it under control, and there isn't looting, and everyone's better off because there isn't looting. You know, it's really tragic that we've known about climate change as a collective action problem like that, this, you know, for my entire lifetime, for 40 years. And we still haven't made the collective action to solve it. And actually, we looked closer to making it, under Reagan and Thatcher in the 80s than we do now, which is really tragic.
Wow. That is almost chilling. I love this topic, and I'm glad that we were able to talk about it, but I'm also mindful of your time. So if we at least leave this one topic, what would your one advice be, whether you're, a board gamer or not? I guess it comes down to us having to lobby for change, but to who and how do we do that?
To lobby for change, or in terms of what we're making, I guess. I think I can answer it all, maybe with one. No, I'm going to answer it in terms, because I think, look, for lobby for change, as I said, I think you should tell anyone that you can that represents you that you want a carbon tax, I guess. But in terms of what you're making, I think basically two things. I guess one, the LCA and stuff, and it's like actually thinking about weight as a rubric for things, like actually trying to reduce the weight of the things that you're making, actually, in terms of as a single thing that's actually
and volume.
Yeah.
Because when you're shipping, isn't it all about the volume, and isn't shipping still quite expensive in terms of carbon?
Shipping in ships, it is mainly about volume, and going on the train, I guess it is mainly about volume, but not entirely. And when you're moving in trucks on roads, then actually it's more about weight.
Oh.
And obviously, if you're going in the airplane, it's mainly about weight. So it depends, but also it's just like, the amount of resources that go into the thing, that's basically weight. Right, and obviously different resources have different resource footprints, but if you're going to use 10 times the weight of one resource in order to eliminate another resource, then that maybe isn't a good idea. might be, might not be. Again, you can look it up and you can do LCAs yourself, but I feel like that, and also I think in terms of, it's also thinking about fuel as weight is also quite like. You can quite easily work out the carbon footprint of journeys are really easy, right? Because you just think about the weight of fuel that was used, and then that's really, really easy to work out, right? So it's like, I know that I think it takes about your body weight of fuel to get you to New York in a plane. And then, if you thought, even if you just did a direct weight comparison on like the weight of board games that, even if like worst case scenario, right, you made a load of board games out of plastic, right, and you incinerated them, that would probably be, you'd have to do that in your weight of board games, right, to emit the same amount of carbon as going to New York. And actually, it would still be better, because in that scenario where they're incinerated, that at least gets turned into electricity and heat for people. And at the moment, if that hadn't been incinerated, that would be gas that was burnt instead. And so, anyway, sorry, I went back onto the topic we were supposed to leave.
No.
Too much. The more high level is like what I said before about thinking about, try and have a scenario for what the future looks like that's good, that you want to live in, right? And then try and make things that fit into that scenario, and try and make things that embody your values. I think that's really, really important. And I think particularly as like people that have, most big companies, when they make things, right, there's like lots of people involved, and it's all a kind of consensus process. And so it's very, very, very hard to come up with like a sharp proposition for a product that really embodies some values. Some companies manage to do it. I think I remember reading this article about like Jonathan Ive talking about why he wanted to work for Apple, and talking about when he was like a teenager and he used an Apple computer in the 80s, and he just sat down in front of it and used it, and he felt like this thing has been made by people that have values, and their values that I share. And that's why, and I think it's it's really lovely when you use a thing and get that experience. And I think that's something that we as kind of indie creators, I guess, can really do that bigger companies can't do. And I think that's something we should focus on.
Yeah, I would love to have you back on another day to kind of just focus on this topic. But before you go, let me ask you a few quick questions. Are you an introspective person?
A bit, but I think not that. I mean, I have periods, I think. I would 30%. Does that sound reasonable?
Obviously, in life, there's you can think about what you're about to do, but if you do that, then the danger is inaction. And so when you're doing something relatively trivial, like, for example, coming onto this show, how long do you tend to think about it? What was your thought processes for coming onto this show?
To tell you the truth, I would have thought about it more if I hadn't just got here and been looking after the children for most of the time. So I would have liked to have sat down and thought about it for at least half an hour, I think. But I wasn't able to do that because
Wow, that's a long time to think about it. So is that because you don't do many? Is this your first live stream? Have you not?
I've done some podcasts, but yeah, I think this is my first live stream. And do you know what? I usually cycle around or walk. And I find, but cycling particularly, because walking, I find I'm tempted to try and look at my phone and stuff. But cycling, I can't. And so I find that that's a very, very, very good opportunity to think about what I'm about to do. And I get things a lot straighter in my head when I get to do that.
Interesting. And have you regretted coming on here? Would you come on here again?
I'll definitely come on here again, and I try and have a better lighting setup. I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I've really enjoyed it. Thank you so much for having me.
You're very welcome. And so I would like to firstly give you the opportunity to turn it around and ask me a question, or indeed anyone in the audience who's willing to answer. So if you have a question to anyone, then question of the day, little question before we all go on our way. Do you have a question?
I do. I'd like to ask you, Bez, how do you feel about it being your 600th episode? And there's a second part. If you had to think about Bez making episode 1, what would you tell episode 1 Bez from episode 600 Bez?
Oh, that's a good question. What would I tell? So firstly, I feel happy that it's continuing. So after episode 400 and 500, those were epic 25-hour streams. And I worked for like a month to try and get all the guests that I possibly could. So it was like 60 plus guests in one episode. It was kind of like a big party, just constant streams of people. This time, I knew that I wanted to have some people on that I don't normally get to have on. I reached out to Amabel Holland, who I've not chatted to before at all. I reached out to Bruce Voge. And I'm excited that I'm going to call it a season. Like if I call every 100 episodes a season, this season, I decided to do it in a more lackadaisical way, let's say. Whilst I would love there to be 10 times as many people watching, I'm not going to spend, an extra 10 hours a week in order to maybe, but probably not have that happen. Do you know what I mean? And it felt like after trying to do a whole bunch of things, sure, I could stream at a time that's better for US folk. I could stream like maybe at 5 p.m. in the daytime rather than 10 a.m. But honestly, daily streams are quite a lot. I could stream less, but this comes to the idea of why am I doing this? I'm doing this because I love the conversations I get to have with guests like you. I love it when people come and chat and talk in the audience. And whilst I adore that, I wouldn't want to disrupt my life in order to have 2 or 3 times as many viewers. Do you know what I mean? I would want to keep doing this in a way of, as a lot of these things over the past 3 months have been relatively unplanned until the morning of the thing. Look at this one. It's kind of a big, it's reflective of that. 2 people were asked a couple of weeks ago, and then if I look at my so Ross, Ben, and Joseph and Adam, you were asked basically on Monday, when I was like, oh, I really need to get some guests and make sure that this is happening. And we're still having a nice chat. I'm still enjoying it. And sure, when I'm on my own, I like the potential for it to just be a 5-10 minute thing, especially on Fridays when I'm going to playtest. But there is something joyful about just being able to stream and share a little bit of my walk, share a little bit of my thoughts. And I think that for my going from 601 to 700, I will probably be trying to spend not much more time, but rather than spending time advertising it or changing the time when I stream, I'll maybe be thinking, okay, make sure I have something to say, maybe get back into doing occasional reviews. But when I say reviews, I mean really deep dives of games that some people wouldn't think it deserves it. Like a game that takes 5 minutes, absolutely can chat for an hour about that. I think that there's something... Oh, hello, Alex. Thank you for the wishes. And I think I feel happy. I feel honored. I feel satisfied. I feel marginally accomplished. And I'm not going to say that all of the episodes are things that people should absolutely go back and watch, but I have had some great conversations. As to what I would tell myself when I was streaming, I guess, am I allowed to tell myself that the pandemic is going to last more than 2 years and to get ready for that?
So did you start at the start of the pandemic?
Yeah, I started basically in April. Then about. So I started streaming as a reaction. Actually, I started on Tuesday after we went into lockdown on Tuesday night. And for a while, I was doing evening streams. I was doing 3 evening streams a week. I was doing these things, playing games. And then it was like, hey, I'm getting up super late. I would quite like to get up when it's light outside. And so then I picked 10 a.m. UK time as a time when I kind of should be up, if you know what I mean. And it felt achievable because of other stuff going on. It either had to be 10 or 8. And 10 seemed like the right time.
Cool.
But yeah, that's my answer to you. So thank you very much. And over to you. What are you up to? You can share what's on if you want to. Ross, once you skedaddle, what are you going to be doing?
I'm going to go and hang out with the children. Do you know what? I think we're going to play a game, actually. Maybe.
Amazing. Which game?
We're going to play... I brought with me Kirby's Forgotten Land, Kirby and the Forgotten Land Switch. And so I'm going to play it with the 4-year-old. We played the demo through quite a few times. And so I'm pretty excited about... I'm very, very impressed with how well designed that game is for engaging a 4-year-old and also for fun play with one adult and one 4-year-old. So that's
amazing. Yeah. And is that a game that you find? Do you think you would be playing through that even if there wasn't a 4-year-old? If you just had time to play games?
To tell you the truth, I more or less stopped playing games between. I put away and I hid my N64 and games. In order so I didn't fail my A-levels, and I basically didn't have a gaming console until I got the Switch to play with the 4-year-old. So I probably wouldn't, but I'm very glad that games are now back in my life because of having a kid.
And I think that's a really interesting thing because games can be a solitary activity when you're playing them on your own, a solo puzzle, a video game, and that can be a wonderful thing if you have the time to train your mind. But yeah, there's also something lovely about when they bring people together. Hello, young Alec. Thank you very much for saying that. I'm really happy to have you, even if people aren't constantly, telling us how awesome we are. It's nice to have it said occasionally. He says, "Hello, happy 600. I've been lurking, but really enjoying the chat. Really interesting stuff. Thank you very much." And Ross, of course, if people want to find you, then they can go to thecraftyrobot.net or rossatkin.com /WP for, I guess, your WordPress site. And
it'll redirect you from rossatkin.com. Sorry for not trimming it.
No, that's totally fair. And if there's anything that you would like to say to anyone before you have to skedaddle and get back to kids, let me know.
I think there are I'm going to send you 2 links on Twitter that I just, after I go, which I just wanted to tell you about. One is I think people might enjoy the Wolfenstein thing, so I'm going to send you a video of that. And I'm going to send you a talk that I gave about low carbon design and carbon tax and stuff, which I think might be interesting reading for anyone that was interested in that previous conversation.
Awesome. And so I might pop those into the chat, and with the talk that you gave, I had a bit of time now. I've got about 30 minutes. I'm going to put on some instant noodles and have a bit of brunch, and maybe instant noodles and peanut butter. So am I fine to watch that video on stream with other people?
Oh, cool. Actually, no, to tell you the truth, there's not a video of it. Literally, it's like the slides on the text. So it's basically an article, but it's based on a talk. And
okay.
But yeah, you could watch the Wolfenstein video, which is very short, on the stream, which might be fun.
Okay. Well, it's lovely to have you. And for now, lots of love, Ross, and bye. Thank you for joining for now. Bye. And I understand you have to go. Bye. And that was Ross. What a lovely person. And it was an absolute delight getting to know them at Now Play This and hanging out in the pub. I am biased towards people that I've met in real life. I'm just going to say it because I like people, and so it's always good. Let me get rid of that wee thing. We are continuing with Busy Beats and Board Game Bladder. So this episode, it's going to be almost like a whole bunch of mini episodes put together in one. And I would like to maybe unplug this and go and draw a kettle, boil a kettle, get my noodles going, and think about why I am doing the things that I do. Why am I streaming? Why am I making games? But yeah, I've talked about games. I've talked about the way that I think that games have value for bringing people together, for validation, for expressing artistic intent. And I feel like there's something that I'm good at. I feel like I love music, right? I love, in another life, maybe I would have fallen in love with films or some non-interactive medium. But as I spend more and more time making games, it does feel like I kind of get better at it. And so it feels like maybe I should continue doing it. And that's kind of the reason for it. But then let's get to this show. Why am I even doing this show? Why am I, like, tomorrow I decided something that I've not done for quite a while is I'm having episode X100, and then I'm having, episode X101. So tomorrow I'm going to have a mega recap, and then I'm going to carry on as usual, as if I didn't have this big, what's it going to be, 7 and a bit hour stream. And the reason I do it, honestly, one reason is to give my life structure. This is the truth. I need some structure in my life. I want some structure in life. I'm really privileged to be able to be self-employed, but that means that some days, like, there's no one to say, no, you aren't working today. And unless I'm actually outside with friends or doing something totally different or getting hairs ripped out of my body, there's always and even when I am getting hairs ripped out of my body, I end up, you know, talking to Essa, that's their name, and like chatting about work and kind of it. I almost use it as a there's a little bit. I'm not going to say therapy. That's a big, but there's a little bit of sharing what's going on in my life. I ask what's going on with Deb and how their relationships are. I'm not going to share anything they told me. Obviously, that would be wrong. But like, I talk through. Oh yeah, that's like kind of, yeah, I went to now play this. That was really fun. And hey, this is a thing I'm going to, and I'm excited about this. Oh yeah, I need to really set together the survey for UK Games Expo. There we go. Boiling water has boiled, and it's going to go into the bowl of noodles which I already set up before I started my stream. And I'm just going to. Whoops! There we go. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, my point is that it can be really tempting to just work all the time, and that's not great. We need time off. I should be sometimes doing exercise, doing things that aren't to do with games, going outside, seeing friends, playing games on Board Game Arena, not because I feel like I have to do it all for work or something. And the other thing is, frankly, the fact that I've never monetized this, I actually appreciate that. I think it gives me freedom to do whatever the heck I want to do. It gives me freedom to say, I am going to, yeah, Marcel, I'm going to, let me go into mod view. But I have the freedom to there we go. I have the freedom to talk about something that I'm not sure if people will be interested in. It's kind of like the print on demand section. It's kind of like when I make a game about wee whimsical creatures and trying to identify them after someone makes noises. Honestly, I wasn't sure if that would work at all, and it did, and it was fantastic. And some of the experiments I do are going to work out, some of them are not. But I won't ever know until I make them, and that's obviously different. That's experimentation for the sake of making something that people want, for the sake of finding an audience. But here, the audience, it's about gaining value for myself. The reason that I'm doing it is because of, there is a connection. When people come in and say, hey, it's nice to see you, when, there's a sense of sometimes Timmy jumps in and says, like, just typing H to make their presence known, having people like Sate and Yoda and like Bones and Joseph and Alex, like, it's lovely to have you all. And I'm trying to think, I've met more than half of you, I want to say, for sure. Whoops, sorry about that. Sudden issues. I basically, yeah, not going to get into it. A complete misclick. Human error. Anyway, the point is, I get value from these connections. I get value from the guests that I talk to. I get value from sometimes being forced to express my own thoughts. I get value from when I prepare something and I actually write down the things. It's like, okay, that's a nice little list. And then I can process my own thoughts more clearly. I form connections. And it was really nice when I was chatting to the people from Board Game Arena, and then that resulted in someone else getting a job. Obviously, that's fantastic, and I feel a personal sense of, hey, that was me, awesome. But also, there's a nice daily routine that 10 a.m., I'm going to do this thing. And even if I'm having a rubbish day, that's going to bring some normalcy, because other people might have a job to get to. And when you're getting paid by the hour, even if you're not doing a great job, even if you're feeling a bit rubbish, I could go to work in a supermarket and be completely feeling terrible. Maybe I do a bad job, but I'm there and that kind of feels good. Oh my gosh, Rodster. Oh my gosh, is this a double rate? Oh wait, Rodster Jams, thank you very much. It's delightful. Thank you for reading. Thank you, Minya Mouse. Thank you, Joanne. I guess you brought everyone along. This was lovely of you all to come over. Thank you so much. So let me say, thank you, Rodster, for the raid. I want you to know it's appreciated, whether it's morning or bedtime. Either way, it's a meeting of minds. Today is a special celebration, and 600 is the numeration of this episode. That's the number it is. And thank you for joining the biz. What were you streaming about? Let me know. I hope you had a great show. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for following. Thank you, Pugs and Porg. That's a delightful thing. And thank you, Kainosh, and all the people. That is delightful. I am, just to give you an idea of what's going on, today I am having a massive extended stream, and this is going to be, I'm not playing music today, although I can play the piano, and I'm basically all about how do we decide to do the things that we do. And thank you, Kainosh, thank you for the wishes. Thank you again for the raid, Robster Jams. I really appreciate it. And thank you for, Joanne. My mods picked the raid, so what? Yes. So yes, what's going on today? You can maybe see from the title, I've done an episode almost every morning at 10 a.m. UK time since, I want to say, April 2020. It started off with me discovering streaming, doing Facebook stuff, playing board games with people and connecting with people and doing stuff in the evenings. And then I wanted to have some sense of normalcy and what's going on. And yes, indeed, like it's 11, I see 11:34, but I think that's just, there's a bit of lag. But, or maybe our clocks are different, but we're in the same time zone. Anyway, the point is that at a certain point, I was getting up late every day and was like, how can I make sure that I'm getting up on time? What can I do to make sure that I'm getting up before, like, the day is kind of over? Because I work for myself, I make board games, so I'm best known for silly party games, and I love them. But during the pandemic, I wasn't going to playtest on Fridays. I stopped doing that. We tried doing it online, but it wasn't quite working. It just wasn't the same. And so, frankly, I had nothing to do. It wasn't like I was going to a supermarket, which actually, when I think about the times that I worked in the supermarket, there are some jobs where I didn't enjoy the jobs, but what I actually really enjoyed was having to be there at a specific time. And it's kind of like, in retrospect, I don't want to look at the past through rose-tinted glasses, but even at the time when I was working for a little flower shop where I only worked, like, I want to say, 10 hours a week, something like that. So it was like 2 hours, 5 days a week. And I was waking up earlier than I would normally want to, getting the flowers set up, making juices, all sorts of things. But then even when I got back, I was like, yeah, you know what? I've managed to do something that I feel good about. I've managed to achieve something. I've managed to have a connection with people. I've managed to get out of the house. I've managed to be active. And it's still only like 9 a.m. But today, I want to talk about motivations. How do we decide to do what we do? Why did you decide to come here? Why do you stream? Rodster, I would like, if you're still there, I would like to ask you, why do you stream? So the reasons that I came up with is I love the people that I chat to. I love the people in the crowd, having these connections. I love getting my thoughts out and talking through them. And also, I love having that routine. These are the 4 reasons. And maybe it would be more normal for me to, and clearer for me to use these 4 fingers. But these are the 4 reasons why I personally stream and why I think that while I'm in the UK, I am going to keep streaming. So today, again, to give you an idea, because today I am streaming until at least 5 p.m. I've got some special guests, and you can see here, scrolling down, Ross Atkin. Maybe I will actually delete Ross Atkin, but Ben Parkinson, who's working in Uganda, sharing board games with people in Kampala, Joseph Kelly, who's a designer, Adam Best, who does amazing charity work, Bruce H. Voge, who does performance, and Amabel Holland, who's a self-publisher and does these weird little war games that raises actual issues of slavery and how compromise is a terrible thing if one side of the argument is really horrible. Do you know what I mean? And thank you for the shout out, Joanne. Yes, it's a game about wee whimsical creatures and trying to identify them after someone makes noises. Rodster Jam says it's similar, to have a wonderful family to drink coffee with each day, having that sense of regularity, having that sense of, hey, this is what we're doing. A good morning coffee, tea stream, only 30 minutes stream with friends. That sounds really interesting. Having, that focus, so you're only streaming for 30 minutes, that's exactly what I try to also do something that fits into my life. So I love having guests on, and when I have a guest on, we go on for an hour. And when it's just me on a Friday, when I'm actually meant to be playtesting at 10 a.m., it's a quick 5-10 minute thing. And Pugs and Porglord says, I stream because I play games and it makes it more fun to play with people and it helps me feel included because I used to be bullied. Oh, wow. Sorry to hear that. Obviously, that's not cool. But yeah, I'm glad that you're able to find an audience. I'm glad that you're able to find people to have fun with. And I think that is the thing about streaming, that it can bring people together. And the thing about streaming for me, that's the reason why I don't monetize, why I haven't gone Twitch affiliate, because I could go Twitch affiliate, but if I did, then I wouldn't be able to stream on YouTube and Facebook and Twitter. How many people do actually watch me on that? Well, right now, I've got 1 person on YouTube watching and 17 people on Twitch. So yeah, sure, it's like not quite the same, but it's also, even that 1 person on YouTube, when there's at least 1 person who says, oh, I like watching you on YouTube, but if it was Twitch only, I would understand. And for me, it's all about connecting with the people. That is the most important thing. You know what? Since we're all here, maybe shall we do words on stream very quickly? Because that's a really fun thing to do. And I do really like to get a tiny bit of is this so let me share my screen. So who here knows words on stream, and who here would like to play a quick word game that's totally different? Joanne says, yes, Joanne has come onto my stream for the evenings, where I used to have evening streams that I do not do anymore because now in the UK we are out of lockdown officially. So I do generally try to focus on connecting with other people, or even if that's from afar, going through the park. And I think that I've started doing that a lot more. Mimia Mouse says, I don't stream anymore, but I'm everywhere in stream chats, meet new people and mod some streams, spread positive thoughts and love. One time I was here with Keys and we had to lie, so I told him Keys was my real life brother. One person did believe that, yes, 100%. Let's have a very quick, and again, why am I playing this? Because the topic of this is all about mindfulness, about thinking about what we're doing and why we're doing it. I'm doing this because it's fun and because I am about to have some quick instant noodles. So, for those who don't know this game, as soon as you see the letters, you have to make anagrams. I am deliberately not going to type in anything, but you just type it into the chat. So they will keep changing. So, for example, C-O-N-E would make cone. So if someone types cone, then you will get to put your, there we go. So Mamia Mouse did coin, combo, no, combo doesn't work because you've only got one O. I can see, yep, oh, this one's a difficult one. Boy, combine. Wow, nice work, Yoda. And Yoda, the non-native English speaker, coming out of it like that. Ben, Joanna, Pugs, and Porglord, well done. But it doesn't quite work if it's only 3 letters. As Mimia Mouse says, it has to be 4 or more letters. So yes, Bone from Just Joanne. And Become. B-C. Oh no, that doesn't work because there's only one E. So Become C-O-M-B. That should work, shouldn't it? Why is comb? Oh, Joanne, try doing comb again. Because once you've done something, you're locked out. So you have to try it again. Comb, there we go. And now that you're unlocked, you can type again. So remember, when there's a little padlock, there's that means that you can't do anything just there. Mine and income and mints. Nice work, people. And so every letter that you use gives you points, and we're trying to get enough points to progress to the next level. So congratulations to everyone. Joanne, Yoda, Joseph Kelly, Rodster Jams, and Mimia Mouse. Let's continue. Thanks for helping us progress. And I'm going to quickly grab my chopsticks and eat some noodles. I am eating possibly the best noodles ever. I am eating Dema ramen beef. Oh, is there? Oof, there's not lots of vowels here. I, E, or Y. Certify. Wow. Good stuff. Joseph Kelly doing certify and rectify. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Roster, and I do apologise for my carbs. This is going to keep me going the rest of the day. Okay. Furt. Fiery. Good word. Sight. Good word. Rice. Good word. Ricey. Is ricey a word? R-I-C-Y? That feels like it could be a word. If you're not sure, just try it out. R-I-C-Y. City. It's good stuff. Tire. That's definitely a thing. No one's... When I want to know if rice is a word, I'm typing it in. Oh, apparently not. We need one more thing. Oh, can we get one more word? Not quite good enough to make it off level 2. It's a hard game. I remember this being a lot easier. Oops, I should have left it online, but thank you very much for everyone who's been part of this. There's quite often one thing that can definitely see. Oh, female. I think that's the, yeah. Female is the full one. We've got feel. Flame. Male, M-A-L-E. Nice work, Pogs and Porglords. Nice work, Mimia Mouse and Youngilek. Flea, F-L-E-E. Oh, Phlegm. No, Phlegm is P-H-L-E-G-M. Thank you for joining us. Thank you so much for bringing your people over. Lots of love, Roadster Jams. And for those who are, I'm going to basically be solo, doing a bit of this, doing a bit of chatting, and then also having someone joining me from Uganda in about 12 minutes. These noodles are soft. They are perfect. There's warmth in there. There's good flavor. Oh, Fame, yes. Nice, Flame. Fame. No. Lima. Oh, quite often with these games, I just end up typing lots of things because there's no penalty if you type something wrong. So you can just keep going and... Oh, we skipped a level. So thank you to everyone who's chucking in words. I do massively appreciate it. Wang. That's definitely a word. Tang. Yeah, twang. Oh, wanting. Nice. And wing. Oh, good word. Oh, wait is a good word, but you need to type it in again now, because remember, once you type in something, you are locked until we go through the little unlock symbol. So... yeah, there we go. Oh, no. Nice. So yes, if you are locked, then once there... it crosses the little padlock, then like at this point now, Pogs and everyone could come in. Auntie, good words, Yoda. Nice. Oh, I love this. Twig. Good word. And giant there seems to... Oh no, we need one more point. We need one more. Twin. Nice work, Yoda. You got us over the finish line. Gates, that's a good word. I would not have thought of that. Got to admit. And just so you know, all the words are kind of in alphabetical order within their length. So you know that there's going to be something that starts with a G, and then the second letter is between A and N. So thank you everyone for joining in. I massively appreciate. I think we've got oh, this is a hard one. I'm just going to type it. Okay, apparently it's not a word there. Oh, cute. C-U-T-E. There we go. Uncle. Lots of love, Mimia Mouse, and thank you so much for joining us. And if you fancy joining me, normally I have a much shorter stream, and I'm always streaming at 10 a.m. and it's lovely to see you, and lots of love. Bye-bye. Cool. I don't know. Oh, light. I would not have thought that light spelled that way would work. Well done for trying it. Nice. Oh, Tulle. I don't know if this is a word, but I'm just curious. Tulle. Oh no. And there must be a really long word in there as well. Loot, good word. There's always one word that's a perfect anagram of it. It's so close to letters. Oof. Ickle. Oh my gosh, this is... Wow. We managed to get to level 4. I think that's pretty decent. So should we stop there, or should we have one last go? Let me know if you'd like to have one last go. And maybe it's... I know Mimia Mouse and Youngie Lek had to skedaddle, so... Okay, Pugs and Porglords wants one more. Hello, Alex. You sound excited. So we'll do just one more. Searer. Is that a word? Like a person who sears things. S-E-A-R-E-R. I think that might be it. Sear is definitely a word. Eraser. Oh, nice word, Yoda. He works it out. I guess searer isn't a word then. Ease, nice. Oh. Arse? I wonder if it has arse in there. Yes, erase, absolutely. If there's a razor, then. And so we've got a few 4-letter words. Ears, rares, nice. So Nick, rear. I really want to know if arse is loud. I'm going to type it. Oh, it is there. There we go. Razor, Yoda, I think that razor that you're thinking of is spelt generally with a Z or, yeah. Like a razor blade is Razor normally. Aries, yes. That doesn't sound. What does Aries even mean? That, oh. Rear's okay. Yeah. Everything else I can see is a word, but Aries, like the Aries project, it's a god. But like, I wouldn't have thought it's a dictionary. I mean, come on, Aries. I'm looking that up. It feels like what's next? Do we get Medusa on the words list? Do we get Bill? Do we get Tom? Do you get what I mean? Wow, 3 Gs. ING on logging? LOGGING? I think that might be the long word. Gong. GONG. Wait, why didn't that work? LOGGING. Why is that not working? Oh, pugs you or locks out. That's why it's not working. Someone else maybe try logging. So you can try it again now. There we go. There we go. Only 8 more points to get, and then we are into level 4 again. Lion, nice words, nice word. Loin, nice words. Going. Nice. And there's LMN. No. So there's a 4-letter word starting with N. Ogling. 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 Oh, nice, nice. Like to ogle someone, to stare at them. Yep. Lingo. That is a word that I would not have thought of. And we've got long. That great work, everyone. We were only missing like 2 words there. Amazing. Like the 3 of you are just kind of wow. And also Joanna and myself. Sorry, Joanne. I just misspoke when I said Joanna, but whoa, this is a long one. This looks hard. Come, COME, comer. This is a commerce. Nice, nice, nice. And we'll play a bit of this, and then after this, I'm going to add in Ben, Patrick, and Arnold from Uganda. So just get. Good work, everyone. We've got coerce. Coerce, that's a really good word. And hello, Patrick, Arnold, Ben from Uganda.
Hi. All right. Hi. Oh, I can see now. We are. Yeah.
So what's up? So we are having everyone play this game where they're trying to find words using these letters. And so if you can see any words in English, like an anagram of these letters, then shout them out. But you can see that some of them we've already found.
I was thinking of crom, but I guess that's not a real word.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we had Aries earlier on, ARES, which I wouldn't have thought that would be a real word. But, here we are.
Mocker. MOCCER. I guess that's not there either. Chrome, there.
So there's one 4-letter word left, one 5-letter, and another 5-letter. Because you see where the blank little squares are?
Can't see them now.
They're
gone.
And we are going to level 8, which is pretty good. Well done, Yoda, Alex, Joseph, and Joanne. And we'll see how far we can get before we have a proper chat with everyone in Kampala. Okay, so what have we got here?
Cox.
Watch out.
And box. Oh, 4 letters. Okay.
4 letters minimum. BOIL, boil.
Coil.
Yes, boil and coil. Someone want. Ooh, and someone's got broccoli. So remember, X is the fake letter. Ignore the X.
Right.
So, thank you.
Block, BOC.
Ooh, I think that's... What does that actually mean? Like, I've seen that on a board game thing, block by block, but... Nice.
Right, the Eastern Bloc.
It's almost like a district, right? Colic. Nice. We've still not got.
4 letters.
Royal, ROIL. That's a word.
Yeah. What about broil?
BROIL. Oh, that's a good word. Someone. Yes, nice work, Yoda. Got Pugs and Porglords putting in boil, thank you. Someone try Royal, ROIL. We need 4 more points and then we get to the next level.
Croc. CROC.
That could definitely be in there. But
we didn't make it, I think.
Yeah, I think we were just a wee bit too late. But we managed to get to level 8. And so thank you very much, everyone. That was delightful. And it was a lovely way to spend a wee bit of time until now. At which point I want to introduce my next lots of special guests. Patrick, could you wave so we know who is Patrick and say hello?
I'm here.
I'm going around the wrong way.
Maybe I will change the names to be in that order, if that's okay. Okay, so it is actually Arnold, then Ben, then Patrick. There we go. And so, Arnold, if you could say hello.
Hi, my name is Arnold.
And Ben.
That's me.
And so, the reason that I'm having these 3 people on is because Ben made me aware of their charity work, the Chrysalis Project, which is allowing people who wouldn't otherwise have access to opportunities to essentially do things that they are capable of. And you're in about 2.5 weeks, you're hopefully going to have a village board game convention with maybe 200 people from around Kampala joining together to play board games, athletics, and all sorts of things. Firstly, I would like you all in any order. We could go left to right. Arnold, Ben, Patrick in alphabetical order, maybe too. Or we could start with Ben to talk a little bit about yourself and say what you would like people to know.
Oh, I'm going first, am I?
No, Arnold is going first, alphabetical order.
Okay.
Since I'm the A, let me go first.
Bye. Arnold,
Okay.
so who are you and what would you like people to know about you?
Well, my name's Dodo Arnold, and I'm a Chrysalis member, a Butterfly project member, and I've been doing role-playing, board gaming for a while, which you can witness in the Chrysalis blogs about the Chrysalis activities we have been doing. And the board gaming and role-playing has been very successful here in Uganda, whereby kids are very interested, they're intrigued to start more board games, more things, to try out more things, and we are doing our best to provide what we can. And this has kept them from doing other wrong things, which they could have done in the period of time they had. So it's been very nice for the kids here.
In fact, they're playing right now, aren't they?
They're actually playing the board game now to help us keep the silence. So.
Then? Okay, so my name is Ben. I am the founder of the Butterfly Project, which started in Nigeria, but is now in Uganda. And we are interested in doing things here in Uganda which are beneficial to people that live in Uganda, which maybe otherwise they would not have an opportunity to do. I think that maybe in a nutshell. But the second crucial thing is we train young people to be change makers and social entrepreneurs. So here we go.
So it's about then allowing people, like the board game convention yesterday, we talked about how that idea didn't come from you, Ben, but it came from one of the people who was attending. And please forgive me for just one moment. I'm going to change location.
He's not here, but it was one of these friends, the friends of one of these two, or both of these two.
Yeah. So a very good friend.
Hi, my name is Patrick, and I joined the project in 2014, 2013. At that time, so it's a long time ago. I don't remember exactly.
More like 2015 or 2016.
Recalling that we went to Nairobi in 2015.
There you go, 2015.
Yes, and I was just recruited for Butterfly member.
Yeah, and you were 13.
I was in P7 then.
Well, you said you were 13 anyway.
So, so the first experience I had with tabletop games was role playing, actually, when Ben invited me over for one of the sessions, and I really enjoyed it and I looked forward to playing it again. So then I joined the Butterfly members, where we go through a series of training so that we are able to create change in our society. Currently, I'm not doing much of gaming because I'm focusing on school and computer programming. So there's a project I'm working on with another Butterfly member called Martin, and he's in South Korea right now. So those are the things I've been focusing on mainly, but I do gaming once in a while. Yeah.
So the thing you mentioned, matching with your person in South Korea, can you explain what you mean by that, Patrick?
I said, what I meant was I'm working on computer programming, and I'm doing it with someone else who is in South Korea, Martin. And he's also a Butterfly member, but he got the opportunity to go and do his university from South Korea. So that's where he is right now.
Oh, wow. So he came from Uganda and managed to go international to go to university.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's amazing. To be honest, I wouldn't have thought that there would be the financial ability. Forgive me for being so blunt. For coming from a poorer country like Uganda to go to quite a expensive country like South Korea, which is not cheap by any measure.
Well, Ben can explain, I think, how he got there.
The government in Uganda and I suspect certain companies in South Korea, they kind of work together to find the very best students on on um, on university programs, and then they transfer them to South Korea with a view to perhaps coming back to Uganda in the future. Um, Martin might well do that. He's one of our very first cohort, whereas Arnold and Patrick are from the third cohort of Butterfly members. So, and the ones you saw the other day were from the fifth and sixth. So they are. So you've got this group here is the middle group, I guess.
Yeah.
Arnold and Patrick, if I may ask you, why did you choose to join the Chrysalis project? How did this come about? And could you talk through both the opportunity and also your mindset and thinking when it started? Arnold.
No, it's okay. I can start. The first time I came to the actual center, the Butterfly Center here in Kampala, it was in. I was in P6 by then. Was it? It was 2000. I think 2014, 15 there. I came and my mom came. They had that they were giving out scholarships here, so I came for a scholarship. I didn't really know much about the project, and by then I was more focused into my books because I wanted to get a very nice results because I was in P7. I was aiming for my P7, but we came. Ben told us this is a development site. We don't really do that mostly here. But so I first decided to first focus on my studies, then get done, then I'll come over and then check out what they do here. So in my P7, when I finished my P7, at the center here, they were doing P7 activities where we going to communities, doing activities with other people, playing board games, going to shows, learning new things. So I saw that this life here it's different from the life which I was used to at home. Because at home I was used to go to school, study, come back, do your chores, sleep or read. That's what I was used to. But here I was introduced to a new environment where we are meeting new people every day. Either you're teaching them a board game or you're teaching them something new they did not know about the environment. So I got interested in such things and I fell in love with it, and I wanted to try out more and more things. So I decided to keep on coming here at the center. And I used to get in trouble, I will not deny that, with my dad because I was going back late home because I didn't want to leave the center. The things we're doing here were so fun. There was the computer training. If we're not doing the computer training, we're doing board gaming. And I see the time I had in the day was too little for all those things. Yet I wanted to do all of them over and over again. So I used to get in a lot of trouble. And my dad got very annoyed with me about that. But finally, in the end, he accepted me to come. And he was not willing for me to come over, but convinced him somehow, and he accepted me to come. So when I came here, I started doing all these different things. Board gaming was so nice. It was just a revelation. Then they introduced the board game conventions where we started going into the different parts of Gulum, teaching board games, and it was all fun. It's just an adventure here. So my life changed from just going home, studying, and all that to a wider perspective of the world.
Well,
Knowing
it,
that studying is not the only thing. There's also some more things we can do than studying.
sorry, what is not the only thing?
Studying, because schooling here in Uganda, the main focus is have you studied, have you done your grades right? That's their main focus. But really, I saw that you can make change not through studying only, but other things. Because board gaming has changed a lot of people here in Uganda in ways I cannot explain. I'm still
It,
fascinated by it myself.
it's interesting when you talk about studying not being the only thing, and I guess it begets the question of what we mean by studying. Because certainly, when you talk about learning about computer training and things like that, or that is certainly a form of studying, surely. To and when if you have a board game even that you're going to be teaching someone and then you learn it in order to teach them, that's its own form of studying. And if we're doing creative work, then to explore what's out there and to learn about the world, that's very much studying. But maybe the studying that you're talking about is a more narrow form.
Schooling to be specific.
Schooling to be specific. I mean, like, yeah, they teach us computer training at school, but not in the fun way, in a way that you have to copy notes, revise the notes, prepare for exams. That's the system they are teaching us here. But when I came here at the center, the way I was studying, I was learning my computing, me personally. It was through playing games online,
Mm-mm.
uh, doing some Word, PowerPoint presentations, and these are things they teach in is it university here? Because in A level they only teach Word and Excel and those other things, but they don't teach these other wide parts of it. So for me, I got to learn it when I was actually in P7. When I was coming over the center, they tell us to do some presentation somewhere, so we had to learn PowerPoint. So it's just that the learning is not narrowed down to revise, do your exams, do this. No,
Mm-mm.
it's more the fun way, the way uh, kids would understand it much faster. So
Yes. I get
just
it because I think that thinking of studying as looking at notes, memorizing specific facts which are dictated to you, and then going through specific tests, I think that can be such an incredibly limiting and also, dare I say, soulless way to approach any subject. Whereas I love the Montessori method of saying that children and anyone doing the studying should have some level of autonomy and it should be self-directed. It sounds, Ben, like this sort of self-direction and autonomy is a big part of what you're generally trying to do.
Well, the charity is called the Chrysalis Youth Empowerment Network, and we know that there's all sorts of things that young people can do when they're growing up. So we like to give them those different opportunities to try them all out. And then we leave them to a large extent to go and do those things themselves. If they need some guidance, then we will come in and say, well, you are good at that. This is something you should move forward on, or this is how you solve that particular problem. Or we all learn together about making videos and stuff like that when we were doing the board game review videos that we did a few of those over time, and we learned as we went along things. And so yeah, I mean, I suppose it wasn't really a deliberate ploy from us. It was just what we felt was the right thing to do, to kind of line a few things up that people could do, and then they decide what things that they wanted to do. And that's what I felt empowerment meant to a large extent.
That's a lovely thing. And Patrick, could you talk a wee bit about how you came to be involved in this?
Well, actually, it's how do I call it? It's a fun story because it, how well destiny maybe has its way of doing things. Currently, I'm doing computer programming, but initially I'd come to learn computer literacy, like how do you use a computer, how do you type, and all that. So I came over with a friend of mine, and I was only interested in learning how to use a computer. And then I had an opportunity to do role playing with Ben in one of his sessions, and
Kingmaker.
yeah, Kingmaker. And the I don't know why that Kingmaker adventure just got my interest, but it was the first battle that we had was protecting. It was protecting a small outpost where adventurers could come and rest and stuff, and bandits had attacked it. So yeah, I then the game just took me by surprise. I was like, oh, this kind of game is also there. Then I started coming in for all the sessions of role playing, and then I got introduced to other games like the board games. And in the process, I started also learning the basics of how to use the computer, but it was more like gaming and doing some little typing. Then as time went on, I started focusing more on the role playing side of things than actually focusing on the computer, which I initially came to learn. And then one of the time we took a butterfly test, which was to choose the people who are going to be the next cohorts. And how do I put it? I did not know exactly what a cohort was at that time, but I decided to take the test anyway. So fortunately, I went through, and the training has been good. Then in 2019, after finishing my Ugandan certificate of education, which is different from the advanced certificate which I'm currently doing, uh, I got to meet with Martin, and he's doing computer sciences in Korea. So he gave me the opportunity to study programming further, and that's what I've been focusing on ever since then. I'm also a love of physics, so whenever I get new, because sometimes Ben comes with books, and I'm a fan of reading, so I get science books and I read them. I get fiction books. Harry Potter, I've read all the 7 books, I believe, and so many more books I can't name. Yeah.
That's 6 more than me. Yeah.
No, it's not a competition. but if it but you've still read more books than me, though.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's
it's been a wild journey, but I'm still
What about the
continuing
warp
it.
drive?
Well, that's a fun one. Actually, one of the sessions we got, the first Star Trek I think I've watched was Star Trek Enterprise, and it was instead of starting from season 1, we started from season 2 because Ben did not have the season 1 discs then. So the first episode of Star Trek I watched was intriguing again, and it inspired me to, how do I put it, study physics and maybe do a course in relating to physics and astronomy and something related to the universe, rather than going to the normal engineering course that any person would go to, say electrical engineering or mechanical engineering, something like that.
that's really fascinating how a work of fiction can be so inspiring and feed back into the real world, encouraging you to go down a certain path. And this is actually the heart of what I wanted to talk about today with everyone who comes on. How do we make the choices that we do? and what motivates us, and when do we take a step back to consider, why are we doing this? Is this the right thing? Obviously, there's a lot of things in life that seem like big decisions, whether to go on a big trip, whether to move to another continent, whether to embark upon a program for 5 years or whatever. But then the smaller decisions that we don't even really look at, the habits that we have that go unstudied, maybe those can even be dangerous. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
And so I would like to ask all of you, do you think that you are an introspective person?
Introspective.
Do you think a lot about yourself? Do you think deeply about the choices you have made and consider things from time to time?
Uh, Personally, I do actually think a lot about the choices I've made and the implications of those choices time to time. For example, currently I'm doing physics and chemistry and mathematics in for my advanced levels. So most of the time I think about the subjects I'm doing. How do I put it? How am I going to use them to benefit society in general? Then yeah, like if I'm if I'm doing programming and studying computer sciences, how can I put those skills into uh, use whereby they benefit the whole society in general? Also, small things like should I repeat this class or should I continue? Obviously, COVID hit. I decided to continue with my Form 6 because I felt I did not really need to go back and study Form 5, uh, so that I have a lot more time next year, because school takes up a lot more time than in Uganda anyway. School takes up a lot more time in every person's year, provided you're still beyond the university threshold. So you'll spend most of your time in school. And I thought about it in general, and I thought, I don't think I really need to repeat the. I really need to restart advanced levels because I believe I can perform, but in the long run, I'll have a lot more time to do things that may benefit society more than me being in school.
Mm-mm. That's a really interesting way to think about it. Not just the impact that you have on your choices have on yourself, but and your own life, but also on the wider society. And earlier on, I was talking with Ross, who's a robots designer, who's really exploring carbon capture and
Mm,
thinking about how personal choices might be fairly negligible if we're thinking about single-use plastic, for example.
mm,
Whereas travel, international flights are incredibly costly. And what we really should be doing is lobbying for a fuel tax to have the 100 companies who dig up the most fossil fuels to have a large tax so that the impact on the environment is actually felt financially. Because right
mm,
now, traveling by plane, not only is it faster, but it's also cheaper, which is the opposite way it should be. But tying into that, I think that thinking about not only ourselves, but the way our choices have ramifications everywhere is such a wonderful way to think. So
mm.
thank you for that. Um, Arnold, do you consider yourself a particularly introspective person?
Yeah, to a certain point. I I also feel and think about my choices. Like as Patrick said, when COVID hit, for me, I decided to redo A level because of one thing. My school, we were not really moving forward as we should have in the learning area. they were taking us a bit slower because the teachers did not expect us to be doing sciences. They thought we were all going to be doing arts. So, like for my combination, math, geography, and economics, the teachers were not around really for us, and we spent like 1 week. We went and complained. Then they got us the teachers. Then they said that we're having a lockdown in a few days. So it really had a very negative impact on me because we are not yet moved forward. And I was like, if I'm to go, okay, I first asked a few friends of mine who had finished advanced levels, like Joseph, who is another member of the Butterfly Project, and he's also a cohort 3, like us. And he told me that it's you to choose what you feel that you can what handle. A level is not going to be easy. He will not. He said, "I'm not going to lie to you. A level is not going to be easy. But what do you feel that is right? Do you feel you can go and handle the pressure of going back, looking for all those notes, trying and concentrating on everything to detail in this period of time you have, because you don't have a year when they are sending you, when you accept to what to move forward. You don't have a year, so you need to put in the effort enough to get the grades you want. Or you can decide to what to wait and then get more knowledge and on what on the subjects you want to do, and then be prepared by the time you take your final exam. So he did not tell me to do this or that. He just gave me the options of what are the possible outcomes if I take this decision or that. So I looked into it, I weighed the options, and I saw, and then I went also to my dad to ask for some more advice. And my dad was like, it's you to decide, but the things are not going to be easy. Because for us, yeah, uh, A level is not easy. So it's a time where you have to capture a lot of things in a small period of time and then be prepared for the exams immediately. Because you have one year and then some months to the exams period. So he also gave me the same advice. And I looked into all those and I said, uh, to me, the best option was to what? To first wait this 1 year. It might be long, but in the long run, I'm hoping for better results because I want to go further. I want to get very good results which can take me to go and do the course I want, uh which is civil engineering, which I want to
Mm-mm-mm.
do now because I had some career guidance due to my to my subjects I took in A level. So I'm like, this course requires me to focus. I'm not going to go there with uh, lazy marks because the competition I'm going to be facing is going to be high. So I decide that's when I decided to redo Form 5, and then uh, in the meantime I'll study very hard so that when I reach Form 6, I've not wasted this 1 year I decided to redo. I've what used it efficiently. So that's why I reflected on myself, and I've been everything I do. I look at that decision I made. That's why I'm even reluctant in other bits for that. So yeah, that's how I reflected on my decision.
That seems like a really good set of questions to ask yourself. And the first one you mentioned, what do you feel is right? I think that so many times during our lives, it's really important to ask this of ourselves and to really, because I don't think there's a value judgment in rushing through things, and you can burn yourself out. You might not have the time to do a good job of whatever. And
Yeah,
there's no value judgment in waiting, because people often think, okay, always rushing through and doing things faster is the correct way.
mm,
And maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It's like but so the answer in the end came from your own heart. Is that right?
yeah,
And Ben, like you've undergone lots of major decisions, obviously coming to Uganda. We've talked about the fact that you felt you would have greater impacts upon the world. We've talked about the fact that you felt like this is somewhere where you can make a change. But what else on your day-to-day analysis of what you're doing, the minor decisions, the smaller things, how often do you consider that? And what kind of things go into your decisions, if you know what I mean?
Okay. Well, I think what I'm mostly doing, I suppose, because a lot of the time I'm working with all of these young people, and they have got things that they want to progress somehow, and they come and visit and discuss, and we talk about what it is that they want to achieve, and then we discuss how it might be achieved. So I think I spend quite a lot of time, if I have the opportunity anyway, to just kind of have a think about solutions to problems. I mean, even with let's take the board game convention as well. It's raising the money for the board game convention. You have to think about it, how you're going to do it. And there are always, it's not like someone will just come along and say, yes, there's the money for it. You have to have a think about how the best way to progress that is. But with the different young people, and they've all got a different backgrounds and different stories and different strengths, and there's a different solution to the problem depending on the person. So I think that's probably what I'm spending most of my time doing, thinking of maybe creative solutions to problems which benefit as many people as possible. Because the key thing really is, it's like you've just said there. So I came initially to Nigeria, then to Uganda, because I thought that we could make some change, we could have some impact, we could have, and that's what happened in the first year. We tried out all of the different ideas of the Butterfly Project, and then at the end of it, I said, right, I'm going home now. and then our members, who were the C1s, the cohort ones, they all said, but you're not finishing now, are you? So you're getting that feedback, and the empowerment obviously felt good to them, all the different things that we were doing. And but so what you're trying to do as a change maker, as a social entrepreneur, you're trying to get feedback from people as to whether it's working for them, the things that you are doing. And you also, at the same time, you're trying to do things which you are good at. And things that you can, or even things that you enjoy, because there's not a lot of point in saying, right, the next 2 years I'm going to do a lot of things I don't enjoy because it's beneficial to everyone else. It's hard to do that and be successful at the things that you're doing. So we kind of work out things that we are all finding interesting, and that's how things like board games and role playing and science fiction and all of these kind of more creative things, or the way I look at Star Trek is as a visionary training tool. It allows people to encourages them to think about what it's going to be like in the future, and then it helps them if they want to be a change maker, say that's what I want. I could see those
I've
people
not
there
watched a lot of it, but the idea of being in a post-scarcity society is a really powerful thing, and it's really interesting. And I hear decisions to strike a balance between personal joy and impact on those around you, as well as the balance between time to reflect and consider what you're doing, and then the need for action, because we can't do that for every single thing we do. We can't be thinking, well, should I brush my teeth for 1 second longer, or what is the optimal number of times to brush my teeth in this direction? I mean, if someone comes and tells me, then sure, I might listen to them, but I don't have the time or inclination, frankly, to go off and research these kinds of things. The balance between waiting for feedback from other people and making sure that what you're doing is suitable for them versus the autonomy. And of course, this is kind of gets into the notion of when you're a game designer, all of that feedback, more feedback is never a bad thing. The only downside, sure, it might take time. So if someone's going to go off on an unrelated rant when after they're playing the game, if we're in the pub and we have infinite time, then it might be fine. But if we're in the pub and we've got to then get to another game and there's other games lined up that we've got to play, I might say, I really love this conversation, but unless can we focus on these specific aspects? Because there has to be a reason for everything we do, even if that reason is purely our own joy, our own relaxation, our own sleep, our own ability to recharge. I think it's important when people, and there's this lovely sentiment that I can't remember the doctor who wrote it on, I think it was so someone with a, and I can't remember, someone wrote it saying that in this day and age we talk about productivity, but productivity doesn't mean necessarily making things, or it just means working towards a purpose. Sometimes that purpose can be recharging yourself. So if the thing that would recharge you is to have a cup of tea, then that in itself is productivity. Well, when you're, let's talk something more board gaming. So Arnold and Patrick, yesterday I asked everyone else, what do you think is a good game to you? And what would make a good convention to you? So Arnold, could you talk about what to you is a good board game?
I think that question goes to personal choice and interests, because I've taught a lot of games. I have learned a lot of games, and I've met a lot of players from average to the ones who know, the ones who don't understand it, the ones who are what. And what I've experienced is the board game is about the choice of you. What are your particular interests? Now, me, I'm interested really in a game that is that will make me think of different strategies. Like, I'm not interested really in a forward game, like which is just forward. You're doing this, you're doing that. I'm interested in a game where you have to think of different strategies to win your opponents. It's not like direct. The opponent might think that I've done this, he's not seeing me. But when you're also planning something in the background, so those are games that I'm really interested in. So to me, that's a good game. It doesn't matter. It can be hard or easy, because I've noticed not only hard games are the ones which have different strategies. There are a lot of games which have different strategies, even easy ones. So to me, it can be both hard or easy. But that makes me think in different ways of winning. Yeah, that's to me that's a good game.
I do agree with you that it's all contextual with the different people playing. But then the question arises, is there such a thing as a bad game? And I think there must be, because, even for the same audience, even for an audience who loves some particular thing, there are certain problems that a game can have. And so there must be such a thing as a question of objectivity regarding the quality. But no, I absolutely agree that it's maybe 90% contextual and subjective and 10% objective. Do you have anything to add at this point, Ben? If you can still hear us, I just noticed that you're frozen. So I think that they might just... obviously, from Uganda, it is a feat of modern electronics that we can even have a chat at all. It is lovely, but sometimes the internet goes out, sometimes it doesn't come back. Yesterday it went out a couple of times, but they managed to get it back, but we'll see how it goes today. I think if you're in the chat, how do you decide what games to play with other people? How do you decide what's an appropriate thing? And how much do you examine your life moment to moment? Going in reverse order, I probably don't examine my life moment to moment quite as much as I would like. When it comes to what board games to play with other people, I tend to simply try to find out something about them. Try to find out, broadly speaking, would they like something with a lot of luck in there? Because luck can lead to big excitement, and luck allows for a shielding of the ego if you lose. It can also mean that you can play with someone who's played several times before and someone who's playing for the first time, and they can have a feeling of engagement. Like there's a chance that you might win if all the rules go your way. Sometimes some people might be more into a highly strategic, even perfect information game with zero luck. Some people want simplicity of objectives, like when in Magic Gathering it's all about, hey, have the most goblins you have. Sometimes people want as many possible strategies as they can. I was just talking about finding the right game for the right player and how you go about that process of talking to them, what's appropriate for the individual. But Patrick, what's your thoughts on what a good game is? And Joanne has a quick comment saying, I find that there is a tough balance between making other people happy and taking care of myself. Sometimes I might give up something I want to do, like taking a walk, because someone wants to talk on the phone. Lately, I am learning it's okay to tell the person who wants to talk that I need them to wait. I need to take care of myself. And I agree, Joanne, if anyone else has any other words for Joanne, but thank you for sharing.
Actually, so that's a very important point, because I've also experienced this a lot, whereby at school we get the opportunity to discuss the various aspects of studies that we have been doing together. So most of the sessions, when students know that you're good at some particular subject, they always come to you expecting you to help them out. Okay, I don't mind doing that, but some of the times when I want to really focus and do something specific, they come and I have to tell them that, you know what, right now is not the appropriate time to do this. So it's really okay to tell someone that it's not the appropriate time for us to be doing this. Yeah, so I'd agree with her. Then
I think, here, well, in Nigeria and in Uganda, the two places in Africa I've been, a lot of people, there's almost like a culture of people will just turn up and they will expect you to just deal with them. And, obviously it's a good thing to be able to do that. But occasionally, or even sometimes regularly, you will get to a point where you have to try to get things done. And the stream of different people, they are not allowing you to do those things. And the things that you are trying to do are the things that make you happy sometimes.
Yeah.
Because you've achieved things.
For me, what I do, I tell them to come back like at a particular time when I'm free. Then I can deal with them at that time. But
and it can be difficult because sometimes if you say, especially to a friend, please phone me next week, or sorry, I'm overloaded, it can feel like you're letting your friend down, like you're being a bad friend. But in the balance of personal joy and impact on those around you, it's important to, if nothing else, have your own health and your own energy first and foremost, because then you are able to be there for others. If you're not there for yourselves first, how can you really truly be there for others at all? Because if you don't respect yourself as a human who has their own needs and everything, then maybe I'm making too big a point, but do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. In simple terms, be there for yourself so that you can be there for others.
Thank you for restating it in clear terms. Be there for yourself so you can be there for others. That's like such a lovely quote. I'm going to quote you on that.
It's gonna be a meme. Joanne agrees, yeah.
So we on the fact of what I would consider a good game for me. So as a person, my personal I've taught games, and I find it difficult to teach games to people whose personal preferences a bit differs from mine. In that, for me, I'm more into games that encourage me to imagine or think out of the box. So if I'm having to teach a game to people, I teach it in a way that they would have to think out of the box and use all the resources they have at their disposal to try and get as much of a chance to win as possible. Because so if someone, for example, is struggles with the particular area of imagination, they would find it difficult for they would find a game that I teach difficult, even if it's a simple game, because the way I normally teach my games in a way that it encourages you to imagine. So a good game to me personally is one that encourages me to imagine and think out of the box. But like Arnold said earlier, but generally, a good game differs from person to person. So it all boils down to someone's personal preference. If they want a specific type of game, then they can play that specific type of game in their own way. All games can be a good game, but it just comes down to how someone decides to play it, how someone decides to bend the rules to their style of play. Yeah.
Yeah, so kind of new game space that forces you to do things differently that you wouldn't do in normal life, whether that's putting words together in a new way or thinking about where to move your pieces and, oh, wait a minute, if I do this, then, oh my gosh, that means that they can do this, and having these sudden realizations, or whether that means that you're making noises to get someone to identify creatures.
Yeah, something like that.
And sometimes it's what makes a game good. It's the people you're playing with. Sometimes a game might not be that good, but the people you're playing with make that game very interesting. And like when we have a game with the three of us, that game is just nice. I just like the brain work which is there.
What about Power Grid when you guys gang up on me?
No, we don't gang up. Then we don't gang
We
up.
don't really gang up on me.
We don't.
It's just that it's a competition. Whoever is first there gets access to everywhere else. So we are trying to get as much space as possible. It's not ganging up.
In our defense, this is what happens. Ben teaches us the rules almost halfway, I think. Then we have to figure out the rest ourselves.
Yes.
And as a result, when we get the opportunity to win the most points, we take it, even if it means that sometimes someone else has to suffer. But it's nothing personal in most cases.
Yeah, it's just
I
a
mean, of
game.
course, there's a separation from, making people suffer within the game and having fewer points, but making
Mm.
people suffer as in they're having a bad experience. And that's the key thing, that even if you're losing, you want to be having a good experience. Even if you don't
Yeah.
have so many points, you want to feel like you got the opportunity to do something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And
I always feel that in a game of housey, I rarely win that game. But I just want to be there all the time and try every time. It's a game I put
Sorry,
down
in a
as
game of what?
I'm not there to
How?
win, but
Housey?
housey.
Well, bingo, he means, yeah.
Sorry, being
Okay.
Housey, yeah. The English one is housey.
yeah. So
yeah. That's a game where I accepted that I'm going to lose, but I just want to play. I enjoy playing it, but I accepted that I will lose
actually, the thing is, when we're playing games together, like the three of us, Joseph, normally it's a game of you go in knowing there's a possibility that you're going to win, and there's also a possibility that you're not going to
Gonna
win.
be last.
So the idea is you go in knowing that. So for the cases of new games, you obviously don't know the kind of resources that are there, so you can't plan ahead. But for games that you've played previously, you go in knowing, so I can expect this card, this card, this card, this card, and if I make this kind of combination, I could potentially win the game, assuming they also don't get a better combination of resources or something like that. So yeah, it's always fun to
now. Like in a game of Cosmic Encounter, you'll be like, the hero power I get is the one which what makes the difference. Like when we got this expansion, and I remember we had a game where everyone chooses their own hero power, and the hero powers in the other game are just too powerful. They're just too powerful. If you're
So
unlucky,
the idea of Cosmic Encounter, for those who don't know, it's about aliens fighting other aliens, and then every alien has one rule that you basically break the rules of the game. So one alien, but they are very imbalanced, and I know the designer was very upfront with the idea that it's all about the negotiation. So if someone has a more powerful rule, the idea is that other people are going to gang up on them. So it's players have to bring the balance to that game, which is an interesting design choice, and it's not for everyone.
yeah,
I assure you, here it's not the person who has powerful, the most powerful character who wins. It normally boils down to the set of cards you have and what kind of allies you make within the game. Who do you attack first? And if you attacked that person first, what repercussion will you face in future? How much cards do they get to draw? Those kinds of
it's the first impression. First impression. Ben here always attacks me first, and I attack him, and he says I'm ganging up on him. He says I'm ganging up on
My
him.
strategy.
Yet he's inviting other people to attack him.
But that's because you always get the chosen, don't you?
No, I don't get the chosen all the time. So it's just that interesting.
So
But
the
that's a very
question,
creative game, isn't it? That one with all of the powers. That's what makes it exciting to play.
yeah.
And the all
oops,
every
Are
time it's
you-
very different, isn't it?
Yeah.
phew, you just froze for a moment. I thought we'd lost you again. But
Look, we're still.
I want to say, looking ahead to the village convention, what decisions had to be made for this, and what do you think is going to make a good convention? What are you doing for it, and how did you decide that this is the right thing to do, Arnold?
Well, to me, what makes the village board game what's going to make it a very good convention is simply this. I'm going to talk about my past experience, like the previous board game conventions I've been to. And there was this particular one where we had a lot of people over, like from different parts. We brought every butterfly member, right?
Yeah.
From Kampala to Gulu, and then all those butterfly members in Gulu, we brought them together. And to me, that was really the best convention you have ever had. And it was just good because people were many. There were a lot of board games. There were a lot of playing time, and everyone enjoyed their moments there. So, what's going to make it a very good board game convention? It's the first of all choice of games, because there are all these. There's a lot of games we have here, but choosing those best games for new players who are interested in playing is going to make it a very good board game convention, because kids will always want to say, I would want to play that game again. I would want to play that game again. And all these different other activities we had to put in, like we did the role playing as well. Did we do the live role playing?
Yeah, we did the live
We did the
role-playing.
live role playing in that convention too.
I think you were the leech.
Yeah, I was the leech, and it had this very nice story. So everyone enjoyed.
Yeah.
So to make this a very good board game convention, we need to bring those aspects which were in the other convention, I believe. So we choose those games which kids love and easy to learn, interesting, so that we accommodate a variety of people. And here, kids fear high level games. That's what I noticed in that convention also, because I was the one teaching the level 4 games section in that convention that I'm talking about. It was which year, by the way?
2019 was the last one.
2018.
Okay, it was 2018. That
When we
convention
did
we
the
had.
film.
Yeah. So I was teaching the high level game section, and the new players were scared of that section. I don't know. I think it's the level 4 poster.
Twilight Siberian.
Yeah,
games.
the level 4 poster scared them, and they decided to go to the level 1, but they went to the level 1 and still enjoyed. So to me, the things we need to put down, not down for the convention to be good, we need to bring back that live role playing. It will just make the kids love the convention even more, because it helps them. Like it's like they are playing board games, but the reduced version. They feel it encourages them on their imagination.
They liked it last time, didn't they?
And
They
I
loved
love
it so
these
much.
objectives that you're talking about making people laugh, about feeding their imagination, and that just seems to be such a valuable thing, because again, these can seem incredibly frivolous, but they are so important to our humanity, frankly, because without laughter and imagination, I think that, look, I'm not going to say living feels pointless, because but it does feel like, because that's a bit much, but it does feel like, yeah, the potential to laugh, to find enjoyment, the unbridled exaltation of joy for this moment, the emission of laughter from one's lips, and then the imagination thinking about what could be. Not only does it feed into the game in front of you, not only does it feed into the world that you might be concocting, the story that you might be telling, but it feeds into your imagination to think that, hey, maybe this world doesn't have to be the way that it is right now. Maybe we can be in a different way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like they were like in a different world when we were doing the role playing. It was like that convention was just like it's a different place of its own. As in Star Trek, you've gone to a mirror universe or something like that. So it was totally different for the kids. They had the best experience. Yeah, that's my view.
I would love to actually add my next guest to be to help us finish up this conversation. I know Arnold, Ben, Patrick, you are all busy people, but if you can stick around for just a few more minutes to wrap up. And so, hello, Joseph. You are muted. You have muted yourself.
Hello.
Yay.
There we go.
Hi.
So, yes, talking about what makes a good convention, obviously from the perspective of a village board game convention for 200 people who are maybe don't have all the privileges that, frankly, I'm going to say 99% of anyone living in this country does. This country, I mean the UK. And so before Patrick, you share, Joseph, just for 30 seconds, what would you say makes a good convention and allows other people to bring people together in a good way?
So I only just went to my first convention a few weeks ago, which Bez was at too, Aircon in Harrogate, and I could only make it for one day, but yeah, I really enjoyed my time there. So I think for me, what I liked about the convention was you had stands with people showing the games that they'd been working on, and they were selling and kind of giving people the opportunity to demo kind of new stuff that was coming out. But there was also lots of tables that people could gather at and play games, whether they're new ones or old ones or whatever that might be. So it's nice to have that mix of I guess people being able to exhibit stuff and also people being able to socialize and play games, which I guess is the reason everyone's kind of gone to the convention in the first place. So yeah.
So that's an interesting point. Is there anything like, I mean, I guess the closest that you would get to an exhibition is for people to be teaching board games that they are a fan of. Is that correct, Ben?
Yeah.
Is there any board game design happening in Kampala?
We've all had a go at doing board game design, and it's been kind of a very interesting experience to do it. Rather more challenging maybe than we thought at the start, but but at the convention last time it was more to do with ideas for board games rather than the finished version, because that would have been maybe a very simplistic game if we were giving them to do that. So last time we did do some stuff on that, and one of the Butterfly members again this time, they came up with a game which was about the leaf cutter ants. That was their concept, how they were going to get these leaves moved by the ants, and then they were building their own home with the leaves. And I thought that was a really neat idea for a game which is probably not yet there. So, and the others also thought that. So yeah, we have done a little bit, but maybe we want to do more as we grow, and maybe there are some that are going to be enthusiastic to work on that over a long period of time, because obviously the games aren't very easy to get to a finished stage.
Yeah, it's definitely, I think that it can be so like so much art, you can think, oh, this is super easy to do, because after so many years you can do it more quickly, you can put more energy into it, you can do things more quickly. But there's definitely ways to do it more efficiently. And yes, there is some skill involved, but I would love to have you making more stuff, and maybe someday some of those files could be transmitted and we can play some of the things that you've been working on there and continue to bring the world together, because I think that board games can be a way of giving people a voice, even if they didn't necessarily have them. Patrick, before we go, so there's this, and then the other question I wanted to ask is, firstly, what makes a good convention to you? And then secondly, just a tiny bit about when you're in the convention, how do you decide what game to play with someone? When you're meeting with someone for the first time, how do you decide what game to show them?
So normally the way we do the conventions is we get the opportunity to play the games before the convention actually starts, so that we personally get to experience how the game is played, all the different rules and scenarios that may appear in the game. And then you can be able to tell what the best way of teaching that particular game is. So we don't get to when we are at the convention, but we decide which game we are going to teach when we are still preparing for the convention. So for the second question of what makes a good convention, which I was supposed to actually answer first, is to me, the convention Arnold was speaking about, where we had all the Butterfly members and a lot more other kids. I feel that that was also the best convention for me because, how do I put it? The aspect of speaking with other people, and because obviously during the day we were only doing games mostly, and then we had the live action role playing, which we prepared and organized for. But in the evenings, either we were watching a movie together, or people were clustered in groups, having a nice time playing their own games or speaking to each other. And those evening times and daytimes were very interesting to me. And yeah, they made that convention the best currently. So
Yeah, apart from 2022.
In addition, to me, yeah, what Patrick said is right. The aspect of what having many people together, bringing all of them together, and then teaching them the games was just the right thing for the convention, because those night times they brought people together. We were not literally necessarily talking about games, talking about movies or what. They were talking to each other about where they come from, like to get to know each other a bit more better. So the days of those conventions and the nights were just getting people together, knowing each other. So it was convention with a lot of things we did need, not only board games. Yeah.
I think this is a wonderful sentiment, bringing people together, and also when people decide what games they're going to teach ahead of the convention, then in a sense, whilst you might not have the time to decide based on person to person, hey, this is the right game for you, it gives those people who are coming to the convention a sense of autonomy and tells them, hey, this is the game. Would you like to sit down here or not? Because as long as there are other options, as long as there are other things for them to try out, that's a lovely way to do it. And I wanted to, before you say goodbye, ask you if there's anything that, actually I might rewrite that question of the moment because we're having multiples of these today. So there we go. Question of the moment. Here's a little question before we get insurgents. I don't know. I couldn't think of a better rhyme. But yes, if you have questions that you would like to ask us, please do. Otherwise, I just want to remind everyone that if you want to check out the Village Board Gaming Convention, you can obviously go and donate to the crowdfunder, and it's a fantastic thing. And yeah, it's up to you, and it is over here. I will just grab the link off there, and I'm pleased to see that you've 75% all, well, 83% funded.
Yeah.
So
hopefully by tomorrow be fully funded. Fingers crossed. Yeah.
But Joseph, do you have any remarks on this? And Arnold, Ben, Patrick, do you have any question that you would like to ask me, myself, Joseph, and anyone watching?
Well, I have a question, because obviously board game conventions are not how. Let me put it this way: board game conventions are not a norm in Uganda, and I think the Chrysalis project is the only one doing board game conventions. So we haven't gotten to experience other conventions. How do you organize board game conventions out there?
I don't feel I've done organized normal typical board game conventions. I can speak as someone who has done a few events. I ran a thing called BG DevCon, which was for board game designers to come together and talk about board game creation. For me, the most difficult thing is actually finding the venue, finding the location. Honestly, there's always a question of how many people are going to be interested in this. Can this thing work for 10 people? Can it work for 100 people? Is it an idea for 1,000 people? And I've run a speed dating event for designers where everyone was sharing ideas, and that went quite quickly. And I want to say that was about 10. And the BG DevCons, they are about 20 or 30 people. And so it's not a situation where you can pay a big fee for a convention center. Obviously, places that have been doing it for much longer are able to do that. But I think that there's always the first question, is there an audience? Well, you need to kind of guess that. Are people able to come? Well, you need to think about, are there places to stay nearby? Are people able to get there by public transport? And then thirdly, where are we going to do it? Because the games, the actual games, bringing in people to talk, that can all be done last minute. And I think that, honestly, this celebration is kind of an illustration of that. How, 2/3 of the people I asked on Monday, and thank you so much, Joseph and Ben and Arnold and Patrick, for stepping in last minute. And I know Arnold and Patrick, I guess you only found out about it today when Ben asked you. But it's these kinds of things. People do want to attend because it's a fun thing, and as long as you think about what you're offering of value. Joseph, I know you haven't organized something yourself, but do you have anything you would like to add?
Yeah, I don't know much about conventions, to be honest. I've only been to the one. So yeah, I would say, like, looking at the pictures and the video from what Bez was just showing, it looks like you've got a really good community going there, and I think that seems to be the main. To me, that's the main thing that conventions are about, is about kind of a sense of community, bringing people together, getting together around this thing that you all love. So yeah, it seems like you're definitely on the right track.
So at this point, I guess, thank you very much. It's been a delight to have the three of you on. And I mean, it's been a delight to have you on as well, Joseph, but I'm not saying goodbye to you just yet. But for now, I guess, is there anything that you would like to say before you skedaddle?
Anything?
Thanks ever so much, Bez, for having us on. I hope that you've enjoyed the chat from these guys and yesterday. and that and your audience is learns maybe a little bit about Uganda from whatever they've been saying. But yeah, we really appreciate your interest in what we are doing and etc. Yeah,
it's really interesting to listen to, and keep up the great work. And it would be great to see, obviously, Casey in Nigeria and Abuja is doing more with the design, and it would be great to just have people like yourselves potentially also do some more chats with each other, because I'm sure that there's a lot you could learn from them and vice versa, about you learning how to design stuff and them learning maybe about how to do things in a more, like, everyone can learn from everyone. And I think that more than anything else is probably I mean, this whole episode is an exploration of why we do things, and I think that's the reason why I do continue to do this show and why I continue to gain value from it. Because whether you're a first-time designer, whether you're an engineer, whether you're whoever you are, and Joanne says, this has been wonderful, thank you so much for it. And I'm sure that there's a few lurkers, and I hope that they all feel the same. Thank you.
Thank you for hosting us.
Thank you.
Bye, 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 bye. It's been lovely having you. Bye, 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 bye. Have joy in all that you do. Bye, bye.
All right. Bye, bye.
Bye.
And yeah, I think that they're just wonderful people, and I have a lot of admiration for, Ben going there and sparking this project, but also for the people who become part of this project, who then have the autonomy and empowerment, but then also the discipline and the wherewithal and the work ethic to actually continue to change what they are parts of. Do you know what I mean? Because any of these projects, it's only as good as the people involved.
Yeah, exactly.
When was the last time that you were doing something where you felt like you were part of something bigger?
I
mean, for me, it was probably the design camp that was just that last week, and I can't get over saying like how amazing that was for me and anyone else. If you are based near London, UK, and I would encourage you to think, if it runs again for 2023, think seriously. Again, this is coming from a place of privilege, but are you able to afford it, to take the week off to go down? Because, and also, are you what games are you interested in? Because if you're interested in designing Euro games and strategic games, then maybe this is not the place for you. But if you're interested in more expansive things, and that's the thing, like, not only do we want to connect, but we want to connect with people whose visions are kind of aligned with our own.
Yeah, no, it sounded really cool. Like I saw some of your posts about it, and it sounded really interesting. So I would definitely look into it if it's happening next year.
But yeah, it sounds like maybe the question of when the last time you were part of something bigger than you, and this is something that I'd like to ask everyone in chat as well. Like, I'm always open to kind of random comments, but let's start. Unless you want to answer that, how would you like to introduce yourself? Who are you?
I would say, I mean, I've been playing more gigs recently, and that definitely feels like being part of something bigger. Both kind of playing music with people in a band. That's you kind of just become this one organism that's creating something together, but also you're connecting with the audience at the same time. So yeah, I think that's one of the best parts of music.
It is interesting, and you know what? Even when I'm playing, even when I'm improvising on the keyboard, when I'm on my own, if I do it in a public space, then there's frankly, even when I do it on my own, like, there's a sense of it's not just me. There's the music, and the music itself is a living organism.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah, I think I can't remember where I read it. It was in a book about psychology somewhere. That like one of the things that humans get the strongest attractions to that's not another living organism is musical instruments, and that people actually kind of start treating them like they're living beings, which kind of plays into that idea of not being alone when you're playing music.
Yeah, and definitely. I mean, it's interesting. I was going to say maybe not digital things, but I would be very upset if my keyboard, you know, suddenly got smashed or broke or something.
Yeah.
But with an actual analog thing, when each button and the string and, you know, the slight tuning deviations of a piano, that gives it its own unique timbre and, you know, acoustics.
Yeah, it's like a personality for an inanimate object. Yeah.
Yeah. So you are a musician. You play with a band. You designed Molly's House, a game about people being free to explore their own identity in a bygone era, by which I mean the Victorian era.
No, pre-Victorian. We're Georgian era.
Georgian era in the UK, and winner of the 2021 design contest for the LDEC with Dwindle, which is a one-player game where you start off with a lot of cards, and then you're trying to use those cards for their lower letter, the more complicated letter, to then try and reduce that, and eventually, hopefully, you might even have fewer cards in your hand. It had some development, but there was always that potential to get rid of cards in your hand until that became the raison d'etre of the game.
Mm-hmm.
But what else would you like people to know about you? What are your passions? What do you care about? What are you proud of?
Oh, I mean, I think you've named most of my passions, to be honest. Yeah, games and music are the main kind of creative drives that I have, at least. I guess things like social justice and environmental issues. Those are very important to me as well. But yeah, I think those are the main things that I think about, and the main drives I have, I suppose, to do stuff.
Have you played This Guilty Land?
I have, yeah.
Because I have not played it yet myself. I was listening to Amabel Holland speaking about it. I guess that's I'll have later on, talking about the three characters, two of which are played by players, and then one in the middle is Cooperation, I think it's called, or no,
it's Compromise, is it?
Compromise, thank you. And then the central tenet being that if you are compromising, and one of the ideas is extremely radical, and even something like owning humans is okay, like slavery is okay, and then the other, like these are two irreconcilable differences. You can't have some people thinking, hey, slavery is okay, and some people saying, hey, no, let's abolish this. And then some people in the middle, if they're saying, hey, maybe it's bad, but can't we all get along? And in that instance, it's actually a really interesting parable for anything going on, any modern issue that we have, where compromise actually becomes a problematic approach to take.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think those the radical position, I suppose, of that game is, well, you've got the two sides, but the radical position on I suppose the left of the issue is slavery is wrong and it should be abolished, and that was seen as a radical argument at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously with time that's become something that I think the majority of people would wholeheartedly agree with. So I think, yeah, the important takeaway from that game is what are the things that are seen as radical now that in the future will be seen as like those are things that just people completely agree with now. And yeah, what if people are asking you to compromise on certain values that you hold, yeah, what should you do about it?
And maybe, hey, if you want to go to an Indian takeaway, well, I guess if it's a takeaway, we can order takeaway from different places. But if you want to go to a particular restaurant and then want to go to another restaurant, well, maybe unless one of us is allergic to some of the food or there's something else serious going on, if, presumably we could both be okay eating there, and it's not a real moral quandary, but there are some things that cannot be compromised.
Yeah.
And I think it's really interesting because I know, and that might be a question that I ask Amabel, because it was in 2019 that they said that they didn't have the energy to do something again, but maybe ask again in a couple of years. So, I mean, it's been 3 years later, but we didn't just have a pandemic. So I doubt there's more energy now than there was then, to be honest. But I think this, and do you feel like Molly's House, presumably, it's not trying to make a point, is it? It's just trying to raise awareness and say, hey, here's a cool thing that happened. Maybe you want to know about it.
I think there is a point there. I think people tend to kind of think of the present as being a lot more accepting and like very different from the past. And actually, I think there are a lot of parallels between what was happening then and what's happening now. Yeah, I mean, especially with a lot of the news at the moment about trans rights, I think there's a kind of big push to kind of push them back, I suppose, from where they have been. Yeah, I think.
So maybe that things have changed less than we think, and that change and improvement isn't necessarily inevitable, but it requires constant work from everyone involved. Would you say that that is your thesis if you had to put one into that game?
Yeah. I don't think it's I don't think it's as kind of obvious in the game itself as maybe something like This Guilty Land, but it's definitely something that I was thinking about while I was making the game. Was progress isn't just a straight line upwards. I suppose it's it can go up and down. It can change in ways that aren't just linear. People's attitudes can kind of get flipped around all over the place. So yeah, I think people tend to have that view of history, which isn't necessarily the way that things go.
That's really interesting. Just kind of drawing attention to the complexity, and even though we think about the trends, thinking about the minor variances within those trends.
Yeah. I mean, this is maybe a bit of a tangent, but
this show never has tangents.
So I was doing some research for the game and looking into like what people's attitudes were at the time. And someone suggested a book to me, which is about kind of attitudes towards identity during the 18th century, which is when the game is set. And like, so at the kind of start of the 18th century, people actually had pretty like fluid ideas about how identity worked. And that's not to say that they were like progressive about it, but people, there was a kind of general belief that identity was quite kind of changeable, that like male and female as categories weren't as kind of rigid as maybe people think of them now. And so masquerades were quite big at the time. That was like the big trend. And people kind of thought of masquerades as a way of trying on like a different identity, I suppose. So it's almost like you went to this party and you were kind of showing a different side of yourself. And there was lots of cross-dressing, lots of men dressing as women and vice versa. And like some of the writing from the time actually is about people feeling more themselves in the masquerade like clothes than they did in their everyday clothes, and like it was an opportunity to let out this other identity. But those kind of attitudes changed quite a lot throughout the 18th century, and sort of by the end of the 18th century, people were nowhere near as open, and like the idea of like men and women being two completely distinct categories that you're either one or the other, and there's no way anyone could believe that a man could be a woman or a woman could be a man, or those were the kind of attitudes towards the end of the century, and that's kind of, I suppose, imprinted itself quite strongly into I think even attitudes today that some people have towards identity. So yeah, that was quite an interesting thing to read about.
Yeah, the notion of those masquerades is an interesting one, although I do feel like unless there's the potential for it to come into your everyday existence, it doesn't have the same thing. I mean, I was at an event, potential. Yeah, I'm never sure whether to do trigger warnings or whatever, but just minor transphobia, I guess, potentially for next minute. But at an event, there was a discussion of someone saying, "Oh, you're not a woman, you're a cross-dresser, just like me." And I said, "Well, I see that you're taking off these clothes and you're putting on kinds of clothes that are very male, kind of, but this is who I am. This is like my identity. This is," and it felt like a way to again put up a barrier to say, "Hey, after this event, you're going back to your day-to-day life. This is who you are. You can't be this." Do you know what I mean? And there is something, even when it's allowed within a small part within a masquerade, that doesn't necessarily mean that they were more open on a day-to-day existence outside of that setting.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't mean to suggest that they were very progressive. Like that, I think there was definitely still issues, but I think it was more open at the start of the century than kind of towards the end. But I totally understand. I totally understand where you're coming from.
Anyway, I know. This whole show is meant to be about how we decide to do the things that we do. So let's talk about the LDEC, and let's talk about Molly's house. Let's talk about coming on this show. Why do you decide to make these games? Why did you decide to join the LDEC design contest?
I decided to join it because so I'd heard about the LDEC, and then I looked into it a bit more. I saw you were doing the competition. This was like I think I just submitted like one of the versions of Molly House for the Zenobia Award, and I had a bit of downtime, and I'd caught the game design bug, so I was like, I need another competition to enter. So and I love word games. So I got an L deck. I started playing some of the games that that you and other people have designed for it. And I love those. I mean, I play a lot of the solo ones because I like having unlimited time to just think about what's the best possible word that I can come up with. So those ones really appeal to me.
I feel like we might be, we might not, well, I might get annoyed at you if we play a turn-based multiplayer game, because
Maybe.
I get quite impatient sometimes, which is why I started off with the real-time Wibble, because I like words games in theory, but they all take so long, and then people feel like, oh, I can find this perfect word, and so for me, I mean, think about what I do. Like, Wibble was always motivated by Prolix, now known as Wordsy. It was taking that real-time aspect and trying to simplify it to a game that I could play. And honestly, I can't remember who I was. Yeah, I was saying it to Alex Aquasulis last night. It feels like an incredibly self-indulgent part of my life right now, where I had this silly idea for a quiz game where no one knows the answers to the quiz. So it's going to be literally things like, Bez on, what's the date? On the 12th of April, bought some chicken and chips with regular fries. How many chips were there? Source, Bez counted them whilst eating. And then that's the kind of question you'll get. I don't expect anyone to know that. And even I would have to double check because I took notes yesterday. And yeah, and that's the thing. Like, it started off from a point of view of that's, to me, it's a funny idea, and the fact that you're laughing, I really like that. And so it feels like, sure, it's only like 30 minutes of entertainment, because once you've gone through all the questions, that's and there is actually a unique game where someone has to pick a number, everyone else votes higher or lower. If you split the votes, then the number giver gets a point. Everyone else, if they vote correctly, then they get a point. So generally, I expect most people to get a point, but never literally everyone. And lovely to see you too, Joanne. Lots of love and have a wonderful day. Thank you for being with us. And it feels self-indulgent, but those self-indulgent things are worth doing. Like when you're talking about entering the LDEC contest, it wasn't born of, hey, I want to share this thing with the world, although I guess that's part of the buzz you get. It wasn't born of, oh, I think that I could make the best words game. It was born of, hey, I enjoy doing this. For the Zenobia Award, I want to try doing it again. Is that right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, I hope this isn't a bad trait. I constantly do this. I put the words into the mouths of other people, and then I expect them to defend themselves.
No, you're right. I mean, it was a very different process, as in, like, the Zenobia Award design process was kind of working pretty constantly for about 6 months on this game, whereas I actually entered 3 games into the LDEC contest, and I made them all in like a few days. So yeah.
All 3 of them combined, or do you mean a few days each?
No, all 3 of them in like a few days. Yeah.
Well done.
I mean, I think they were varying quality, but yeah.
That's the way to. I mean, I'm not actually 100% agreeing with you yet, because yes, they did obviously vary in quality, and thank you, past self, for reminding me to stretch. But I think that they all had some good about them, and obviously it was clear to me, at least, which one was the best out of them. And but I think that's kind of a lesson to just do things, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think starting something is the most important part, because if you don't start it, you never know if you could have done it or not. But you've also got to remember to finish things, or then you'll just have a load of stuff you started and you've never done anything with. So yeah.
And yeah, speaking of finishing things, before the end of the contest, I was reminded by Xate and Alex, who might be at the stand this year, so I think I took Essen off the list of prizes, because back in the day I had you can get a table if you happen to come there, but then I realised that I might not be exhibiting there anymore. But yes, at UK Games Expo 2023, I'll get you an exhibitor ticket if you choose to come, and there will be a table that you can have for as much or as little time as you would like to take people through your game.
Thank you. That's great.
You're very welcome. And I'm really hoping to firstly get physical copies of the LDEC, reprinted, even if it just has to be a print on demand thing, which obviously isn't ideal, but then it's at least something that I can get out there. But I am hoping to, I think I'm allowed to say that, Tom Brewster, publicly on the Shut Up and Sit Down video said, this is really good and I'd like to make a video out of this. And then, obviously they are not going to do that until it's, and I thank them for not doing it right now, frankly, because if they were to do it right now, I wouldn't have the stock to sell.
Yeah.
And that would be incredibly sad and a waste, because I know from when the Rado Runs Through review came out, I tend to sell maybe 2 things a week. And then Rado Runs Through video came out, I sold like 25 one day, and then maybe like 10 the next day. And then it was like maybe 5 the next week. And then it went back to normal. So even though these things have a big impact, it is incredibly short-lived, maybe more short-lived than you would imagine.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But yeah, sorry to kind of take away tangents, but it's always, so we've had thoughts, previous guests have talked about the balance of being there for yourself, being there for others, waiting for feedback, having the autonomy to do things yourself, thinking about taking time to reflect and taking time for action. So how do you balance your decision making along these actions? Reflection, action, personal joy, other people, feedback versus autonomy.
Interesting. I'm in an interesting place that, well, I've not been kind of on this, I guess, trajectory of becoming a game designer, in that, like, so Molly House is with a publisher at the moment, and they're doing some development work on it, and I'm kind of waiting to hear back from them. Nothing's been signed yet or anything, but I'm just kind of I'm in this place where I can't work on Molly House because I'm kind of waiting to see what's going to happen with it. And I guess both of the games that I've fully designed have been part of contests, so there's been that kind of motivation to, there's a deadline that's kind of imposed by someone else, and it's kind of, that was, although I had my own motivations, that was definitely a motivating factor. Whereas now I've got a couple of designs that I'm kind of working on, but I haven't entered them into any competitions or anything, so I'm kind of working from my own volition, and trying to work out how to motivate and schedule myself, I suppose, to, like, when there's no deadline, like how do I know when to go to the next step with any of these designs. And also, both of those previous designs were mostly done kind of when we were in lockdown, or like partial or complete lockdown, where I didn't have really anything else to do. Whereas I've started doing gigs again now, so a lot of my stuff that I used to do as a musician has started picking up again, and so finding and managing time between working part-time and being a musician, and then trying to design games at the same time, it's something that I'm trying to navigate at the moment.
It feels like if you do all the contests, then it's like just way too much. And so there's also a decision of which ones do you go for. And yeah, how do you decide that? Because I mean, I guess the Zenobia Awards, it had a particular cultural significance to it, and then the LDEC, you just love word games. But how do you decide?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, so those two really, both of those contests really appeal to me, I suppose. Whereas a lot of the contests that I see are quite they're quite broad, I suppose, in what they're looking for. And I think I like the specificity of the two contests that I've entered so far. Have you done? Also, I don't know. I can't see your picture at the moment. I don't know if your video has gone down.
Oh, I had to turn it off for a moment. I sent you a private message.
Oh, sorry.
I'll be back in just 1 minute.
Okay, no worries. Are you still able to talk at the moment?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if you'd entered many contests for designing stuff.
Just a moment. I am back. Okay, so I haven't entered lots of contests. I've entered. I'm sure there's some that I'm forgetting about. Oh yes, there we go. I just remembered one. So I've entered a Button Shy, the second one that they had, maybe 16 card one. I entered that. I was moderately happy with what I did. I felt like it could have been it was an abstract strategy placement thing. It needed a bit more work, but I was a bit sad about getting literally no feedback. That was a bit, sad times. The other thing that I entered was the complete opposite, where it was an in-person thing from UK Games Expo. It was called a redesign contest, and I actually entered it twice. The first year, I never finished my game. So you paid £10 to enter. They gave you a terrible game, which they had like too many copies of, and the rules were removed. So you didn't have the original rules of the game to guide you or to influence you. You just had a whole bunch of components. And the idea was that you would generate some sort of game using these components. And I think the first time, I started too late, and I thought I would be able to make something, and then I was trying to make a game where you are literally throwing things through the sprues, if you know what I mean. Like once you punched everything out, you're using that as a set of targets. So I was like, okay, how far away do people need to be? And okay, what do people get? And okay, this bit says forests beside it. So maybe if you throw a tile through here, then you actually get a forest. So it's like a dexterity strategy game. And that I like the idea of dexterity strategy games, but it was a bit much to take on at that time. Then the next year I tried it again. I think in retrospect, this must have been 2014. the second time. So 2013 I tried it, then 2014 I tried it again, and I actually entered, and it's probably going to be published many years later, because
Wow.
already 8 years have passed. And I remember the 2014 design contest. I started off, I made it, I entered it, and then got some feedback, and I was like, oh, this is nice. If you want to, you can travel to Milton Keynes on this particular day. We've got these particular time slots. Would one of these 2 days be better for you? And then I went there. I met Brett Gilbert, I think, and Alan Paul and Matthew Dunstan, and also a few other people who were going through the game. They'd already played it, but I got to watch them, hear their feedback in person, and then they said, they were kind of challenging the idea that it wasn't very good at 3 players or 4 players, and they said, you know what, you should just have made it a 2-player game. It doesn't have to be many players. If it's a 2-player only game, that's okay, and kind of giving me the confidence to go ahead with that. They suggested a few, and they said, yes, now you've actually done the redesign bit, if you want to change the components, you can, absolutely. I don't think I ever did, because that would have meant more work. But then I got to table at UK Games Expo, which was really nice. So everyone got their own table for basically as long as they wanted to be there. And I spent like 1.5 days at this table, and I was also trying to be a volunteer for UK Games Expo at the same time, so I'd kind of bitten off a bit too much. But yeah, the reason that I entered that was as motivation to get something done, as guidance, as something that's going to feed my imagination. And yeah, the game itself wasn't quite enough to do that, but the game plus a bit of input from my friends who said, hey, in this picture, it looks like this goblin, I think it was a gnome, it looks like the gnome is holding a map, and that map kind of looks like a board. What if that gnome was playing a game with other gnomes, and those gnomes were playing a new game, so it's kind of like different levels? And so that idea led to a game about, well, originally it was called Yo Dog. I heard you like moving gnomes, so move a gnome to move a gnome to move a gnome to maybe remove a tile, and there's 3 levels of gnomes that you get to move. And I'm really proud of it. And then there's been some minor tweaks. It's honestly not even changed that much, but it's probably going to be published by Surprise Terror Games. And even back then, Michael Fox, Idle Michael, who streams sometimes and works on Holding On, a few years later said, hey, just to let you know, you didn't win, but a lot of the judges felt like your thing is actually the closest to being publishable, and if it doesn't get published elsewhere, I would be interested in helping you with that. So that was really nice. Cool. And it's a lesson on how long things take, because, 2015 was the UK Games Expo that came out, and yeah, there were definitely a couple of years of pandemic which delayed things, but it's kind of taken a while. But yeah, I'm sure there's at least another competition, but I can't think of it right now. So I think that's the thing, like what inspires you, what gets your creative juices going, that seems to be the common thread.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it has to be something about it that grabs me, or I'm just not going to be able to work on it. So yeah, I mean, Molly House was easy because I was really interested in the subject matter, and I really wanted to do justice to it. So that I didn't have to motivate myself at all to do that.
So you already had a theme in mind that fit the brief, because the brief wasn't to make a game about Molly's House. The brief was simply to make a game of some historical context and significance. Yeah.
So yeah, I wouldn't have made the game if the Zenobia Award hadn't existed. Like, I saw the announcement and then started, I suppose, thinking about yeah, what kind of game I could make, and that was what came out. So yeah, that was a definite motivation, was seeing that announcement of the award. So but I have started working on a couple of games that are just kind of things that I've come up with since then. So there's the alien dating game, which I'm quite excited about. I think people seem to like it.
It's a cute idea.
Thank you. But yeah, I need to figure out what I'm going to do with it, and if it's ready to kind of pitch, or if I need to work on it a bit more. I'm not quite sure at the moment. So
let's go back to Molly's house, and you explained the genesis, but what's happening now after the Zenobia Award? So you got a mentor as part of that, is that right?
Yeah.
And may I ask very, very briefly, how did that process go for you?
So my experience with it was really good. Yeah, you had to do an application form, and then they chose, I think just over half of the people who applied kind of were put onto the next stage where you got a mentor. So I was assigned Cole Worley, which was really great. I think he's a great designer, and having his kind of guidance in the process when I hadn't really designed a game before was really, really valuable in making that game. So yeah, I think mentorship is a really valuable resource, and if you can get a mentor, it's a really good thing to have.
I think, yeah, it's really important, and I'm just wondering if there's more ways of connecting people to other people. I want to say that I was asked to join the board of I really need to get this, the tabletop mentorship program.
Oh yeah.
And yes, there's a few of us on the board, and trying to think about things of doing outreach and making sure it's safe, and thinking about ways to expand it, and thinking of more speakers for future. But it can't just be one organization. It can't be just one body doing it. I mean, obviously, the Zenobia Awards, that's very much, okay, let's get people who know something about historical games, teaching people who want to make historical games, and that's fantastic. And I'm just wondering if we can have even more methods, because I saw someone on Twitter who was a fairly prominent comic writer, I want to say, and they said, hey, I'm looking for a mentor. If you're willing to help me out, let me know. Why do I need a mentor? Here's reasons. No matter how good you are, even if you're later on in your career, you still need help, and it's always possible to grow. I would like to continue growing. I would like to continue learning about this and this. And I try to pass on my knowledge to others so that hopefully other people can, and I hope that other people pass it forwards as well. And there's something really nice about that, and I thought, maybe I should be doing more of that, because again, it's a privilege that I've spent time on. I've worked for it, but I do have like thousands of Twitter followers, to the point where if I asked, hey, I am looking for a mentor to help guide me towards better business and selling things and actually making more money off these things, frankly, that's the thing that I feel I need the most help with. And we can stop when you want, and outlining my expectations, that's something that I feel might get results. And also, I feel like I should be looking at, I feel like I have been a wee bit remiss with the LDEC. Part of that was meant to be, hey, if you want mentorship, I want to make myself available, and I do want to, but I've not really put a calendar or anything. And I think it would be good of me if I did do some like Calendly or something to say, hey, this is my times when I'm available, because obviously not everything I do I want to be public knowledge, even though I am fairly open. I stream every day, and I've even got on it at the end of the month. I'm grieving for 2 days, but I've got scheduled grieving. And I'm actually willing to say one of those days I will be going to the funeral, and I will be doing the stream regardless, because I would want to. You can't stop everything. Like, at some level of normalcy, and even though it might be like a 10-minute stream, it'll still be something. And thank you very much, Scrappy Kids. Thank you, Dan, another lovely streamer, and talking about learning things. Definitely learned a lot from your cheery attitude, and it was lovely to teach you roots and play with you. And thank you very much for popping in, Scrappy Kid. But yeah, this sort of mentorship and learning from each other, I obviously get a bit of that through this show, but it feels like all of us, including myself, and I'm holding my hands up here and admitting, I'm not saying I'm a terrible person, that is far from what I'm saying, but I am admitting some degree of fault here, if you know what I mean, in that I could be doing more in facilitating mentorships. I would be happy to give my time, but also I would like to find someone in a more, this is exactly what's going on. And I think that's the key thing, to do these things in a mindful way. And even if there's something that you really don't want to do and maybe even struggle with, or there's something about it that really turns you off, like sorting out what the Calendly thing means and trying to learn their, it's just going to be a case of spending like an hour or so learning how everything works and putting it together, if you know what I mean, and then keeping it updated. But you've got to be thinking in your head, what is the impact on yourself? What's the impact on others? Because I put up a press release, and if I can't remember, do I actually link to it with stuffbybez.com/press? I should, if I don't have that redirect already set up. But I've got to Google Drive where I've got photos, I've got a little bit about myself, and so if anyone says, hey, can you give a description, I'll link them to that folder. And if they want a specific text count or word count, I can, maybe that already exists, otherwise I can do some editing. But it's about mindfulness, and sometimes, hey, programmers can spend a month doing something to make something more efficient when it's not more efficient at all. But sometimes you do want to sharpen your axe in order to actually get more work done. And thank you for following. Yeah. But yeah, Joseph, what do you think about all this? Yeah.
I mean, I think it's really important. I think it's been really valuable to me to have that that connection, and I think it gave me a lot of confidence as well, I suppose, in like actually having someone who I respect telling me that, I was on the right track, or that kind of thing. Like, even just that element of it was really valuable in the kind of fragile early stages of like having a prototype that barely functions, or that kind of thing. So I think it's really hard to get it going, especially when, I know people have very limited amounts of time to put forward for this kind of stuff, especially when I know a lot of game designers, it's not even their source of income, it's just something they do on the side. And then I suppose having the extra part of like finding the time to design their own games, and then also finding the time to mentor someone else in their games is can be quite a tall ask, I suppose. But it's definitely very valuable. Yeah, I think time and money always make these things very hard to do, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a question of priorities, and how can we prioritize things differently, or should we prioritize these things differently? I'd like to get back to Molly's house. So what's happening with it now? Do you consider it some? Yeah.
So yeah, so I've it's with a publisher at the moment, who's kind of looking over it, and so they're going to do some development work on it, show me what they're thinking of, like where it's going to go next, and then we're going to have a discussion about if it's the right fit or not. And so nothing's been signed at the moment, but if it all goes well, then hopefully it'll be kind of in the pipeline to be published potentially next year at some point. So
That sounds fantastic. Sorry, I had 30 seconds when I zoned out. I do very much apologize. So,
That's okay.
did you name a publisher?
No, so yeah, we haven't like officially signed anything, so I'm not kind of naming them at the moment. But yeah, it's definitely a publisher I would want to work with. So yeah,
Fantastic. And so it sounds like you're excited to be working with them, excited to see what they'll bring to the project, and excited to see, well, or read about, or just know, even if you don't hear or read from them, the players that are going to be engaging with your game and hopefully
Absolutely.
learning and provoking thoughts in their own mind.
Yeah. And honestly, like before I'd entered the award, if you told me that a publisher would want to publish a game about some niche queer history from 300 years ago, I don't know if I would have believed you. So it's good to be proven wrong.
Congratulations. My next guest, I feel like I might have to wait. I think I actually messed up and didn't send them the link until. Oh, amazing. So let me actually bring in my next guest, who is Adam Best, who does sorts of charity work and enlarges games, does giant versions of games, and I'm really looking forward to. We've spoken about me going there on Saturday and Sunday for their 3-day event. I'm probably not going to be able to make the Friday, but I'm looking forward to checking it out. And thank you for joining us, Adam.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
And so Adam's also from the UK. We've just been talking about the inspirations behind games, how you decide to make what you're trying to make, and how things can spark ideas in your head, as well as the utility, the benefit of mentorship for everyone involved. And also, I don't want to call it an obligation, but there's definitely it's really nice, let's say, if you are able to pass it on forwards, because at this point I've learned a lot that I didn't know 10 years ago for sure. And if I were able to ask myself, people say, what would you tell yourself from 10 years ago? But that's never the right question, is it? You want to have a conversation. You don't want it to just be a one-way message from the future. You want to be able to have a dialogue and actually look at their thing and discuss it based on the project. I think that this sort of project-based outcome is stronger. I don't know what you think. Yeah. But before we say goodbye to you, Joseph, is there a question you would like to ask Adam, myself, and anyone watching? Question of the moment. Here's a little bit where Joseph gets insurgent. The insurgency of other people gets of making questions. Kind of works.
Yeah, I suppose. how do you decide? How do you decide what to work on? How do you schedule your time, I suppose, and how do you? Yeah, how do you? Yeah, I don't know if you're self-employed or not, like how you make those decisions, but yeah, how does that process work for you?
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting question. I will answer first and then let Adam and everyone else answer. I want to say, personally, I guess I follow passions and also with a mixture of what is likely to be profitable. I am definitely going to do a second edition of a game about wee whimsical creatures and trying to identify them after some makes noises. After that, mostly been sold out. Once I printed twice as many as I needed, so I had 550 copies spoken for, and I printed 1,000 because got a bigger discount. And once I'm down to maybe 100 left, or I'll spend some time making a bunch of new creatures and letting people do that. So there's definitely a question of what do you have the audience up for, because if you do something and then it's more successful, well, clearly there's an audience for it. And yeah, I like money. I need to have money to be able to pay my rent and stuff. And frankly, yeah, there's each thing is separate. The quiz game that I mentioned, that makes me laugh when I think about people, when I think about the questions that I could ask. I'm not sure if I should have brand names or not, but I might say like, Bez went into Greg's at 9:19 on 13th of April 2022. How many people were in that Greg's? And that makes me laugh. And so the fact that it makes me laugh and I would like it to exist, I'm going to do that, because it's also a question of how much effort does this take. If it was a really difficult game to make, then I might not do it. If I had to actually do all the graphical assembly myself, I might not do it. But I've got someone else who can put together the files for me. I've got someone else who can actually print the thing. It's not like I physically need to manufacture it. Someone else is doing that. So it's like, a week of work and then of concentrated work, admittedly, and then that will be it. So I think it's important to follow your passions, to follow what you believe in, what you think will be funny, even if it's only funny to you. I think that deciding whether to go to a convention, it's kind of, and it's interesting because I reached out to Adam and I was talking about profit sharing whilst being at this charity event, and Adam said, oh, actually, you're offering too much, which makes me think that maybe I should be more mindful of the bottom line, which thank you very much for that, Adam. But yeah, it's kind of a mixture of what do I really care about, what might sell well. And frankly, in a bind, I started from a personal brief for myself from what can I print easily, 54 cards, and it's got to be something super simple so that I could imagine it selling well enough to be my big break. That's the game I wanted to be my big break. And I hope my memory is correct and I'm not being revisionist about it, but I remember being like, oh wow, someone thinks this is complicated. How can I make it even simpler? Not being able to work out how to make it simpler. And this was back when it was the slow and sadistic mode, where you've got a hand of cards and then you give them out to other people. And then someone suggested, hey, what if everyone just draws a card and does that? And because I was not trying to appeal to hobby gamers, I was trying to appeal to what's something that could theoretically sell 1 million copies. And I wasn't back then thinking, like, with that specificity of number, just what's something that could go gangbusters, if you know what I mean. And so that's, hopefully that answers the question. Adam, how do you decide? I don't know if this question applies to you. Joseph, if you could rephrase the question in a way that applies to Adam.
I think it does apply, because I would do work full time, but I do spend the majority of my spare time doing stuff game related, and it is always a problem deciding what to do. So you've got to sort of prioritize, but there's stuff I'd like to do, and I know, for example, I do all my own website stuff, and I look at it and going, I haven't put alt text on that image, and I haven't named that image properly, and I would love to spend the time to make everything I do fully accessible, describing the images with words. And I know I don't, and every time I post, I feel bad about it. But as a dyslexic person who's trying to get posts readable in the first place, so it's just working out what you need to do, what you can do, and then which corners are acceptable to cut. And I suppose it's different being a hobbyist who's trying to give back than a professional business. But I know I do regret the stuff that I don't have time to do, like the accessibility stuff, which is sad.
Yeah, the accessibility stuff is kind of sad, but at the same time, you need to think about if adding that text means you weren't going to make that post at all, I think it's okay to just do it. And I do try to, if I can, just have like 3 words. Like I did a quick post just before I started with Ross, and it just said like grey-haired man. I think that's all I wrote. And yeah, I would rather post and not have accessibility text than not post at all. That's kind of my stance.
It's mine as well. I'd like to be a perfectionist, do everything right, but there just isn't time. I have plans to try and do a bit more accessibility stuff, at least the physical stuff we try to do, but I'm aware that the social media stuff I'm not actually very good at. Going back to your point about having you at our events, it's you being there is a value. Having an interesting person who wants to go to the event, who is going to share the event on our behalf, there's value in that. We would like to come away with a little bit extra for charity, but having guest support, especially at this time with us coming back into real life, trying something new, that has a massive value in itself. So that should always be considered as part of the package of Bez turning up.
And I massively appreciate that. And, from a personal perspective, it's really interesting because right now we're just going into being able to go to places. And I do notice that there is a danger of, we have to be mindful of our time and energy for sure. But at the same time, this is kind of getting to Bez 2016, when it was like, wow, I can go to conventions and engage with people and they like my stuff. I want to go to all the places. And I think it was maybe 2017, when I started realizing, hey, I could go to this place. And not only would I make my money back, I would probably make a tiny profit. But even so, maybe it's not worth me going there. It was like at the point where I was considering like 4 different conventions, which were in the span of like 3 weekends, because 2 of them were one-day things, and I was actually considering going from one to the other. And then I just realized, no, this is too much. I've got no time at home. I'm just going from one thing to the next. It's just too much. And I think it's really important to know your own limits.
Yeah, definitely. Over COVID, we really got into roleplay games as a group. And I think during COVID, we played 41 different RPG systems. We really enjoyed trying the indie and the weird and the creative. And I was running RPGs 5 nights a week. Right now, since this year, so since January, I've dropped down from only running 1 a week. So that's my compromise. I've only got so much spare time, and I've sacrificed most of my gaming time for the last 4 months to get the charity stuff, the community stuff, to where it needs to be. So it's good.
I want to say a quick thanks to Joseph. Thank you so much for being with us. and it's been a delight to have you. Thank you so much for the chat, and I look forward to having you on one of the hopefully sometime before episode 700, so we can talk more about your other things going on.
That would be great. Yeah, thanks.
Or
thanks for having
indeed,
me.
if you do want to, talking about mentorship, if I was actually, I don't know if this suits your timetable, but if you want to pick like one weekend day a month, because presumably weekends are better for most people, then let me know. But let's chat on Twitter.
Yeah, let's discuss it.
Bye for now.
Great.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks for having me.
Bye. It's been lovely having you. Bye. Have a great day, whatever you do. Bye.
Bye.
And yes, that was Joseph Kelly, designer and word writer extraordinaire. I think showing off by the fact that earlier on when we were playing a quick words game on stream for about 15 minutes, Joseph was just like straight in there with all the anagrams. The opposite, so I hope that's not offensive, Adam.
No,
I was going to say the opposite of you.
So, some word stuff I
actually-
struggle with, some stuff I don't. It's interesting.
Are there word games that you're particularly good at? Like, not to be like just that you're like, oh, I didn't think I could do this.
I find Scrabble extremely hard because it's rigid. I find bananagrams and upwards a lot more flexible because you're able to change the grid, and it almost becomes a puzzle rather than spelling necessarily. I'm pretty good at the creative sort of ones, so just one, so Clover, where you can play with word choice and sort of the more linking meaning type ones.
And it's really interesting how words games have kind of, expanded somewhat. I guess it's almost like back in the day, in the 1970s or whatever, there might only be really 5 words games. But now that it's just exploded, we have to separate it into words games that are about creating words, about putting letters or combinations of letters into a certain order to create words. Then we've got other games which are about connections between meanings of words, like Just One that you mentioned, or indeed code names or whatever. And then we've got games that are maybe somewhere in the middle, like Phrasal or Giftable for me, where you have to think of words that starts with specific letters, but it's about the creativity and the storytelling that you do.
And then you can add a traitor or hidden team element on top with stuff like werewords or decrypto or crosstalk, where not only have you got to be very clear of your word choice, you've got to do it in such a way that it doesn't give the other team information.
It's interesting because words construction or finding word meanings or whatever you're doing is just one aspect of a game. But similar to memory, it feels like it almost overpowers the nature of the game. It's memory, making words, and maybe trading / negotiation. These feel like whatever else is in the game, you're going to say, this is a word game, this is a negotiation game, because as soon as you put in freeform trading, that's what the game's going to be about. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it does seem of all the themes, if you had to rank them, word would be quite overpowering. And I know a few people who likely have dyslexia as well. When you say a word game, they instantly pull a face. And then when you go, oh, but it's this word game, and they go, oh, okay, that's fine then. But yeah, you're right. Does seem to be the overriding thing. Like with werewords, you wouldn't say it's a traitor game. It's a word game.
Mm-hmm. That's an interesting thing. Like, is there a clear, like, if you had a words game that was also about negotiation, would you say it's a negotiation game where you're constructing words, or like, and that's an idea for a game. I don't think there's any words negotiation game out there.
You've got a deck builder game. Is it paperback where you're kind of constructing words by, and you can almost have a point where you're buying letters and trading them to other people who need them more than you. I think familiarity, if everyone knows what words is, but not everyone knows what a traitor game is or a negotiation game is it just a comfortable thing that we understand this well, which is why we default to it?
Yeah, that's probably true. I mean, as gamers, I assume that 80% of people who watch this show will have an idea of what a worker placement game is, where you take your little wooden objects and then you put it on a space on a board, and then that space says, you get this, and then you get that thing. And then because you've put your little wooden person down, no one else can go there. And that's quite a lot going on to explain what worker placements games are. Whereas if you say, oh, it's a word game, you make words. Yeah, that makes sense, right? And it's a memory game, you use your memory. Okay, makes perfect sense. It's a negotiation game, you negotiate. And then you've got these obscure, like, again, because we've been in this hobby for so long, we don't think of them as obscure, but hey, you've got this area control game. You've got even auctions. For someone who isn't familiar with that might struggle understanding what that's all about.
Then auctions, you get quite different types of auctions. You've got the blind auctions, you've got auctions where you can bid once. So even by saying the word auction, you still haven't answered the question necessarily.
Yeah, the question being, what kind of game are we playing? What kind of game are you proposing? Because I don't want to just sit down and play a game and then find that I hate it, and I kind of have to sit down and keep playing with you, because whilst I might enjoy your company and kind of be okay with the game anyway, you kind of maybe want to know the game a bit better, so that if one person's likely to really not like it, you can maybe negotiate, but like have a negotiation game about picking the game to play. But how do you choose what games to play with people?
I always go with what they want, not what I want. That's the first rule. I normally try and ascertain if they have any history. So Heritage Board Gamers is normally very good at bringing in non-gamers. It's been slightly less. Lots of new people have arrived, but everyone's had gaming experience, so we haven't had many non-gamers in the last year or so. But generally speaking, we have a lot of new gamers. I normally ask what type of games do they like and why. If they kind of shrug and go, well, I played Monopoly, my next question is often about what kind of films or books do you like? Is there a sort of theme you like? And you can slightly get a vibe from that. Because I think I said last time, I would rather play a game that's marginally too complicated with a theme that really sparks their interest than a game which is potentially too easy and or too bland and not exciting. But I like the things I like to know about is how much confrontation are they up for? There aren't many beginners fighting games, to be fair, but are you up for sabotage, treachery, attacking each other, taking each other's cards? And for me, I think we had this conversation as well, is how extroverted is the game? Are you going to be standing up singing or making lovely, wonderful noises? And those are the two kind of things that are easily forgotten about, but how much confrontation, how much extroversion is in a game? And then from there you can pick, because I think the first game, the player has to be comfortable. And those two things, attacking people and being extrovert, are two ways of easily making people feel unwelcome and uncomfortable. Even if they don't realize they are, that's the feeling they'll get.
And how would you try to work that out? I mean, what questions would you actually ask? Because you can't just go up to someone, well, you're not going up to someone, but if someone says, hey, what game do you think I should play? And then you say, well, how much confrontation would you like? Okay, I can get my head around that. But then how much extroversion would you like in your game? That's a bit of a...
Yeah, it's a tough one. I don't really have a script. I think it's one of the things I might try and write down, because I do, going back to mentoring earlier, I love sharing my knowledge. You could always, if it's a non-gamer, you could almost go, this game's a little bit like charades, or there might be some acting involved. And you just look at their body language. And if they start to shrink or look uncomfortable, we go, oh, we could try this game. And don't press the point, just use it as a reference that they're familiar with. I think charades is probably the most comfortable extrovert game, or most familiar extrovert game. As for meanness, you could just possibly ask that. It's like, I'm looking, here's a couple of choices for you. This is a word game, and this is a fighting game, which is quite mean. You'll be attacking each other. Which one do you like the look of the most? Don't give them a choice of like 15 games. Try and, based on, sometimes there's a snap judgment, which is probably can be incorrect, but try and get it down to 2 or 3 games, and just briefly describe the most important part of each game, perhaps. This is a fighting game, this is a word game, this is an extrovert game.
The interesting thing there is that you're talking about concrete choices. Like when you're actually talking to people, it sounds like you'll be saying, I mean, I'm going to use my own games as examples because why not? But I might be saying, hey, here's Kitty Cataclysm. It's a game about cat ponds, and you can be really mean and get your claws out and attack each other and steal from each other. And here's Wibble, or here's Quintuple, which is a turn-based word game where you're making words together, and just gauge their body language, because it sounds like what you're saying is that just asking, do you like being mean? That's a bit of a vague question. People might not know exactly what you mean. Whereas if you say, okay, it's all about stealing cards and picking on each other and getting your claws out, then some people say, oh, I don't like that. Or some people say, oh, that's exactly what I want. We love that.
So yeah, those are great examples. That's kind of how I would try and sell a game. Because we normally have a decent games library of a wide choice from everything sort of very beginnery and lovely, like King Domino or Dinosaur Tea Party, which is sort of, again, familiar. They're based on dominoes, they're based on Guess Who. But yeah, I agree if you describe it using the theme as well, so it doesn't sound bland and mechanical. That's a really good example of how I would do it if I actually thought about it.
I mean, I've done it hundreds of times, so hopefully better than when I started. But let's talk about charity work. Let's talk about, this whole show is meant to be about how we decide to do the things we do, how we decide what we're going to play, how we decide to run conventions, what makes a good board game, what makes a good convention, and how we decide that, hey, let's start running these events and trying to raise money for charity. Can you... Firstly, I've not actually asked you this. I do apologize. For those who don't know, there is, I've put it up. There was a thing in the comments, and also there's now Adam's little biographies, a wee piece of it scrolling along. But could you say the things that you want other people to definitely know?
Of course. We were probably one of the early clubs or communities to really get into charity stuff. So we've been doing it for 8 years, and we've been doing it non-stop. Lots of people come and go with it. So that's one thing I'm very proud of, that we've managed to keep it up and slowly get better and better. We love to give back, love to share knowledge, love to support the community, be inclusive. We're very much about sharing the hobby and providing free social activities. So one of our unofficial taglines is more than a games night. So we've got a free lending library, which is half being filled by individuals who give us their games rather than sell them, and half being filled by grants and publishers who give us games to help us get new games into people's hands as well. So that's lending library is one thing that we're proud of. We make giant games because they're cool, they're interesting, they get people to talk about us, entirely selfishly, and they're also really good fun. And we try and we've got one of the best charity events in the UK as well, which is in a month's time. So yes, charity, inclusion, giving back, sharing knowledge, and just trying to be a little bit extra.
I'm just going to... I don't want to be a jerk, so I don't think I'm being a jerk. And so saying I'm going to be a jerk isn't the right phrase, but I'm going to be difficult. Let's say, let's put it that way. I'm going to be argumentative for the sake of entertainment. And so you say you're one of the best charity events. How do you rank that? How do you feel comfortable claiming that you are one of the best charity events in the UK? That's quite a bold claim.
It is. We have raised £14,000 in 6 years. I think we can't compare ourselves to well, I choose not to compare ourselves to stuff like the amazing raffle that happened as part of Aircon, where they did £6,000 in an hour. That's a different scale. That's commercial, but from a kind of a completely free, volunteer-led, non-ticketed, accessible event, there aren't many like it. So actually, I can compare myself with very few other people. There's a prostate cancer one in Lancaster up in October or November. They've been going a similar time to us. I can give a shout out to the 24-hour board game charity event in July, but they do charge to enter, and we don't. So the number of charity events is very small, although it is growing. And the number ones which are completely free is very small as well, which I think.
And you are talking about just within the world of board games, of course.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, specifically in board games.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to again be slightly difficult, let's say, and pick you up on that.
No, I agree.
And so, what I understand, raising money for impoverished people, like for Mind, for mental health awareness, all of this is good stuff. But what made you feel like you could do it? Why did you start?
Part of it is entirely selfish, actually. Having charity events is a way of bringing people in. It's a way of recruiting, and it's also a way of getting cheaper venue hire. So there's an element of, and it was kind of things. Let's do it a little bit. Let's kind of bit charity, bit of gaming, bring new people in. It's partly free advertising, and then it turned out to be rather quite addictive.
Can you talk about that addiction and what keeps you doing it?
Some of it was personal pride, wanting to beat my record, wanting to raise more money than last year, wanting to, using our own sort of metrics, help more people. Some of it is, particularly the last couple of years, seeing how important the volunteer sector is, mental health is, and actually realizing I do have a capability to give back. I'm in a good situation right now, overall, and I can give back, and I would rather spend time giving back than doing something selfish.
And yeah, it's kind of like the old question of, philosophically, is there any non-selfish acts? Because we are all getting joy from being altruistic, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like, I talk about very much about my ego when I'm making things. There's definitely a strong sense of validation of, hey, I made this thing and people are having fun, which is great, but I was responsible for that fun. Amazing. And that gives me a sense of validation. And when you're talking about the volunteer workers, I think that when you're doing voluntary work, I always, when I'm running an event, well, I should say normally when I'm attending an event as a publisher and I'm having people there, I would like to make sure that if there's someone who's not in the best financial situation, that they can then still come. And so if I know that someone is going to put in the hours, then not only will I give them accommodation, but I'll cover their travel and, make sure that they've got money for food. And there were snacks, but I got told on a non-anonymous survey, it could have been anonymous, but everyone chose to give me their names, that apparently the snacks box was too well, that I didn't make it clear where the snack box was, and someone didn't want to ask, which was a bit sad that I only found that out, quite a bit after Aircon, because it would have been really simple for me to say, hey, everyone, the snack box, it's right behind here if you're working for me. Do you know what I mean? And
so
that's kind of, on me. Sorry, go ahead.
When there's so much going on, it's very easy to overlook stuff or assume that you've told someone or assume that knowledge is in your head is shared. It's something that having a team is quite useful to actually get people to check your ideas. But I think you're mostly a solo worker, so imagine sometimes you don't necessarily have those people to just run your ideas by, or do you?
Personally, so since I had someone working for me about 1 day a week, I want to say actually since 2019 almost. So back when I was finishing off the second edition LDEC, Wibble Plus Plus Deluxe it was called, and also Kitty Cataclysm, that might not have come out had I not been able to get Denim to come and join me and do bits of graphic design and scanning in and stuff for me. It wasn't anything that I was incapable of doing myself, but just the amount of stress and stuff, if you know what I mean, that it took. And then that might have even been right at the end of 2018. It was after the first Tabletop Gaming Live convention, whenever that was. Anyway, the point is, after that, that wasn't quite working out because Denim's also an actor and they weren't able to help me reliably. Whereas another friend, Chris, is working in a data entry job and they were able to take 1 day a week off and say, okay, I'll help you on Wednesdays. I will spend that 1 day a week. And so they'd been helping me for basically 3 years, 1 day a week. And whether that's scanning in things that I need to turn into work, running the LDEC Twitter account, doing that I hope. And yes, we do have chats. We do talk through stuff. And since, we might have to scale back to 1 day a week at some point in the future, depending on how the next few months go. But since a game about whimsical creatures and trying to identify them after some mixed noises, that did well enough that I was able to then invest the profits into having Chris for a few months come to 2 days a week. And that's been really helpful, just having them create graphics, do all sorts of stuff, and facilitate things that I might not be able to do on my own.
That's really good. I didn't realize you had as much of a team behind you. It is important, if only to act as a sounding board, because otherwise you can end up getting stuck in your own thoughts, or have I forgotten something, or have I made assumptions? So it's just having someone there you can speak to, and they're gonna.
Saying it's a team behind me is maybe overstating it. As I say, it is like basically just one person 2 days a week. And on the Kickstarter, I credit Dina, who gave a tiny bit of marketing advice. That you can see credits on my latest Kickstarter. I even credit the person who's printing the games, which, I don't know anyone else who does that. But I feel it's like, Rob's doing good stuff. And if people want to get print on demand stuff sorted, then speak to Rob. And I try to record the names of all the playtesters, but that's really difficult. And especially when people are just coming and going, and it's every time honestly, one of the massive benefits, and I'm really proud of having set up the Friday Daytime Playtests, where I play regularly with David Brain and Ellie Dix and other people who are making their own games, is that we've got 90 minutes of playtesting, then half an hour of scheduled break. And that half hour is so important because it means that we can connect as humans and we can, motivate each other, talk about one day, like Ellie will say, oh, this is something that's happening with me with a company that I'm not going to name because, that's maybe not something that Ellie wants to be known to everyone in the world, if you know what I mean. And then it's like, oh, that's exciting. I hope it works out. And maybe it will, maybe it won't. But we're there to support each other, to learn from each other, not just about the individual games, but also just to grow as people in a wider context, if you know what I mean. So I feel like those half-hour breaks are super important.
Definitely the same as after a good roleplay session, or even a board game night, you should have a bit of time which isn't scheduled for anything. So you can have the conversations of whatever they need to be human. As much as games are a great focal activity for the main meat of the session, having the free time at the end is important.
I love that. With role-playing games, I think that some sorts of debrief is a big thing in Nordic LARPs, but it's not just about the debrief of, in an emotionally heavy game, like if we'd played Holding On, The Troubled Life of Billy Kerr, which does deal with death and grief in it, and I think I would personally love there to be more games that deal with such topics. I mean, I think I've spoken to you about Seize the Power, which I'm
Yes.
super excited about. But not only do we need to check in with each other to make sure everyone's okay, but then maybe also to deepen our bond, not as characters, not as people negotiating the strategic landscape of how can my move improve my chances to win this game, not as actors, but as humans.
Definitely, yeah. It's about the human connection, and games are just a medium to help get you there.
That's a beautiful thing. And so, with the lending library, again, let me ask why. I mean, yeah, I won't put words in your mouth. I'll let you go ahead.
I ended up we have a lot of beginners, as mentioned, so I ended up rebuying a lot of the games that I'd sold previously, like Carcassonne and a couple of the other ones. I think I've rebought Ticket to Ride. And I was like, well, why are they in my personal library when they're only used for the club? Set them aside with some other games that are only played at the club. We'll take them to every session so beginners can be familiar. Oh, I know how to play that game. I'm not going to be nervous. And then the pandemic hit. This was start of 2020. And we're like, okay, so event library is utterly pointless right now. What else can we do? So we moved another 60 games from my collection across. So it's about 80 or 90 games of mine. I moved into it. And we set up a website because a spreadsheet soon fell over because it got too big, and started lending them into people's homes. And from there, people saw us do it. We got grants. People wanted to help. And what was supposed to basically be a small event library to make running events easier, they stay in a crate. We picked a crate up, we take it to games night. That was kind of the original vision. Has become a huge asset, which is worth thousands of pounds and is hopefully helping a lot of people. But it was just an accident.
And hello, Time Roller. It's lovely to have you drop in. Thank you for joining us. I was going to say it must be early because I'm used to saying that whenever there's an American in. But of course, this being a 100th show, like any show that ends in 2 zeros has been going on quite long. So, of course, for you, it is now 10 a.m., I guess. So it's not that early at all. But lovely to have you anyway. Talking about lending libraries, and in Hereford, it's available to anyone. How do people access this?
So we have a dedicated website, and I've tried to make it easy to use. So we've got like tags of like it's a puzzle, it's a fighting game. I've got tags on player count, and I think the website that we have is probably better than some of the e-commerce shops out there. And I kind of made it myself, so I'm quite proud of it, but I'm going to get some help to make it more accessible, going back to a conversation from earlier. So people can look on the website, browse what type of games they'd like to play, and then either message us and we can either arrange them to be dropped off, or if you come into a games night, you can collect them from there. What happens a lot at the end of the games night is people will have played a game, like, is this one in the library? And well, yep, don't take it home tonight. And I'll just borrow a game or two that they played that evening to take home there and then. It's completely free to borrow, but we do ask for a security deposit. So just to make people think about making sure to give the games back. Yes, on the right-hand side, you've got all the tags, age categorizations as well, beyond the legal ones, because obviously most age categorizations for board games are down to like size of components and legal testing. So I've actually tried to put proper age classifications on the games.
So if you look at the 2-player games, this is just anything that's 2 players, and you can see all the things. There's quite a few that, honestly, I don't know. Like Alan R. Moon, I recognize that name from Ticket to Ride, but I am not at all familiar with Skyline 3000.
I'm not either on that one. There's lots of lovely donations. Some we reserve the right to kind of move on to other methods, either sell for and bring a buy and put the money back in the pot. But generally, so far, most games that we've been able to have been good and they have gone straight into the library.
And there's 22 pages of these things. And how do they get ordered? Because this is not alphabetical.
It is ordered by date added, unfortunately, so the newer ones tend to come up at the top. One of the things I'm working on is actually, now I have tags and categories, making it so you can click on multiple of them and actually search better. But it's a blog post technically on WordPress, so it is on the most recent blog post is the default sort order. So it's not
almost
perfect.
feels like if you were able to, then probably you want to have some sort of idea in your own head of this is going like this is how much you recommend it to a newcomer and how much people are likely to enjoy it, and then you can
yes, we've got a difficulty rating as well. I think if you go to the top,
no, but I mean that would be the ordering.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes. In the beginning, I actually had played them all, and I was trying to like give reviews to them. But when it hit 200, I ran out of time to keep playing them all. So it's a bit.
Yeah.
I don't want to just.
You need
pull a
dedicated librarian.
Yeah. But I know the search engine isn't great on here. It does need a lot more work. But I am proud that we do have so many different search criteria. I've even, if you go to the top again, you've got about text and how much text is in a game. If you scroll down a tiny bit, you've got colorblind issues, accessibility issues, lots of text or no text. So again, thinking about one of the things we want to do is we're going to do a game night for some of the Ukrainian refugees which are arriving in Herefordshire. So understanding quite how much English and how much colloquialisms is in a game is going to be important.
I'm just amused how I was going to say some of these are a bit longer, and I was thinking, I do kind of mess that up with my names.
Yep.
When a game where a new bladder is got, when that game eventually comes out, I don't know how people are going to deal with that.
You're going to break some websites. They're going to be like a 100-character limit on the name.
I already broke Board Game Geek. They changed because I had a prototype called Plus, but it was literally just the symbol. So I was trying to have a game that was shorter than one letter. So I made it to be one symbol, and apparently that made it not work. So they changed some things about the page. But someone also told me that even Wibble++, the old name for the LDEC, was problematic because having a plus or any symbol was kind of bad in certain web browsers. But it's a really impressive thing, and it sounds like when you think about what you want to do, it's very much born from need and utility. Like they say that invention is the mother of invention, and it feels like necessity is the mother of invention. That's the one. Necessity is also the mother of action.
I ran out of room in my house, so I had to find an excuse to buy more games and store games elsewhere. So hence moving some of the club games elsewhere.
And just what do you consider yourself an introspective person?
I think so. I do like to analyze and wonder and worry about stuff. When I say I like to, I mean I do. I don't like doing it necessarily.
Do you like the analyzing? Like, I'm assuming you don't like the worrying, but do you actually like the analyzing?
I think I do. It's like, what can we do better? What has worked? I'm visual. I think that might be a dyslexic trait. So I like sort of visualizing and imagining things from different viewpoints from an empathetic point of view. It's like, is this good? Is this suitable for everyone? How can I make this better? And actually, when I do make a change, if only it's just changing the word to be a less pretentious word or a more common English word, even simple stuff like that, to making sure it's readable for everyone. I do like the outcome of what I hope is something that's more accessible, more easy to consume, and better for people.
It's really interesting because I know someone telling me that, I think Charlie Paul, one of the people working on Surprise Terror Games, illustrator and LARP designer, telling us that she really wanted to learn international English, not because her English was bad. She was a fluent English speaker. She's a native English speaker. I'm sure she's got very good marks in English. But the point is, by learning international English and learning what words are going to be more easily understood by non-native English speakers, then you learn how to communicate with them, what is accessible, what words you might be able to cut. Because, yeah, it wasn't until apparently just last week when I was working on a version of Drawn Together that was a massively multiplayer thing where people democratically created artworks. It said you may color in one section on each sheet. People were confused by that. Two people and non-native English speakers, and I said, well, it means every. Would that be an easier word? And he said, yes, absolutely. So changing it to each to every. And as a native English speaker, I'm not sure why I started off with each, but yeah.
That's definitely a big problem in lots of card games, particularly like card games where you've got to get the entire rules onto one card. It's a difference between every player, another player, any player. Does that include me? Yeah, so it's the whole badly written rule book can come down to a single misplaced word or an untidy word in it. And that's for English speakers, let alone English as a second language.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think that I would like to maybe add my next guest so we can have a quick chin wag before you skedaddle, Adam. And I would like to introduce Bruce, the founder and creator of the Party Gamecast, featuring the Party Gamecast, a podcast about party games and games you take to parties, as well as host of many other shows and game show hosts. And you've got probably the best backdrop, even though I'm now I guess it's so tempting to always be, I need to get this curtain perfect.
Well, I realized that, so I wasn't ready for it, but the screen went fisheye, the camera went fisheye, and if you go fisheye, it breaks the illusion. You start to see like the ceiling and the walls and my pinball machine, so I had to try to fix it. But if you know what, you already saw me do it. I thought I'd fix. There's a little bit of black background you can see there that I was trying to hide, but now we've given the game up, so here we are. Hi, Adam.
Hiya.
And Adam, of course, doing so much charity work, and we were just finishing off a conversation about accessibility and making games freely available in a library-style setting. And of course, this is something that talks about a lot in the Inverse Genius for games for schools and libraries, even though it is a library, even though it's not a government-funded library. It is a library that you've got going on, Adam. And I would like to quickly one question before you go. You mentioned a grant. Can you talk about that?
Yeah. So coming out of COVID, we were like, before COVID, we did 2 games a month, and during COVID, we went to like 20 or 30 games a month, and we had a huge growth, huge diversification, and it was like, shall we keep this up? And like, well, we can't. Going back into person is going to be too hard. We can't afford to. We can only do free venues. So shall we apply for some grants? So we actually applied for 3 different grants, a mix of accessible venue hire, some better signage for accessibility so people could find our venues right from the front door, and games to go in the library for stuff like we didn't have any children's games. They were very popular. So we applied for 3, expecting to get none. We wrote a good story about mental health and inclusions and education, so hopefully we wrote a good grant pitch, and we got all 3 grants. Since then, we have got a 4th grant. So I think we've raised about £3,000 in grants this year, which has been a mix between library hire, venue hire, getting some roller banners to make yourselves look more professional and easier to find. They're what people are saying at Aircon, a place like that. So that's all kind of part of building the brand to kind of help what we do. I will be writing a user guide on the website about our experience of charity fundraising and grants as well, and intending to do a little bit of a guide on how to get raffle prizes or library support from different types of publishers as well. And some of it might just simply be don't bother, and I think that could be very good advice. So if you're running like a games night in a village hall with 10 people, don't even bother asking for raffle prizes. Sounds brutal, but you're wasting everyone's time. So I will be sharing my knowledge on how to get grants and how to use grants on the website probably after May, though. I think it could be very useful for other
obviously
game
you've
clubs.
got big events coming up, and if people need reminded, it does say right there at the bottom. Bruce, you can point to it before it passes. There, 13th and 15th. Yeah, there it was. There it went. It's too far for you now. But yeah, Adam, if people want to check you out, then where do you like to be found? And before you go, do you have a question to ask of us?
Definitely the website is the best place to Herefordshire board gamers. Our May event is in Hereford, but there will be some online stuff as well. So please check it out, even if you're not local and or international. Question I thought of today, I think I know the answer for you two, but are you a explorer of games or are you a perfectionist? So would you rather play lots of games or would you rather play a couple and get really good?
I mean, definitely an explorer. Bruce, I think the same is true of you.
Absolutely. It's not that I don't occasionally hone in and find a thing I want to get better at, or more personally for me, it is to find a game that I want to make theatrical. You know, that I want to make big, that I want to make so that 500 people can play at the same time. I will occasionally find that, but by and large, and thank goodness you can't see it because it's a horrible mess here, but there's probably 450 games I can see from where I am, specifically because of that, because of the desire to explore and try more games.
Yeah, and if anyone in the comments wants to answer, then please go ahead. But I think that's, that's almost like a no-brainer for us too. But what might be more interesting is, okay, for me, this is going to be difficult. And also you, Bruce, because you kind of repurpose, you invent, you are designing. But would you rather, so you're allowed to invent games, you're allowed to play games you've made yourself, but would you rather never play another new game by someone else, if you know what I mean? Or... so you're only allowed to play what you've already got in your collection and you keep playing that as much as you want? Or would you rather never play any of the games in your current collection again?
Because my collection is so encyclopedic, I would stick with what I have just because I don't know. And this is one of those, there was a discussion I got into online about people being collectors and not players of games. And I think I am a person where I mean to be a player of games, and I have accidentally become a collector of games. And because of that, I probably have 2 lifetimes worth of board games near me if I just explored them all. So since I know what I can do with what I have, and I have some incredible props for the things that I have because of that repurposing, I would stick with what I have. And I think maybe that is a thing a lot of people should consider when they are hit with the new, the now, the next, buy, get, is don't forget, like, new cool stuff comes out all the time. And I never want to knock it because people are breaking borders all the time and creating new things. But, like, we've had a good 50 years of really good games that have been made, many of which are accessible and, dare I say, at least in the States, sometimes even cheap. Like you can go to, I don't know what it's called where everybody else is. It's their thrift stores here. Charity shop.
Charity shops, yeah.
I've heard. Church shop. But like you can get real good games for like $1 now because so many good games have come through the mass market system and have been spit back out by families that just, for whatever reason, didn't want to play them. That I think it's always to be considered. So I'm going to say, to answer the question you actually asked me, I'm going to say the stuff I have.
I mean, it's interesting because I've got a lot of games and I've got an embarrassing number of unplayed games. But even then, I would probably say being able to play the new stuff. I do have 300 something probably, and some of them I would be sad about not playing, like Twin It, and but even so, I think I would be more sad by the lack of possibility of exploring all the other things. And I do want to say, of my 300 plus games, most of them were incredibly cheap. Like, I'm talking, you know, Aircon, I want to say 2018 maybe. I went there and then there was all the stuff that people brought to the bring and buy, but then didn't collect, and then they didn't necessarily want to, so people didn't even take them back. So they put them up for the bring and buy for like $5, and no one had bought them. And so Mark was like, yeah, I don't know who would actually want them. And I'm like, you know what? I like having games. If you give me them at like a cheap price, then I'll buy them. So I ended up buying them for like maybe £1 or £2 each on average. And like, yeah, that's how I've got like, honestly, 50% or more of my collection has probably been, if you look at the actual cost to me, it's been like £2.50 or less per game.
Nice.
Because also that involves trading for things where the cost price of something for me is like £2, and then I trade it for someone else who's like got another game. Obviously, you don't need to pay RRP. Sometimes I once at UK Games Expo last year, I got just given a game by someone who's like, they bought like my entire collection of games. They said they just really like, and then I think this is possibly my biggest fan, and then they decided to give me The Fugitive by Tim Fowers.
Okay.
And then I thought, okay, wow, why do I have The Fugitive? Where did this come from? They didn't actually tell me that they'd given it to me until a day later. And so I assumed that Tim had been over and given me this. I went over and said, well, thank you very much. Here, have Kitty Cataclysm. And then they were like, oh, well, you need to take another game. No, we didn't. And then they kind of foisted another game onto me. And that kind of thing happens all the time when I end up getting also, and sorry, this might rankle with some people who are like, I want all the games. And I'm here to tell you, like, if you like, what Bruce said, you can get cheap games. Frankly, I'm going to do a break call like before I go to Thailand end of next year. So if you're interested, join my Discord. And if you're in the UK, like, you can get loads of my games for very cheap. Join me at the convention. I'll give you loads of games.
Well, plus you're somewhere in what is called on Inverse Genius stuff the Dewey board game life cycle, which is when you first are a gamer, you have this ravenous hunger to just own as many games as you can. You just want to see, you want them to encroach on your living space. You want so many games because you just want to be near them. You want to, like, you want to, like, when you're in bed about to go to sleep, you want to read rule books. You just want to touch them. You want to know you have them. And then as you go, you say, you know what? A thing I've learned about myself, I don't like every Spiel des Jahres winner. Many of them I don't enjoy. So then there's this period where you're like, oh, I got to get rid of games. And then you eventually get to a point after enough years and you've spent way too much money where you actually know what your tastes are. And you go, oh, well, every year I only need about 5 games that have come out. But I think that takes a lot. It's the same thing, I would say, not dissimilar to having a taste for music. Think about, like, when you're younger and you're literally listening to everything you can get your hands on. For me, just because I'm old, it was, well, let me grab, the 50s doo-wop, and let me grab Motown, and let me grab 70s funk, and let me grab 80s hair metal, and 80s, and like new wave, and figure all of that out while also being a 90s kid listening to Nirvana and Ice Cube. And, you listen to all this stuff, and then eventually you get to the point where you're like, there are really a couple genres I really dig more than the others, and I know I can kind of stay within those. I think it's the same thing with board games. It takes you a long time to figure out, you should never close yourself off to any subgenre, but it takes a while to learn exactly which subgenres are going to work the best for you.
100%. And Adam, so can't get rid of the adverts, but this is an example of what Adam does with the giant Suro tiles.
That's
People
awesome.
are actually the playing pieces wandering around. And this is, I believe, version 1.
Yeah, carpet tile, so 6.5 stone. A mistake, but a fun mistake.
And there was version 2, but I could not find it quite as quickly with a Google search.
It's actually, if you go to our website, there's a post on it today about Giant Games, and we're remaking Hey, That's My Fish, actually using proper paint, not poster paint.
Nice.
Yeah, so we like to go giant with our games, where you're the playing piece, where they get harder and more exciting. And I think you like to go wide with your games.
Yes. But no, that is exactly the kind of stuff I look into and I love. When I did stuff for North Star, one of the very first things I did was have them make a blackjack table, an honest to goodness full blackjack table to do wits and wagers, because spectacle is fantastic.
Yes.
There we go. Hey, That's My Fish, Giant Edition. People are the playing pieces. That's what you call a big game.
Yes, and we've also got Terror Meeple City Rampage, where the buildings end up about 6 foot tall, and you get to knock them over.
That's awesome.
And that was really nice, because we've had some people play it who wouldn't be able to play for various reasons the original game because it's too small, but they could take part in some fashion, knocking down the buildings and have them tumble around them.
One more time, I'm going to post the links there, and if anyone wants to check it out, the links are in the Facebook and YouTube and whatnot. And thank you for the elegant pointing.
Doing what I guess part of the job of a game show host is knowing when and where to point.
You're a good pointer.
I try, gosh darn it.
I raise.
Do you exercise your pointing finger?
As much as I can. A lot of these, but I don't want to offend anybody, so I'll just keep it at the regular. I don't want to scare you with my flexing. But there we go.
Adam, is there anything you'd like to say before you skedaddle?
No, just thank you very much. One point I did raise to the other board game organizers, to the Facebook group, so it's good. Like with your club, do you promote the playing of games or do you promote the buying of games? So. Because you see posts like, what have you brought this week? What's new? And I'm like, is that really healthy? Are you I'm not trying to lose you guys' business, but are you telling your members of your community that you should be buying games every week? Is that just driving the fear of missing out, as you said, the early phases addiction? I try and phrase it, what have you played this week? What is new to you? What's your best experience? And then the last point might be, or what have you purchased? But is it something to be aware of? There's a lot of people who have spending problems, addiction problems, and probably shouldn't be spending as much as they do on games. I think we can be aware of that and make sure that we don't push too hard on it. Obviously, please do buy Bez's games. That's a given. But equally, only buy stuff if you really need it and want it.
Yeah, and I think that's a big thing. Like, also in terms of... I don't want people spending money that is going to be problematic to them. And also from a environmental point of view, if someone's going to buy my game and never play it, I don't know, like, is it really giving them pleasure? Is it worth like having this hunk of plastic? Like even the Betty bargain bags, they're still like, even though it might be recyclable plastic or whatever, it's still there. It's still using, it kind of, I think, in my instances, they are tiny things. So it's not as problematic, but it still feels symptomatic. And that's why I think that I'm really proud of being able to say, yeah, £1 and you get the print and play. And that's actually almost as good for me, frankly, as pledging to buy a copy of the game on the Kickstarter. Because if you pledge on the Kickstarter, then more people are going to hear about it. Your friends get pinged if they're following you. And, Kickstarter shows it to more people. And of that £1, I don't need to spend any more money or effort or send anything out. So I get like 90 pence of that because, yeah, they take a wee cut. But that's pretty good reward for me. And so I'm like, yeah, if I get to a stage where every time I put out a new Bessie bargain bag, 1,000 people are like, heck yeah, I'm going to like buy this for £1, I would be okay with that. I would be 100% okay with that.
I also think another thing to consider, because you have to remember all the hats I've worn through my time doing stuff, is remember in a lot of these groups, and I'm going to speak mostly to your Facebook, probably more than the rest of them, but any of them could be, is watch who your marketers are. Watch who in your group works for a company or has a vested interest in getting you to spend. It doesn't mean that they're not your friend. It doesn't mean that they're not making solid advice to you. It's just every time somebody says, like, would you buy? Are you going to buy something? Are you going to get something? Say to yourself, is there any way they can profit from what they're saying? And then take that with a certain thought. Because in a lot of cases, the people in those groups that are reminding you to buy, it's because they work for a company and they need you to buy. And every company is going to say the same thing. Don't buy a game you don't need. But if you're going to buy games, I'd like you to buy mine. So just kind of, remember that. And it's because nobody wants to be the cause of your addiction. And if they do, they don't want to admit it. There's no Kickstarter where if you talk to the person running it and you say, well, you do realize that the whole Kickstarter is built to trigger an addiction cycle, right? They would go, no. My Kickstarter is just built to build excitement. You're like, well, the whole stretch goals thing kind of was built to create sort of an addiction cycle, so you would constantly have a new hit coming to you. You'd have a new surprise, a new box to open up. And, because no one's here to hurt you. But I would say if you're in those groups and it's buy, more, take a quick look and just kind of see if that person has a vested interest in you being separated from your money. That's kind of what I always do. If I start to feel the cycle kick in, because I have an addictive personality. Fortunately, nothing that's really gotten me bad other than this room full of board games. But nothing I would say that's really hurt me. But when I start to feel it kick in, I say to myself, okay, what is this person doing? Does this person have a motivation? Do I really need the thing? And I can kind of calm myself down. And I would say, just think about that. Can you get the same hit by playing one of the games you have? I can't. I think you're trying to talk to me, Bez, and I can't tell because you're.
I'm going to take a tiny camera break, because I need to relieve myself.
Of course.
But I know you have enough personality. I'll just mute myself for a moment.
Fair enough. You do you. So then I would say, Adam, is that something that you've seen? Because it was your question. I hate to hijack it, but that is what I usually look at.
Yeah, I think so, because there is a support group as well for people who have board game spending addiction, which is quite useful. It is a private group, so what happens there stays in there. But it's something that I'm aware of. Is just the empathetic part of me going, what message am I actually sending out? And I follow a lot of groups for best practice, and there's definitely some groups which push it, but I hadn't really thought about within these large shared groups, is there a motivation, whether it's subconscious or conscious? That's a good point.
Well, I think in some cases, from the having been that marketer, my position is I just want to show you what I have. If you want it, great. If you don't, fine. I'm not mad at you for not wanting the games I'm selling. But the problem is if there's 50 of us doing that, any one of us doesn't have a sinister motivation at all. But 50 of us put together create this wave of sort of an attack of ads where, once again, no one of us, and I guess that's more a previous life, but when I would do that, my goal wasn't to pick up any people that didn't want what I had. But if what I was doing was part of a cycle for people, so were the other 49 people. So that's the only thing I would say, is to sort of pay attention to that when you see it come up. And remember that in a lot of cases, when folks are posting those things, if they have that kind of profit motivation, they're not really targeting you exactly. They just know there's 35,000 people in that group, and maybe 400 of them would like to know about the new game that's coming out.
No, that's a very good point. It's just something I thought I would raise, because it's something that just be mindful of the message you're sending. We always try and push secondhand or ding and dents most of our library. When we had a grant, I went through the ding and dent section first of the various websites which have them in the UK, and some of them have got quite bad damage, and that's absolutely fine. But the time I've lent it to 10 strangers, I'm sure it's going to be a lot worse than new condition.
Oh my goodness, definitely. And I would say, unless your goal is collectability, and once again, I found myself as a collector, though I did not mean to. If you really are a player and you really are going to play them, ding and dint are the way to go. Used games are the way to go. Going to a convention, exactly what Bez was talking about. Going to a convention and waiting till the bring and buy ends. And often, even if people want to collect their games, you can say, oh, look, here's the deal. Your 20 games would be $100 or 100 quid. I'll give you 20 and you never have to see them again. And most people will go, oh my goodness, you mean I don't even, nope, just tell me which 20 are yours. I'll collect them. You have a great day. You're usually going to be able to do that, especially if you'll take them indiscriminately. Because it's folks like me where I'm choking on board games because there's so many where I'm like, oh, I wonder what this is like. And a lot of it is me still processing. Another great way to get games if you're out there is to work for a company at a convention. Because at the end of the convention, you usually have copies of games left. So everyone trades games with each other and you can end up with some stuff. So I have a ton of games that I never wanted. But there was that greedy piggy thing in me where it was like, oh, well, if I'm going to get free games, I might as well take them all. And then I look at them later and I'm like, what do I need this 30 games for? None of these appeal to me. What was I even thinking? I was just like greedy for greed's sake. I learned a lot about myself during my time doing that sort of stuff. But it is definitely a way, if you're just looking to start to kind of amass a collection, that you can do it on the cheap. And in a way that kind of gets games out of the system that there may not be another way for them to find their way out of the system.
It's fascinating what games get, discontinued, gets overproduced, and then they go on massive discounts. I mean, I was at Cannes and Spiel, and, again, this is a privilege thing talking because most people don't get to go to these places, and we have to be mindful of that because I'm talking from a place of privilege. I get to go to these places for work. And yes, it is actually work. I don't know why I'm doing air quotes, but, it's super enjoyable. And I'm super privileged that I get to consider all of this travel a work expense legitimately, right? Because it's advertising, it's selling my games to people. But then, sure, when I go to Essen and I say, hey, wow, they've got these games and are €3 each, and it's 3 different games. And I say to the person, hey, would you trade my one game that's a tiny little box, but this just came out and I'm selling it for 17 quid, and would you trade it for all 3 of your things? And then they have to chat to someone and yeah, sure, and then they give me 3 big box things, and it's wow, I just got. And then going to Cannes, and then at the end of the show there's this one shop which is selling slashing prices until the last day. It's a big queue, and you need to queue up to go in, and then they're selling things for literally €1 or €2 each. As you say, they don't want to take them home. They've got hundreds of them. And then I spent another week in France, and then it was wait a minute, that same game that I just saw them selling for €1, and then here it says at full price. But it's
and the life cycle of a game right now, unless your wingspan is a month.
I feel this is a conversation, Adam. I know you have to go, even though it's been lovely having you, but thank you for initiating this chat about replaying versus, not playing or playing new stuff. And unless there's anything else you want to say, I'll just say goodbye.
Have a wonderful stream, and I'll hopefully speak to you both soon.
Yep, and looking forward to seeing you at the convention. And bye. Thank you for the chat. Bye. I hope you have a nice hat. Bye, Adam. So yes, Bruce, let me actually change the camera angle. There you go, so people can see the best bits of your gold.
That took care of my problem with the curtain.
There we go. Whereas I've still got this pole over here, and nice. I just kind of do that. For those who don't know, I moved house about start of December, and had COVID over Christmas, and just been super busy trying to get lots of stuff made, and just not had time to unpack. So I've still got all my boxes all around, and yeah, it's the way it is. But Bruce, I think I gave you a brief introduction, but what would you like to say to people watching that they might not already know?
Well, let me just go through all the basic stuff, because if you've never seen me before, let's just give you all the
Who the
framing.
heck are you? Who are you?
I'm the moderator of the Party Gamecast, featuring the Party Gamecast, a podcast about party games and games you take to parties, but mostly food. We've become a food podcast over the years, and that's fine. I'm also part of the Inverse Genius Network, which means I do one show called Fortnightly. Every 2 weeks, we talk about just things that excite us. It can be about anything, as long as it's not about board games. Because also, we do On Board Games, which is a show all about board games all the time. I would tell you, just going to help you there, fair viewer, whenever you're seeing this. If the episode has me, if you see Bruce, it's not going to be a serious episode. A lot of the episodes are very serious topics that are incredibly important to the hobby, that include all kinds of topics. Those are not the episodes they put me on. When we're just going to do jokes for the whole episode, that's when we throw me in there. We keep me out of the very serious topics, and that's really for the best. So I'm just going to let you know that the tone changes wildly if I'm on the show or not. So I'm just going to warn you about that.
I think you're overselling it a bit.
I don't know, because I'll look at some of the episodes and it's like making sure that people of color are involved in the hobby will be one episode, and then I'll come on and it's like all dick jokes are an episode. So I mean, like, those are wildly different, and one is clearly significantly more important than the thing I'm doing. But both are there. So I just warn you, because the episodes I'm not on are usually pretty heavy topics about, are we doing enough for accessibility within the hobby? And are we doing enough to make sure that as many voices as possible are coming forward? And are we doing enough, consumerism and that sort of thing? And then I come on and it's just like, doop, 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 fart. Like, so I just want to, I want to calibrate.
I don't think there are any
that.
actual dick jokes on board games.
Yeah, no, there are none, but that's that's the way I like to do to calibrate, because it's usually the shows that I'm on are a lot more whimsical than the shows that I'm not on.
Whimsical's a good way to put it.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair. And then, so I also worked for North Star Games, formerly makers in the U.S., the publisher for Quacks of Quedlinburg and Taverns of Tiefenthal, formerly the publisher of Happy Salmon, formerly the publisher of Wits and Wagers, and
also the creator of Wits and Wagers.
Yeah, no, and Dominic was the creator of him and Satish.
Palamajari.
Rest him wherever he is. Made those games, and then they also are still making the Evolution series, which I was there for, and now they have a new one that their new designer Ben made called Paint the Roses. But but I was there when they were into all the party games and all the family games and that kind of stuff. So I also did that.
Done this thing where they sold Happy Salmon to Exploding Kittens, who did a complete redesign.
Oh, they sold that to Exploding Kittens. They sold some rights. I will begin with, I did work for the company. I very much was in the highest meetings and the highest rankings. And then they needed to start cutting back employees, and they let me go. Since then, like, we're cool. I still talk to some folks from there, but I don't really know what's going on. Every once in a while, they would tell me if it was a product they knew I personally was emotionally very connected in. They would kind of like send me a message and go, by the way, Bruce. So I don't know the deals. So anything I say, if something I say sounds like a definitive for a deal that's been made, do not pay attention to that. It's just me using vernacular. But I know Mattel has Wits and Wagers. And I only know that because at Target, I saw the box I worked on, and the Mattel logo was in the corner. So I know that's theirs. I don't know where Say Anything is. I would guess also Mattel, because I can't imagine they cut a deal on one and not the other. And the same thing, like your monster matches and your stuff like that, I would imagine they're probably over with Exploding Kittens. But I don't know because they haven't made anything. But I know that the same designers behind Happy Salmon and Monster Match is one of the head designers for Exploding Kittens now. So I feel like they would have just picked up all their stuff because they had the designer in-house. But yeah, it was a large sort of sell-off to get themselves to a point to where they weren't in every market. Because that's a tough thing for a game company. When I worked there, one of our biggest problems was we had a hobby channel. They call them channels. We had the hobby channel. That's sort of probably the people we're talking to now. But if you're in a hobby store that specifically sells hobby board games, if you're in a comic book shop, if that's who we're talking about there. Additionally, there is a second channel called the Family Channel, which is going to end up being, I don't know what it looks like in the rest of the world, but in the United States, it looks like
I'm going to
crazy
pause
special
you for a
shows.
moment.
Sure.
Just to say thank you, everyone. I see so many people coming in. Slivers, Yoda, thank you for popping back. Tom Posh, Bladio, Marky Mark. Thank you very much for the raid. Marky Mark saying happy 600th episode. Thank you. And I hope you enjoyed the chat. This is me. I am Bez. This is Bruce H. Vogue. We're just talking about North Star Games that Bruce used to work for. And thank you, Alone Shark. Alone Shark? That sounds like... anyway. Yes, thank you for following. And I hope that if you've got any topics that you would like to be discussed, any guests for future streams, let me know. I stream normally every day at 10 a.m. UK time. But when I get to 100 episodes, I've started doing these longer things. For 400 and 500, I went extreme. I had like 25 hours of as many guests as I could possibly do. And I had like maybe 4 people per show that I gave them like their own 1 hour slot, including Dominic Krapachetz and Eric Klang and Elizabeth Hargrave and lots of lovely people and Aldi. But oh my gosh, is this a double raid? Wait, Marky Mark. Oh, I just got this alert. That doesn't make sense. Did all of you send messages and then Marky Mark raided? I'm slightly confused. But anyway, whatever. Pleasure to have you all here. And we are, this episode, going to finish up in about an hour and a half-ish. Meet myself, Amabel Holland, Bruce, bringing it to a close and talking about why we do the things we do. Why? How do we decide to do the things we do? But yes, thank you very much. Hello, Monique. And yes, so Bruce, you were talking about everything's going off, and anything else you want to say about who you are?
Well, the first thing I want to do is I want to thank Tom for the compliment on my Operation T-shirt. I just want to note that. I want you to know that I saw that, and thank you. And then the final thing I'm going to add, because I also work for North Star, so I have that experience. And then right now, I have a business where all we do are interactive events and game shows for weddings and large corporate functions and private parties and that kind of stuff. So it's just the next extension of doing games for people where they are, hopefully for money, because that's how I pay to eat and stuff. But so it's been a lot of things all over the industry, having done, events once again within sort of the board game space, having also I did casino parties, which are a thing. I think they're a thing most everywhere, but a lot of like not-for-profit and corporate private things where you set up like a full casino for people to play where nobody loses any money. I did that for years and years and years before even coming into the board game industry. So yeah, all over, all kinds of stuff.
So my first question that I've been asking people is generally, and I want to ask this of the audience, like when you're proposing a game, because we all play games, right? And when you're going to someone and say, hey, shall we play a game? How do you decide what game to play? What goes through your mind?
So for me, it's thinking about the person that I'm playing with, where they are in the ability to want to accept rules, and what they're willing to accept sort of in frivolity. Because in some cases, like I have friends that will accept an incredible amount of rules and they really, really dislike anything that isn't directly within their control. They don't really like chance. They sure don't like dexterity. And I have to think about that sort of thing. For most people, if I'm talking to like a person, like an average human being, then it's trying to think of something I can explain quickly and can be a satisfying experience for that other person. This is assuming it's not times where we're just exploring games. Because I have groups of people where they understand we're going to bring the game in, we're going to crunch our way through the rules, it's going to be painful, and we're going to be able to check off a new experience in our day. So, if it's not that, if it's coming to someone else, like coming to my in-laws or a generic event where people are like, oh, Bruce, you know what games are. that's sort of what I consider more is how can I get someone over the natural humps that are within a game and get them through kind of the gravel to get them to the experience that is what we all like, which is why normally I'll do something like bring a crokinole board with me. Because as long as I have people that don't have, like arthritis or any kind of issue with their hands and can play a dexterity game, it's a big game. It makes your average person go like, what the hell's that? Which is exactly
what brings you in. It's appealing, it's eye-catching, it's a centerpiece.
Yep. It has just enough rules that when you understand all the rules, you feel smarter than you were when you started. It has just enough complexity that you're like, I've learned a thing now. Which I also think can be important. If you feel like there was no hill you climbed, then it's just a thing. It's, and unless it's a huge spectacle. So like if you play skee ball is such a huge spectacle of rolling the ball down and it jumping up into the thing that
I'm actually struggling to think of a game that has so few rules that I wouldn't feel like, oh, I learned something.
I mean, like, if you look at a game like Telestrations, that is a game where if the experience wasn't fun of the pictures we drew, it can just leave your mind as a thing that never happened. You need, like, you don't remember the playing of the game at all. You remember, oh, there was that time we did this thing. I would say the same thing happens for what we call chooser games. The most popular, probably Cards Against Humanity, though I don't like to give them any shine. Apples to Apples, of course, being the old school version of that. But a lot of those chooser games, the game playing, you don't really remember. You remember whatever inside joke you came up with, which is, I would say, is different than a game like, God, what's the version of it? Time's Up. Is that the one I'm thinking of?
Time's Up's where it's kind of like charades, and then secondly, you've got to communicate something via just, well, it depends. Yeah, there's like more restrictions, like maybe you have to do just words, and then thirdly, it's just one word, and then maybe it's like, okay, one action and just one pose, and you have to stand like a statue.
Yeah, I was trying to remember what the new hip version of it was.
Oh, monikers.
Monikers, thank you. But just like monikers, there's monikers, which is an implementation. Yep, Marky Mark, that's exactly what I was thinking of, was monikers. That's the new hip cool version of it. But that's the one I was thinking of, where there's just enough rules in that you have to ask once or twice and you feel like you did a thing. What you're going to remember, of course, is the fantastic charade you came up with for whatever esoteric person or book you were talking about. But there's just enough rules that you feel like you did a thing, and even if nothing was incredibly remarkable, you have that moment we just had where you're like, what is it? I think it's 3 words, and then it's what, that sort of thing. I think without a little bit of that complication, you don't remember that you did a thing, which I don't think is bad all the time. I'll be honest. I think sometimes just a casual thing being a casual thing is great. But in a game like Crokinole, there's just enough rules to it that you, even if you didn't love your time flicking discs, you're like, oh, I just learned a new thing.
That's interesting, like talking about the appeal of actually learning the thing, because, I'm not sure I'm fully on board with this. I just want to express that. So I'm not like bothered by it enough to disagree and have an argument about it.
And I'm not so hell bent on it that if you were to disagree, it would upset me.
It feels like something that might be a valuable argument. It feels like, if you've got something like Tolkien, right? Super complex worker placements, gears going round, doing all the wizzy stuff, and they're like, oh, what's going on? There's lots of resources to learn. There's lots of consideration of when do I take this off the track. There's also an aspect of feeling smugness. Maybe that's a horrible way to put it, but you feel a little bit smug. Ooh, I was able to learn that. And like when I first learned DMACR, it was like, hey, this is meant to be quite a complex game. But I managed to do really well on my first game. And when I played it the second game, I managed to win. Then feeling, wow, this is brilliant. And there's kind of like do you get what I mean?
Yeah, and I think there's a little something to that. I think because food has its minimal amount of value as far as like a novelty thing to do, right? So you don't remember most of the simple meals you've eaten. you remember the really weird ones that took some time and some thought either to get them, or you took a picture of them, or, you know. So I think there's something to that of when it takes up a little brain space and it's a little more than just the simplest thing to do, you kind of remember it more. And I think right now, you know, I can't speak for anyone but me. I don't understand outside of myself. But for me, I'm looking for experiences in life. You know, so even if it's going bowling, I can go, oh, I crossed that off. I've never been bowling before. You know, I think that kind of thing happens here. And if it's a little too simple, it doesn't click that I checked a thing off a box. You know, like one of the things I've seen with Crokinole, even with the crunchiest of gamers, is that because it's so hard to get near a board and it's so hard to find, that even the crunchiest of gamers want to play a game of it to check it off that metaphorical box in their head of, at least I've tried it. I mean, I think part of that is there's just enough rules that you've done a thing. I think, thank goodness, not more. Because a game like Zulkin, I played Zulkin, I was like, never again. I never need to be near them again.
Strong words.
Words. Everybody is different. I put it in the place where I put a lot of things, which is it's great for other people. It's not great for me.
It's totally fair.
Yeah. I don't like games where it feels like I'm turning this knob to get a click over here, to turn this knob to get a click here, to turn this knob to get a click here. It feels to me like you've artificially put the knobs in the wrong places. If we were doing this knob should be here. There's no reason this knob should do something here. In my head, I know for a lot of people, they love the complexity of, but which knob? There's 7 knobs. I need to do the thing in place 6, which maybe knob 4's the knob. For me, that's just never been my scene, but that's also why I have a podcast about party games. That's why it's not the incredibly difficult 18XX cast.
Oh my gosh, I just noticed that got a memory leak on, apparently Firefox is using 52 gigabytes of RAM just now, which is kind of horrifying. I'm going to switch over to my phone and then restart my computer very briefly, but let's see if I can quit some other things just so that I can hopefully add in my next guest, who is an amazing designer of many weird games, made a war game on a lark, and then decided to keep making them because, hey, it was actually, found an audience. And then, but apparently, according to something you said 3 years ago, you hate party games. You said that...
A lot has happened in 3 years.
Wrong. You can still be a wonderful person and abysmally, horribly wrong. That's fine.
I mean, it's not the only thing I was wrong about 3 years ago.
You know what, all of us, we learn and we grow every day, and that's what we need to be able to do.
Honestly, I am okay with it if you hate party games. I don't think I do.
So can you remind me of the quote? Because I'm not...
you said that in a different universe, you made a party game on a lark.
Pardon?
I said, let's not even worry about the quote. I see no reason for us to hurt you with a quote you may or may not have said. What's your favorite party game?
Whatever the other people want to play. I'm very chill these days compared to 3 years ago.
And that's all
I think I do remember the quote now as well, which was something about because I fell into war games and train games because those I got traction there. I didn't get traction with like Euro games at all. Mm-hmm. And I think I said, in some alternate universe, I got traction with party games, and I would have done like 60 party games, and I wouldn't have found that as fulfilling. I might have been a little more. I might have been a little more stringent 3 years ago, but
and I think as a person that loves party games and that is my stock and trade, mm-hmm. I think I can safely say that when you start to get to the sort of things that you do, you're getting into like prog rock, where it's it's very masterful and difficult, and making those things so that people can understand what you're doing is real tough. Whereas party games are a pop hit. And there's something to be said for making a good repetitive pop hit. Here in this house, we appreciate Britney Spears. But I also understand that if you love prog rock, you're like, it's repetitive garbage. That's why would you even care? So, I mean, different strokes for different folks.
So I love prog rock, but you know, I also love pop stuff. I just don't have the knack for it. And I think a lot of my games, when I play games, a lot of my interest is vocational. Like when I thought I was going to do Euro games, I played a lot of Euro games. And then as that stopped, you know, as I didn't get any traction there, and I got traction with the war games and the train games, that became basically what I was playing.
Yeah.
You know, so and now of course, being a publisher, all I end up playing are games that I'm publishing. But yeah, and you know, I still will play Euro games, lighter games, even there are some party games I won't play.
Oh, that's fine. There's some party games I won't play.
Yeah. I mean, there's some specific games that are like, no, that's not for me. But generally, you know, I'm there to enjoy the company of the other people at the table. So it's really whatever they're into. You know, if I'm going to hang out with, like, I'm not a huge fan of like 18xx games, but I'll play them with people if that's what they want to play. That's the kind of group it is. And if it's a group that's into much lighter games or party games, I will play with them. You know,
of course.
Because it's the people that are interesting.
I feel bad about tripping you. It doesn't mean this to be like a big gotcha moment.
No,
and
I don't feel
Motten. Is that Motten Bai or Motten Bal? Anyway, Motten Bal, it's lovely to have you join us. But yeah, it was just, I thought it was kind of funny the way you said, oh, in an alternate universe, I would be working on all of these, and that sounds worse than being stuck in a cabin.
Oh, okay, yeah, and I know the interview now. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that and that was you know, there are a lot of things I said and thought 3 years ago that I'm a bit embarrassed by. That's you know, that's minor. Yeah, I don't feel God. So don't worry about that.
And plus, I sit on the exact opposite side. In most cases, if someone tells me a game is 3 hours long, I would just rather not.
Oh, well, see, I don't like even my heavy games. I mean, they're an hour. You know, I don't have the time. I have a cat, so all of our games, they have a certain footprint that's defined by the amount of table space we have in the home, and there is the time footprint of how long it takes to play. Really is like, how long could this be set up before the cat got interested in it? And so that's why, you know, even within the space of like historical war games and historical games, I mean, I think my longest one maybe is like 2 hours, and you know that's it. Just I need things a little quicker, you know.
I try to look at all media similarly. You know, like if you have a weird 10-minute film you need to show me, I've got 10 minutes to figure it out. If you have a weird 3-hour film you have to show me, it better be a masterpiece. And I think I feel very much, for me, games are the same way. If you have a quirky 5-minute game you need to show me, I have 5 minutes for, as long as I'm not personally offended by the theme, whatever quirky 5-minute game you have, put it on the table. But once you start to say, well, the setup's only 45 minutes, then once it's set up, just watch this 30-minute video and we'll be ready. Game's done no more than 4 hours. At that point, I don't even know what kind of masterpiece you need to be. Far more than the Marvel movies combined, because there's not enough there for me to want to give you that 4 hours in one chunk. So I completely agree with you that there has to be something to be said for that. How much of my life am I about to lose to this experience we're about to have together?
And if you've got something that's shorter, ages ago, I realized that people talk about fillers like you want some bread around it. But you know what? Sometimes I really like so-called sandwich fillers just on their own. Sometimes I like, tuna mayonnaise with some cucumber in there. Just that's it. That's, a meal on its own. Sometimes I like egg mayo on its own, coronation chicken on its own. Like, I like those things. You don't need the bread. By the same token, I would be very happy playing an entire evening of 20 minutes, 10-minute things. I have enjoyed, One Night Ultimate Werewolf just over and over, and then you can develop a meta game, because that kind of improved knowledge and understanding that can only happen when you're playing your 10th game of something, that can happen over the course of one single evening. It doesn't need to happen over months and whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I do think the one thing that I have found, and I think it's because we're all just so different, and you don't know what other people are thinking, and they don't know what you're thinking. I'm as good as to the wall where my eyes stop, and then beyond that, you don't know what's going on in here. Is sometimes for me, people will take those small games and play them so many times in a row that I don't see a meta game forming, and I just see us playing the same 10-minute game over and over again, which that is where all of a sudden I kind of climb up the walls, and I get to the point where I'm like, that game was great twice. At play 7, I don't know if I can flux anymore. We have fluxed enough. For me, Flux is a game that under 15 minutes is a treasure, and over 15 minutes is horrible. And I sit solidly that's the line on it. But the 5th game of Flux to me is always one of those where I'm just like, oh, I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't know what I was getting into when I said I would play light games.
But this is also the question of, do games need to finish? Because we all as gamers rage on Monopoly for being too long. But I was talking to a friend who sometimes comes and watches the show from Thailand and says, hey, I don't mind the fact that it's really long, because I don't mind not finishing games. I am happy to start a game and then play halfway. And whenever we're done, we just stop playing. We don't need to finish. I don't feel the need to finish every game I started. And to a lot of people who self-identify as gamers, that's an alien concept. Well, if you start something, you better, gosh darn well, finish it. But I think that there's an entire, wealth of humans out there who are not self-identifying as gamers, who will start something and be like, yeah, you know what, it's getting a bit boring. Shall we stop? And it was like, yeah, that was really good, but now and it's similar with Flux, frankly. That kind of requires a bit of attention on the part of the players, a bit of willingness to stop, and I've not a bit of agreement, table talk, not just about, hey, if you give me these resources, I'll give you that back, but table talk about what you're enjoying, about actually being forward and forthright with your feelings and your needs.
I find it hard if you are at a table with people playing a game to get everyone to agree to that. But I'll leave with one thing so that the conversation can move past me. But for years, I did poker. I was a professional poker dealer in the undergrounds in Baltimore until we got raided. And one of the things I thought was fascinating in poker, because there's money in poker. This is real stakes. These are, money is one of those things that most people treasure strong, but you get what I'm saying, that it's an important thing, and we fight tooth and nail. Is that poker has an idea called chopping, where poker says this: you know what? We've been in this tournament together playing for $100,000 for 3 days. There are 3 of us left at the table, and I am exhausted. How about we take the pot, we look at the chips we have, we chop it down percentage-wise to how many chips we have, and we take that money home so that we don't have to exhaust ourselves, and we just play for the trophy. And we just play to see, and this kind of thing happens. They don't talk about it on things like the World Series of Poker because it's not sexy. But a lot of times the game stops and the people go, look, I have 60% of the chips. Give me 50% of the money and I'll let you two figure it out. And then let's just play the last hour to see who leaves with the bracelet and gets to put their name in the record book. And we stop stressing ourselves out about who's leaving with money. Let's get that away. And I always thought that was such a cool thing about poker that you wouldn't expect, because you think of that as a pretty ruthless game. And it can be, it's a bluffing game for money. But, sometimes you would see poker players that go, you know what, my head hurts. I've been getting lucky with cards for 4 days straight. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be able to play successful bingo. Let's just, hey, kids, we have to finish this because it's on TV. Let's play for the bracelet and let's let the money go. And I think that's something I've only seen in poker. I haven't even seen that in other tournaments, but I don't know. Maybe it's something that happens in like Magic the Gathering. But I think it's the thing where you have a tournament with a large major prize and also multiple people. When it's just you and I faced off, it's I'm going to beat you. When it's 5 people involved and you're just in a stalemate for your 6th hour, I think it changes the calculus.
I just want to mention the thing that Elizabeth Hargrave retweeted a while back. I don't know if you saw this in the Olympics where 2 people were doing... Yep. So if basically 2 people were competing for 1 medal. I think it was like pole vaulting or something. High jump, thank you. And then they got the exact same measurements. And then in the end, they were like, shall we just both get to gold? And they were actually both able to get a gold medal. And there is something really interesting about that shared victory.
I think there's something when you get to the absolute highest levels. And, you know, when you're looking at the World Series of Poker, I think for that, whatever your opinions may be, that is a very high level of excellence for that game. For the Olympics, there's no doubt that we can discuss, whether you're a sports person or not, that there is a pinnacle level at that. And I think when you've been training for the last 24 years of your life to win a gold medal and you have a chance at it, I think you suddenly care less about whether you have the only gold medal. You know, you've decided I want to go. My life goal was to get a gold medal, and that is not diminished because you got a gold medal. And I think that's an interesting concept that a lot of people on the outside, especially like sports journalists and, you know, generic fans, don't want to consider. You know, like, well, what do you mean? It's tarnished. You're like, no, it's not. It's still a gold medal. Look on my shelf. It's still a gold medal. I still worked my life and I got the gold medal. The fact that somebody else has it doesn't look what I got. And I think there's certainly something to be said for that. Like I said, I think the same thing in poker. I've never seen anything like that where you can negotiate a close. And sometimes the top leader, because they just want to get out with the money, will take less than they're worth to just make this thing stop. Which I've seen a lot of times. They're like, look, I have 58% of the chips. I'll take 50% of the money and give you the other 8% if you two will just work it out.
That is fascinating. Amabel, unless... Firstly, since you came, I've not given you a chance to properly introduce yourself. And secondly, if you have anything that you would like to say in response to everything that's been, you know, spilled at you in the past thing. And I guess also thirdly, a quick thank you very much, Jay Folsgaard, for the congratulations. So, Amabel, any thoughts on Bruce, and how would you like to be known yourself? Who are you?
What he said sounded smart. And yeah, I'm Amabel Holland. I'm a game designer and publisher. I co-own the company Hollandspiel, and we publish war games and weird games is how we say it. We're kind of moving towards games that are more experimental or that try to make some kind of serious historical argument. I'm probably best known for non-Hollandspiel games like Irish Gauge and Iberian Gauge from Capstone and Northern Pacific from Rio Grande. That's me.
And I was actually bringing up the notion of sorry, I'll need to remind myself. I do apologize. This Guilty Land, yes, that's the name. With the idea of, you know, compromise being actually itself quite horrible thing. If the two sides of an argument, one is reprehensible, then what the heck do you think you're doing by saying let's compromise? And yeah, speaking to Joseph Kelly about that and trying to make a statement, and whether, you know, I was also slightly curious because, again, a lot has happened in the past years, but given that a bit more time has elapsed, what are your thoughts on that game? Oh my gosh, I was going to ask for you on your thoughts on that game, and I do want to actually just give a quick thank you to Jenim, who does lovely music. They play the guitar and sing and write their own music and do wonderful things. And thank you for reading. Amazing designer and self-publisher and experimental person. amazing host of game shows and podcasts and speaker and game demonstrator. And yes, thank you, Jen, and for the raid. I want you to know it's appreciated. Maybe it's morning or bedtime. Either way, it's a meeting of minds. Let me know how was your stream, and I hope that you are enjoying the scene. Either way, I hope as you go your way, I hope you have a lovely day. So let me know how your stream was, and yep, we are talking about how we decide to do what we are actually doing. So that is totally fair. Lots of love. So yes, Guilty Land.
Yeah, so
I'm so proud of it.
Yeah, I'm still proud of it. It was kind of the first game I did that tried to make some kind of political argument. And I do feel very strongly that when you have a conflict where one side is reprehensible, that people calling for compromise and moderation in the middle just are complicit in the systems of oppression that continue to persist. And that was the game so with the game I was trying to model that system, the systemic nature of oppression, because I feel games, particularly because games are systems, right? That they can be particularly good in systems at work,
because you're actually interacting and feeling the thing, not just reading or watching. It's like a more visceral experience.
It can be a visceral experience, but because games are systems laid bare, like a board game particularly, you know how the system works because you have to know that in order to operate the system. And I feel like games do that better than other forms where you're more likely to have identification with a character or anecdotal stories. Anecdotal story as well. Good job there, Amabel. And so yeah, it's a game I'm still phenomenally proud of. As well as the sequel game, The Vote, which also makes an argument about how moderation and calls for both sides to try to get along and compromise, and apathy generally is complicit in oppression to some degree. Because I think with both games, I wanted to foreground observation of the model so that the people playing it have some distance from the game, and it's their observation of it that will raise kind of disquieting questions about, well, how complicit am I in what's going on today? I didn't want to have that sense of complicity where, like, hey, here are some bad things to do. Do these bad things to feel bad about them. Because I feel that's like a false sense of complicity. And I feel it's very cheap. So
if you give me a victory objective, I don't care, frankly, if I kill 1 million people in the fiction of the game. Because if you've told me that, hey, doing this horrible thing is the way to win the game, then I'm not going to feel guilty about it. You've just told me that this is victory. And so some people I know play Dead of Winter, and then I heard that they might even make suboptimal choices because they really go into the fiction, but that's not who I am. And I wonder if, as a whole, would you say that games are better at telling stories or educating or teaching about, bigger concepts, like, as you say, systems and of oppression potentially? Whereas maybe films and short stories or fiction are better at explaining the human feelings behind them, like the individual.
Yeah, games can do different things just like the other forms can, but I do think the other forms are better at narrative art, at things where you are getting emotionally invested in a character or their arc or their story. And I think a lot of the, you know, our games art debate that pops up from time to time, a lot of it comes from the idea of like, well, when will games be a narrative art? When will my meeple make me cry? And I don't feel that's something games are ever going to be particularly great at. And I think it's a more interesting direction to explore games as a didactic tool, as something that can help you observe things that are more systemic and think about them in that way. But also games can be very good about, like, you know, games can be very good at facilitating social interaction too. So I don't want to sell that short at all. Because certainly, you know, I design games. I design mostly 2-player games, but when I design games for 3+, those are almost always about like social interaction and human behavior, and trying to incentivize it, and trying to observe it, and trying to see what crazy things people get up to. To the point where if I do a game that's for 3 or more players, I don't do a 2-player version. And people will sometimes say, "Oh, why isn't this scaled to 2 players? Or why isn't there a solo mode for this game about shared incentives?" And it's like, I just, they're very different buckets for me. And I have the immense privilege of not needing to do that the way a more mainstream publisher would. Because if people are getting into our games, they're already kind of a few steps away from the mainstream hobby.
Yeah, when you're printing on demand and when you can print 100 copies and that's okay, you know, you can do so many things that you couldn't do if you have to print thousands, otherwise it's a failure. I mean, I mentioned, like what actually last night in a private conversation with someone, I mentioned that I'm being very self-indulgent these days. I've got this funny idea. So my idea is I'm going to make a quiz game where no one knows the answers. And so I'm not going to research the questions will be things like, on the 12th of April, Bez went to a chicken shop and bought 2 pieces of chicken, 2 wings, and a regular fries. How many fries were there? And then, so you've just got to guess how many fries there were. One person has to give a number. Everyone else has to vote higher or lower. If you vote the correct higher or lower, then you get a point. The person who gave the initial number, if they split the vote, then they get a point. So they have to give something that's kind of in the middle of what they think everyone else would think. And that's it. So it's a super simple party game. I don't expect anyone to know it. And then the stories are going to get more and more weird. And just increasing, like, Bez went into Greg's. How many people were there? And Bez was listening to a song, shouting "bring" multiple times. How many? And it's like, it amuses me. I guess it don't amuse you too much, but it's.
I'm amused.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, no, I because, you know, I will tell you that the greatest freedom of the print-on-demand model is I can do whatever the heck I want, and I make a living at it. I make a full-time living publishing weird, angry, experimental games, and it shouldn't work, but it does, and I really can just do it. So I'm a big proponent of people who's doing whatever they want. It's very idiosyncratic and very personal.
The truth is, like, you don't have to protest. You don't have to say, "Oh, I'm amused." I was
amused though. It's amusing. It's an amusing idea.
But the point, like, also it's half an hour of fun, maybe, and that's it. Because you know you'll read through the questions, and that's it. That's the end of the game. You can never really enjoy it again in the same way. Maybe give it to someone else, and one's given me some ideas for a card at the end that says, how many circles are on the other side of this card? And then there's some circles that tell you, maybe there are circles, I don't know, I've not decided yet, but then it also says, once you do this, draw at least one circle, and then give the game to another person. And so it's actually encouraging you to just pass it on. And because why keep it at that point? I mean, we talked about this thing, Bruce, like, sure, I want to sell more copies, but at the same time, I want my games to actually be played. And I would rather, this is a hard one, because frankly, I am at the moment kind of, I need to pay rent. It's not like the easiest thing in the world. And so, I would rather, you know what I would rather? I would rather people don't feel like they need to have my things in order to support me. I would rather people who just want to give money to me, just give me money. Do you know what I mean? Like, have a system set up for, like, sure, you can just, and people are already doing that, which is amazing. Like, on my last 2 Kickstarters, people have just sometimes given me money for nothing. Like, they just say, hey, I want to give you money. Like, here's, some money. And then they just, like, give me extra money than they actually have to give me. And they don't ask for anything extra. It's just, like, money to support me, which is really amazing. And I'm not, well, if you can afford to do that, then I would love you to do that. But again, I don't want anyone to do that or feel like they have to do that. But for the actual games, like, if you're enjoying it, then great. But if you're not getting value out of it, I genuinely do not want, maybe like one super rich, like, person who can be like, some sort of, just showering me. What?
A patron, like the old school.
Yeah, like the old school, not like the websites, but like a
I mean, like, even Patreon. That's what that is an attempt to develop that concept of, like, the Renaissance patron, where it's, I have money, you have a light in this world that we need to see, and I can help you shine that light for people. I think I mean, once again, that's very flouncy language I'm using, but I don't think it's dissimilar. It is you have something special you can bring to this world, and I, as a person with resources and privilege, understand that you need some help, because that light you can bring to the world doesn't seem to pay right now. Like, the thing you do that is great is something that, in this particular system that we're in, for better or for worse, I might argue for worse, but whatever, just doesn't pay. Your fantastic poems do not pay. Your weird, quirky games that you're calling a quiz game but is actually a gambling game does not pay right now. But it should exist. The world needs this. And if what I have to do is give you some of my abundant resources so that this can exist in the world because I couldn't think of it, I'm not artist enough to think of it, by all means, let's do it. And I think we're heading more and more in that direction. Because I think there are some folks that realize I'm real good at stealing art and repurposing it and readapting it and making it a new thing. But I need someone to show me what that looks like in the first place. So, like, I can see the famous Andy Warhol, because I'm just going to use an example that I feel like everybody has burned in their head. I can see the Andy Warhol Marilyn Monroe, and I go, oh, shoot, if I take a common picture we all know and I multiply it multiple times and make the colors crazy, we can do something really neat. So if I do that to a meeple, or I do that to the logo of the Boston Red Sox, something neat can happen, but I couldn't have thought of it in the first place. I can see it and see how to twist it and readapt it, but I can't see the path the first time.
I mean, you say you can't see it, but I don't want you selling yourself short, because even reapplying the different colors, Andy Warhol style thing, and then reapplying it in a new context, that is what creativity is. It is taking bits and pieces of existing things and putting them together. Because let's be honest, nothing is completely original. Everything is inspired by something else in this world. You could make, deck building came from somewhere, but every story is kind of anything that you might make a game about. You're inspired by something else in your life. And it's all about taking little bits and, the smaller cutting and pasting you do. It's kind of like a conceptual collage.
True, but I think there are times where you see someone break a paradigm for you. And when you see that, you want to reward it. Because, like, for me, it's been lately a lot of Meow Wolf, Whenever I see what Meow Wolf does, I say that is amazing, and God, I wish I could have thought of it.
I am not familiar with Meow Wolf. Amabel, are you?
Oh.
I couldn't tell, Amabel. Were you? What?
We are not.
Oh, so Meow Wolf is an artist collective. They're based out of, I want to say Arizona, but the one that I would talk about if we're talking about this is in Las Vegas, Nevada, and it's called the Omega Mart. And what it is a complete walkthrough installation that takes retail and bends it to its furthest point of absurdity. It takes all of those things that you know, the logo to Tide soap and Coca-Cola and what a supermarket looks like and what buying milk looks like. And it stretches it to the furthest part that your brain can accept. So you walk into what looks like a supermarket and you look over at the dairy aisle and it has glitched. Like it looks like a computer game has glitched and the milk is stretched for like 5 meters. Just one container of milk. It takes products that look like things you've seen, like action figures and toys. I have one upstairs that I bought that it's just a leg. It's a one leg in a full packaging, and it says leg. Don't worry, it also has foot. And it's just something where you see the things you've seen, and it's just twisted in such a way, in such an abstract way, that you're like, oh my goodness. The original Meow Wolf, I forget what the name of it was, but the idea was you walked into what used to be a bowling alley and you're in someone's house, like full house, table. And if you open the refrigerator, you can walk through the refrigerator into a brand new world. And there it is right there. Everything they do is a little twisted and a little weird. Yep, you can see it here. The impact corn and it's all just very strange.
Oh wow, I love those pictures on.
Yeah, the meat that has munches.
How long do these things stay up for?
They permanently. They are a tourist attraction. What they have done is taken art and a classic tourist trap and brought them together. But they bring in tons of artists of all kinds to work on this. At the Omega Mart, without giving away too much of the secret, you eventually learn that the Omega Mart is a dark and sinister corporation, and you figure it out by traveling into another dimension through the soda machine. I have not been there. I want to go, but this is what Meow Wolf does, are these weird things like this.
Yes, that's traveling through the... Okay.
Yeah.
Through the soda machine.
But for me,
wow,
retail is a thing I think is fascinating, and I'm a consumer. And I loved it. Like there's some like right here. This is on because I have memories connected to Cavity Sam. But Cavity Sam's a product. And when you take something like Cavity Sam and you take something that people know and are used to and you start to bend it and twist it is when I think it really becomes fascinating. The ESPN Zone, which was a sports-themed restaurant that I had to do a gig in one time, had one of these, but it was giant. It was human-sized, and it was Evel Knievel. And all the things on it were the bones Evel Knievel broke from one of his falls. And it was a ton of different broken bones. And I just thought it took what I was used to and broke it just enough that I was fascinated by it. So for me, when I find people that think of those things, that's when all of a sudden my patron hat starts to kick in. And I'm like, I think I want to make sure that this person can continue to survive in what I consider kind of a cruel system we're in right now. I think and I think that's what's happening now with things like Patreon is we're getting that separation of wealth so far that folks with resources are going to the point they're like, look, the thing that these people make needs to be in this world. And if what it takes is my wealth and their thoughts to do it, why should that stop us? I don't think that's the way it should be, but I do think that's the way it is right now.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point about, there's going to be so many people with billions who don't choose to give anything or share anything because they're like, why would I? It doesn't. And it feels like it's going to be the people who have a bit giving to the people with a tiny bit. Do you know what I mean? That feels like the way it is. Whereas then the people who have a lot are kind of going, to heck with you, all of you.
Please do not take the sound of enthusiasm in my voice as an endorsement for the system. I don't think it's good. I really severely dislike it. But I do think it is some of what we're seeing and some of what you're talking about, which is, can I just be creative enough that you throw some cash at me because the things I make should be in the world? And I think there's something to be said for that, but it's not good. In a perfect world, it wouldn't work that way at all. But gosh darn it. You know what? No, I'm going to say, God damn it, we're here.
Bruce, I wanted to kind of, say goodbye and focus on Amabel for
Absolutely.
a wee bit. But before you go, do you have a question for us? Because I've been asking everyone to share, the question of the moment. Here's where Bruce gets to be an insurgent.
So here's what I'm going to ask based off the last thing that Amabel was talking about, because I think it's fascinating. When you are talking to someone about a game that mimics a system where they can learn something, is there a specific game in mind for either of you that you would point someone to say, when I say that a game can teach you a system and can teach you a way of thinking about a system, that's the game you have in mind when you're thinking of it?
One comes to my mind, Amabel. Do you have something in your mind? Because embarrassingly, the truth is that I don't think of this as something that games have explored to their full capacity yet.
Oh, they absolutely haven't yet. It's
I
very
think
much.
that This Guilty Land is actually, and embarrassingly, I haven't actually played it, but I've looked it up and everything, and it just seems like the existence and the way that works is actually pushing things into an unexplored space. I think there's lots of games that are pushing the boundaries of, I'm not going to say that there's nothing like that before, because that would be untrue, but it does feel like, how many games are there about zombies, right? How many games about zombies in 2021 were there? I don't actually know. Was it more than 200? Maybe?
Probably.
And how many games about, the inherent problems of compromise are there? I don't know. I don't know of any except for one. And there should be more. And so I don't want to say, well, you know what? You are all amazing. We are all amazing. But I'm not going to say you are better than everyone else, because no, you are not.
No.
But, you are doing great, worthwhile stuff, and you are pushing the boundaries. And so good on you, and keep it up.
So, well, thank you. And I am conscious that it's not a space that's particularly well explored. I think in some of Cole Worley's history games, he's come at it a bit. I feel like it's a direction I've gone with my work. The problem, I think, is that my work is so niche, because the people who really need to look at, for example, systemic factors in whatever part of whatever you're talking about, probably aren't the people who are going to learn a fairly complicated game. Not super complicated. There are much more complicated games, but it's 12 or 16 page rule book without a whole lot of pictures. And it's fairly expensive. It's $50 or $60. And it's fairly abrasive, because I can't really do anything that isn't abrasive. So I feel like the holy grail is going to be someone who can make a game that demonstrates a system at work, that makes a systemic argument, that gets people to engage with it, but in a way that's very, very accessible. And that's not something that I think I can do. And I'm hoping that with the work that I'm doing, that people might be able to look at that and build on it and take it in a direction where it is more accessible and more broadly appealing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's something that I struggle with, because, you know, how meaningful is a piece of, you know, political art that doesn't resonate with a larger part of the populace? You know, how much of it is just preaching to the converted? And that's something that I kind of grapple with quite a bit. That, you know, depending on what day you ask me, I will have a different answer about how I feel about that, which is good. I think, you know, if I'm ever definite about something, I feel like I've dropped the ball there.
As in, because you've stopped scrolling and questioning yourself?
Yeah, and because, you know, life is messy and complicated, and the questions are useful. The questions are more useful than the answers sometimes.
I want to read out Jay Foolsguard's comment, who gives a shout out to Knizia, saying, "It's not explicit about its argument, but modern art, I think, can be said to describe a part of the art world," which I think is very true. And if you look at trendy, like, you could say that that's making a statement. I don't know if either of you are familiar with Trendy, which is a game about fashion, and then you want to have the things that are popular, but yeah, there is some sort of statement there, but again, it's like, what position is this making? And it's interesting because last week, as in from 10 days ago Saturday until a few days ago on Friday, I was at a design camp at Now Play This, and a large part of it is funded by the Arts Council, and they had people coming in. The idea was that get people together making games about democracy. Let's see what happens. And on the first day, they had someone showing us the theatre of the oppressed. I don't know if you're familiar with this, where essentially what they do is they get people who are being impacted by a certain law to do improv theatre, becoming actors themselves to improvise how they would react to certain things. And then there's also people who are impacted in the audience, or maybe suggesting, hey, what if this happened? And then this is introduced, and then different people become actors, and they say, well, what if when the person who's checking on the passport's identity of everyone's coming to your house, what if this is a thing they could do, like wave a magic wand, and now this is the reality. Let's explore that reality. And with Theatre of the Oppressed, the idea is that they would actually bring lawmakers into it, policy changers, people who then can be questioned as parts of the theatre, and get them to ask questions, and then potentially have a follow-up with them a few days later, and essentially hold them accountable to make some sort of change, or start making some changes within 6 weeks of this, which is a really fascinating idea. We were also shown a system on the Sunday of participatory budgeting. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this, where the idea is that rather than policymakers in their figurative ivory tower saying, this is how money is going to be spent, everyone in the community comes together. And they did a wonderful thing in Glasgow where people decided that they were going to spend thousands and thousands of pounds to make a nice little garden, which was really good for mental health for people, and bringing a space for people to just chill out and relax. It was like a park, but people could grow their own things. And it was actually, they completely cut down a large, they got rid of quite a bit of buildings and derelict land and a few trees that they weren't like big old trees, but then they had like new trees in, and then they had it felt, the point is that there's a D20 system of people actually giving 2 upvotes, and 1 negative vote to things. The idea being that just upvotes, it's potentially going to bring more extremist attitudes into power. Whereas if you're allowed to then have the downvotes as well, the D20 system allows the more moderate views to become empowered, if you know what I mean. And there's a lot of interesting stuff at play. And one thing that was said that really stuck out at me was that when you want to change the world with your games, which not every game needs to change the world, maybe just having something that amuses someone is enough, like just something that makes someone smile, that is enough. But if you really want to change things, then firstly, it needs to be simple enough to be explained, ideally within 30 seconds, to someone who doesn't understand games. And secondly, you need to get it in front of those people. And the people you want to get it in front of are either the activists who are going to lobby for that change, or the people who can enforce that change, or the people who are going to then, carry on seeing the change through, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. And that was really interesting. And I want to say, what you've talked about, Amabel, about preaching to the converted, yes, to be honest, your games probably do. I think that is the case. But having said that, it's reminding us of things. And even if we know things, even if we're aware of things, being reminded of them is incredibly powerful. And secondly, not every game needs to bring about effect change.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I have, 60, 65 games published as a designer, and a very small portion of them are these angry political games. Because, first of all, I couldn't do that for 60 games. It would wring me out. I need time to recover. So I need to do games that are just, fun little amusements. The most recent game I had published was a game called Islet, which is a game about pulling shoelaces through a custom cut board. And it's really just like a little ASMR game with the sound and the tactile nature of it, and it's just this weird little thing, and I'm immensely proud of it. I mean, right now most of the games I'm working on aren't the big depressing angry political games, because I don't have the energy for it right now. Oh yeah, there we go. There's the game.
Yes. Unless there's anything else, is there anything else you would like to say, Bruce, before you skedaddle?
Thank you so much for having me. Congratulations on 600 of these. Amabel, it's been wonderful to finally meet you and not just see you on Twitter. To at least be around you for a few minutes. Thank you so much for letting me be a part of this. Make good choices, everybody. Have a great day.
Bye, 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 bye to Bruce. Bye, 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 bye. Bruce is a human, not a moose. Bye, bye. So, yes, what I've been asking a lot of people is, regarding decision making, are you an introspective person?
Yeah, probably. I'm a lot more introspective now than I used to be. It took some introspection to get to where I am. And that said, I think I make most decisions intuitively rather than intellectually. And it includes design decisions, but also just life decisions. It's, what feels right. And it took me a while to trust that.
So you tend towards action rather than consideration.
I mean, yeah, at the same time, I spent a good part of my life crippled by self-doubt. So, I mean, I definitely have some consideration in there. But I'm learning to trust more and more what feels right, what makes me happy, and not trying to overthink it too much, not try to get in my way too much.
I saw there was when I was thinking about my idea, I was like just wondering, because I like to do market research, even if I'm not going to use it. I'm just curious, what are people's thoughts on unreplayable games? By which I mean games that do not offer you much value on the second time you play it through, whether that be legacy games or games that are all about a narrative or a joke that you can only get once, or quiz games or puzzles like crosswords, whatever. And then someone on Facebook wrote a long essay about a mathematical formula that they used to decide whether to buy something by basically working out attributing numbers to different player counts, numbers to how many hours, to a measurement of how much fun, and like then they would divide. I didn't quite understand it all, and so it turns out they are very mathsy in their main job, so that's just how they see the world.
I'm glad it works for them. Yeah.
But it's interesting because if you try to portray something as complex as your own desires in a mathematical system, then it kind of reminds me of, I think it was actually, even within a mathematical construct, even within a board game, I think it was Richard Garfield who said that in a CCG that they made that wasn't Magic the Gathering, they were actually trying to make everything perfectly mathematically costed, and they were trying to work out, okay, this should add this much resource cost to this thing, and we want to work out the perfect resource cost. And then what they eventually works out is that if you want to make interesting cards, every new card kind of has to have a new field on this spreadsheet because it kind of needs to have a new attribute. And so you're better off just doing it by intuition. And there's no reason, even within that, all these CCGs are mathematical constructs even there, let alone the subjectivity of, do I want to play this? Do I want to watch this? Do I want to do this thing in my life? Talking about games, how do you decide what to play when you aren't playing a game for research or for playtesting? How often do you play a game that isn't for research or for playtesting?
It was more common before the pandemic, but not particularly often. I mean, these days, maybe once or twice every other month. Like it's not very often at all. Like I typically end up logging well over 1,000 plays, and maybe a dozen, if I'm lucky, are games that have nothing to do with anything that's work related. And usually what I end up playing is whoever I'm with wants to play. It's they want to play a game, I'll play it with them. Because I like people, I like hanging out with people, I like games as a social lubricant and an interaction. So
are there games that you don't need to name names, I'm probably not even interested in names, but are there many games that you would refuse to play?
I don't know about many, but there are, and then usually it has to do with the content of the theming of the game or the content of the game. Very rarely it will be about the person behind the game, because I can hold grudges, but generally I just, I'm happy playing whatever with people. I play some games that are much too long and not my cup of tea, but I'm there with other people and I'm enjoying their company, so I do it.
So basically anything that takes less time than a day, as long as you've got, or I guess for a war.
I think definitely that the time factors into it. Like I remember someone, when I went to a convention, so this is some years ago, because I haven't been to a convention since before the pandemic. And they wanted to set up to play a game with me. Sure, what do you want to play? And the game they wanted to play was like this 7 or 8 hour game. And I was like, you know what, that is a little long for me, especially at a convention. where I don't necessarily have a whole lot of energy. So let's not do that. But I could see playing an 8-hour game with someone who was local, especially if we split it up over the course of a couple days, maybe. If it's something they wanted to do. I wouldn't be particularly interested in doing that myself. But again, I'm interested in people, so I would do that. Just like there are movies that I'm not necessarily interested in seeing, but I'll watch a movie with someone,
Just to be alone together for a couple of hours.
Yeah, just to spend time with, because I am a social animal. I didn't used to think I was, but I have figured out a lot of things about myself in the last few years, and one of them is that I need people.
When you say the last few years, do you mean basically during lockdown?
Yeah, well, okay, so I
go ahead and say whatever.
Just before the lockdown, so very early 2020, it occurred to me that it turned out I was a girl, and that really has changed how I approach a lot of things, and I think that's evident that people have seen my Twitter feed that I'm a different person than I was in 2020. I'm very much more myself, a more authentic person. And so, yeah, I mean, the pandemic and the lockdown certainly gave me time to sit with it, but and to figure out things about my presentation in ways that were relatively safe. I certainly think working from home already and being someone who doesn't have to go into an office tremendously helped with that. But yeah, that's been the big thing the last couple of years. So that it takes up a lot of time and energy and space,
That is a big realization, and I'd like to spend a bit of time talking somewhat seriously about this topic for a bit.
Sure.
And I'd also like to have the ridiculous conversation of, okay, so picking the name, how did you go about that?
Oh, well, that's when I was 12 or 13, I didn't like the name I was given, and I started changing it. And the first name I changed it to was Mabel, and I knew that was a girl's name, but obviously I wasn't a girl. I just liked the name, and that name really fit. And eventually, over the course of a summer, enough people teased me about it and bullied me about it that I let go of it and tried other names, none of which really fit. So I ended up defaulting to the name I was given. And then once I started to figure myself out, I said, well, whatever name I'm going to choose, it's not going to be Mabel. That's an old lady grandma name. I'm not going to get an old lady grandma name. But then I was looking into the name Mabel, found it derived from Amabel, and I really liked that. And is the only name that ever felt like it fit. So that was the name I chose. There wasn't as much intuitively it fit. And I told some of my friends about the name change, and they had known that I went by Mabel previously. And they did a very sweet thing. A lot of them recorded little audio messages with using my new name and telling me how much I liked the name and things they liked about me. And it was a wonderful thing to wake up to and feel so loved and so appreciated. And I feel I'm really happy I chose that name. It works. It fits. And also it is not super common. So, if someone is looking for a game designer named Amabel. Well, I'm the only one that I've come across. So it makes it easy for people to find it.
Yeah, I guess it's a relative. I mean, there might be an Amabel who isn't on Board Game Geek, who's someone.
Oh yeah.
Maybe for all we know, maybe there's a 9-year-old who's working on their first game right now.
And that's a lovely thought. And I have encountered other Mabels and other Amabels.
Would you like to develop an association of Amabels, game designers, or would you feel a bit, there's too many of us?
No, I wouldn't mind, because however many Amabels there are, there's only one that is precisely like me. There's only one that's precisely like them, and I'm happy with where I am. And as far as as a visibility thing, as a I'm running a business thing, I was reasonably successful prior to the name change, when I had a very boring, normal, ordinary, very common name. So, I would not feel threatened by an influx of Amabels designing games. That sounds lovely.
Excellent. So, to all the Amabels out there, don't worry.
Mhm.
You are encouraged and welcomed into
in,
the
yeah.
game design world.
Yeah.
Honestly, I've not really had this conversation fully publicly before on stream, and I'm going to. Hello, Alex. So, Quisulis, another game designer, puzzle designer. I think it's a weird thing. I mean, people sometimes say, if you're trans, people might say, "Oh, at what point did you realize," or whatever, and it's like, I don't think there's any any real answer to that. I think for me, at least, it was a permission and opportunity to explore that, because what you're talking about is about people saying, "Oh, but that's a girl's name and you're not a girl," and then teasing you when you were originally Mabel. And yeah, I'm just, when I was publicly for a while wearing skirts and tights and whatnot in public, it was when I went, when I started having a regular thing at the. So I play music, I play the keyboard, I've been to lots of open mic nights at Nice and Sleazy, and I play okay. Like, I'm not going to be any virtuoso. Like, there's lots of classical pieces that maybe I could play if I spent like many months studying it, but it would take me months to get there. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not a brilliant pianist, but I'm okay. I'm also a bad trumpet player, but I'm good enough that if I'm part of lots of trumpet players, then I can add to the noise, in a good way. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I was at something called the Spangled Cabaret, which was all about, it was all about self-expression. It was incredibly creative. There were a duo called the Creative Martyrs who sang songs about the end of the world and sang about dictators and sang about love and everything in between. There was Peggy Lee, who was someone who dressed herself up to look like she was a man in drag. So it was like, she dressed up like a drag queen, even though she was like a cis woman. And it had this little puppet, and then the puppet sang songs and stuff. There was someone else who was doing some sorts of horror thing, Frankenstein and running around, and there was someone doing magic. And all of this was when I came, I'd been told, oh yes, you would fit in well here, your music, because I was singing songs about enjoying life. And my typical mode of playing the keyboard, at least then, and probably if I were to start redoing things, is to kind of improvise music on the keyboard and shout positive messages. And when I say shout positive messages, there is some melody, but it's really, I'm prioritizing the volume and understanding the messages to just tell people to enjoy life and run around if you want and have fun. And so I went off and I decided that because Christmas was coming up, I would be in a kind of panto thing. And then I bought a few things, and some of these things just became things that I wore whenever I got an opportunity. So when I was playing the trumpet and it was like, oh, you've got black bottoms. I was like, oh, I don't have black bottoms, but because my jeans are kind of charcoal grey, they're not quite black, I'll wear this black skirt and these black tights. Maybe using it as an excuse or whatever. And then when I came to London, I think that the thing about London is that it's a fairly big city. I mean, assuming you're talking about London, UK, of course, like there's many other Londons in the world, some of which are quite small. But the point is that if someone doesn't like you because of who you are, you're going to find other people who can accept you. Do you know what I mean? And I think that was the key thing, that it's allowed myself to explore myself more fully without this fear of being rejected. And then I sort of came out on Facebook years ago saying, oh, if from now on I would prefer to, if you did not use the pronoun he about me, please. And then it was apparently the London, Ontario is 400,000, which is a lot less than here, which I think is 20 million. But I did lose, I'm not going to call them a friend because, yeah, they sent me a message when I made that post, and then they asked me a couple of questions which were quite intense. I was going to answer them like in a few days later once I'd had time to kind of, and then they decided to unfriend me in like the 2 days that it took me to answer, and decided that they were basically transphobic is the reason that and there is a lot of things, and there's the question of, and parts of me, like when it comes to HRT, when it comes to surgery, parts of it is it shouldn't be on any individual to undergo any operations or take any particular drugs. It shouldn't be like, okay, you are this, that, therefore you have to do this. And parts of me, I wish that there was no demarcation, but that's not the society we live in. Obviously, it has been created as a construct, and it's incredibly weird. And I have a lot of mixed thoughts, but this is me, this is who I live with as. And the truth is, like, when I go back to visit my parents, like, I dress up as myself, like, I dress up as I want. But there are times when I've been to Singapore when I've dressed up as a boy because, I'm worried that if I dress up as I would like, it's going to cause hassle for me. Let's be honest, even in London, I've sometimes had, since I've started wearing skirts and stuff, I have been, grabbed in the streets. I've had bottles thrown at me. I've had, cans of drink thrown at me. I've had, all sorts of things, and it is not great, to put it lightly. But, then I'm going to a funeral at the end of the month. And even though it's not really anybody's business, I kind of set it up in my public calendar as grieving, so people know not to expect anything on my streams necessarily, even though I'll stream for like 5 minutes just because it's part of my daily routine, and it would be worse but like when I'm going there, it's like okay, what do I wear? I think that there's like still a sort of man suit that fits me in my parents' house. I asked them to bring it down because it's a family friend. And the last funeral that I went to, which was a real, I know this sounds like a friend that I know from London, and I went, so it actually took me quite a bit of effort to not wear red because most of my wardrobe is actually red. And so I ended up, I think the skirt that I wore was actually sort of dark blue denim, but I had, black tights. I had, black top, and I was showing respect, but I didn't feel obligated to look any particular way. But there's a very, when it's family, some people who only knew me from decades ago, it's kind of difficult, and I don't want to make it. It's easier to just, given that when's the next time I'm going to see most of these people? It might be like 10 years in the future, and I don't know, but yeah,
it's a tough thing. And I've certainly, for reasons of safety, I definitely have been times when I've gone out dressed masculine, particularly for like one-off medical things, because I don't want to tell my whole life story to some person giving me my COVID shot or doing a blood draw. And it's
I guess if you've got a name change, it's more difficult because I mean, Eric Martin actually got in touch via Twitter asking me about my designer name, and I asked for it to be Bez Chariori rather than my legal name, which is Behruz Chariori. And most people don't really know the name Behruz, but it is a masculine name from Iran, and I like it when it being on, Yogi, and like when it's like kind of okay, almost like a legal document, if you know what I mean. It's like, hey, but then at the same time, Kathleen Mercury, I don't know if you're familiar with Kathleen Mercury, who kind of after a divorce decided, hey, wait a minute, I don't need to change my surname to what it was before. I could change it to anything. Why not change it to something amazing and awesome like Mercury?
Mm-hmm.
And I am now Kathleen Mercury, which is super cool. But that it's and I hope I'm not revealing anything that isn't already public, but so I hope you don't mind me kind of saying that you didn't have the best relationship with your family.
No, I didn't. That's an understatement. Yeah, no, I didn't. So I was very happy to change my last name as well. Some of my family's okay. My sister's okay.
But at a certain point, it's kind of like there's a freedom that comes with it, in a sense.
Yeah, I'm a great believer in found family, and I've been able to like make connections with people who I would consider more family than my blood relatives. My family, I always felt very alienated from my family, and part of that was the kind of alienation and depersonalization that came with having intense gender dysphoria, and then part of that was being autistic in a family that is neurotypical. So, and they didn't really, people weren't really aware I wasn't aware of my neurodivergence. I just thought that I was broken in some way, you know, and so my communication with people was very strained and very difficult, and a lot of things that felt right to me I was shamed for and punished for, and a lot of what I'm doing now is, you know, figuring out who I am and what feels right, and doing what feels right, and so living, you know, more intuitively, as I was saying, is kind of taking back the things that people try to take away from me, if that makes any sense. And yeah, I mean, I would say the fact that I have a strained relationship with my family helped me in that I didn't really worry about losing them because I had already lost them. You know, I cut my mother off 10 years ago. You know, I've seen her twice since then, very recently, but I really didn't have much to lose there. You know. And that's you know, I really envy people who have good relationships with their parents and with their families, and have accepting, supportive families. My family, like, they don't seem particularly unsupportive generally. I don't deal with them. They never really had much use for me, right? So they're just not a part of my life that much. And sometimes I try to make an effort to see them, talk to them. You know, just the other day, actually. So my grandfather died last year. He was 100 years old. And they are selling his house, and they just said they're having an estate sale. And on the last day of the estate sale, I came by the house and walked through and talked to a couple of my aunts, my uncle, and they're fine. They're not, you know, or at least not openly, you know, transphobic or hateful or anything. I just don't have any connection with them.
I mean, it's a weird one because I think very few cross-generational relationships are perfect. And I am very privileged to come from a family where I'm not going to be homeless. Do you know what I mean? Like, if it were that I couldn't pay the rent, I would be able to, you know, find with my blood relatives, like my parents, you know, I'd be able to, you know, move there, and, you know, it would kind of suck. But like over COVID, I was there for 3 months for the second lockdown, I want to say, in early 2021. And it reminded me of some differences, some... Yeah, there is definite degrees of transphobia and homophobia, and also food controlling and things going on, which, if you look under the surface, but then on the surface, it's, and like, yeah, and, you know, just to put it all into context, I do want to say that I have a lot of love and respect for my parents, but it's not perfect, I guess.
Yeah.
And I don't want to kind of get too... Yeah, there's always a sense of how much do you share on a platform like this, where, you know, someone in 20 years' time could take one of the things that I say and potentially take it out of context. But yes, I am very privileged to have a supportive family, but that support even though the love might be unconditional, I think that most parents, and maybe this is me making an assumption, but I would posit that most parents actually want their children to be more like them than they actually are.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah. Yeah.
I guess that's a good way to put it. Yeah. But yeah, do you have, yeah, how this all started with me asking you about your transition and your realization, and you affording yourself the space to explore that, because I think for me, coming to London was the big thing that afforded me the space.
Yeah.
And originally it was kind of claiming that this was for performing, and when it was really me allowing myself to be unmasked rather than put on a mask, if you know what I mean.
I know, I do. Yeah. And looking back, there are so many signs. If I had been able to put two and two together, if it wasn't for the social conditioning and just the lack of good information, really what really helped crack my egg was seeing other trans women online, particularly trans women who are around my age, because I'm almost 40. Having them talk about their experiences, about particularly dysphoric trans women talking about their dysphoria. Because not everyone who is trans has dysphoria. Everyone who is trans needs to medically transition. I mean, it's a wide umbrella there, but people talking about those particular experiences resonated with me, because the only stories I had seen about trans people previously were the stories cis people tell about us, which are not necessarily accurate or applicable to everyone. And so seeing those people really helped put some cracks in the eggshell, as it were. And then in 2020 it happened. I haven't really told this story before, and I'll try to keep it kind of brief, but I was I wrote a what is called a shit post on the internet under an alias, which was a femme presenting alias, and I had a bunch of people. It went slightly viral. I'm not gonna tell you what it was, because I like my privacy there. But it went slightly viral, and a lot of people, hundreds of people, were saying, well, this thing obviously wasn't written by a woman. It's obviously a man pretending to be a woman, and that was very upsetting to me. I was like, why does that upset me? Because that is why that upsets me, and that's when I finally figured it out. After years of coming close but not quite getting. There are times when I wished I was trans before. I wish it would make sense if I was trans. I wish that was the case. Oh well. I took online quizzes to find out if I was trans or not, and the quizzes told me that I wasn't. So well, then obviously that's not it. But you know what? Cis people generally don't take quizzes to find out if they're trans. It's not a very cis thing to do. So
I just don't take quizzes. I just find them super stressful, and
no, it it was stressful.
I'm also sorry. I'll let you speak.
It's okay. No, just the signs were so obvious, but I couldn't see them. I couldn't bring myself to see them. And then finally I did, and then I had to work to say, well, what am I going to do with this now? Because here's another thing. So my father died at 38, and I was 18, and I got this weird idea in my head that 38 is how long I'm going to live. It's completely superstitious and doesn't have any don't know why I had this thought, but that's a thought I had. And I am just a few months shy of 38 when I figure out that I'm trans. And I was like, well, it's too late now. What's the point? And then I turned 38 and I was fine. So at that point I was like, okay, well, I got to do something with this now. And then I started figuring out what I was going to do with that. And I spent some time, headphone trying to get away. I spent some time kind of trying to be like a halfway version of myself, to be more myself, but still not be completely who I was. That didn't work. And I'm much happier now that I have like zero filter and I'm just being 100% myself, messily myself, and trying to give myself the time to just do that. Like I said, I haven't been doing like the kind of heavy, important, serious games. I have some on my docket, but I've been doing like really light, frivolous stuff because, I am a trans woman for whom HRT is something that I need, and this second puberty thing is really hard. I really need to have the space and time to just go through that and deal with the hormones and the bodily changes and the social changes and all that. So I don't have like the brain bandwidth to do a serious thing. I'm doing games about dinosaurs and giant monsters fighting each other and all sorts of silly things like that. And shoelaces,
I really love the tactility of the shoelaces. I thank you for sharing that story. Yeah, I'm feeling quite emotional having heard it. I appreciate you sharing that. I don't think I have. Yeah, I don't want to move on without giving it proper acknowledgement, but I don't think there's anything more I need to say about it. Is there anything you would like to add?
Not about the story particularly. No, I'm
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's feel please, if I ask anything that you would rather not answer, please
of course
let me know. But
yeah.
Do you worry about travel and safety and stuff?
Oh, yeah. So I have not traveled, since before the pandemic, and since before I figured myself out. And I do to a degree, so I've done some like traveling around the state. I'm in Michigan, and we'll go on drive. Sometimes I hang out with people, but I'm always traveling in a group, which is makes me feel a lot more secure. Like I even will go out because in Michigan, so there's Detroit where I am, which is fairly progressive, I would say. There's progressive areas nearby in that. And then the further you get out from Detroit, the less progressive and the less accepting it gets. But I will absolutely go out to those parts of the state wearing my trans flag pin when I have people with me. Because I feel reasonably safe in a group. I haven't done any travel yet outside the state, and certainly there are parts of the country that I'd be very reticent to visit.
Some of the redneck states.
Yeah, that's yes.
To put it, sorry to people living in that's a slur, isn't it?
I'm not sure if it is or not. certainly there are states where you know, so I know people who are in some of the states, especially like in the South, where there's a lot of anti-trans legislation being passed, who are themselves trans or who are against that legislation. So I mean, it's a mixed bag. Like there are good people and bad people all in there. It's the bad people I'm afraid of, you know. But I try not to let that fear, you know, rule me. I just stay. You know, I stay to my area at the moment. Probably will be traveling again. Probably going to conventions again eventually. And this will be a fun experience actually, because I was always very anxious at conventions, and I don't know how much of that was I don't like conventions, and how much of that was just a general anxiety I had, you know, pretending to be someone that I wasn't, without knowing that I was doing that much pretending, because I was every social interaction was very stressful for me, because I had such a hard time feeling things and relating to people, and I, you know, was very much imitating behaviors to survive. And so being genuinely myself at a convention, maybe I'll have a great time. I'm not really sure yet. But that's the only real travel I'll be looking to do, I think, because I don't really like traveling generally. I don't like being away from home. I don't like hotels. I'm a very boring homebody.
You know, I love seeing the world, and
it
like
might be
when I oh, sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Oh no, I interrupted you as well. So please continue.
I was going to say, when I went to Cannes for the first time, I wore this one very pretty dress. I was a bit skinnier back then, and it doesn't fit me anymore. But it was like this super sparkly thing, and it's not something you'd wear, you know, going to the shops. Do you know what I mean? But like then awards at the first night, the first evening in the festival, the Festival International de Jeux, which is the Cannes Games Festival, which was fantastic, and you know, everyone there was lovely. And then in the evening, I was just trying to buy some water. I was trying to buy some groceries, basically. And on my way to get to the shop, someone starts filming me with their mobile phone. I asked them to stop, and then I'm like, why is this person filming me? I know enough French to be able to say in a really stilted way, s'il vous plaît, ne pas les photos, ne donnez les photos. And then they kind of tell me to stop, to talk to them, and it's like, no, I just want to kind of do my own thing. And then that was a bit problematic, and but like I've got some garments that I wear which I kind of feel like they aren't the most showy thing. So like, even though they are like, and this is a really weird thing, like the notion of boys' clothes and girls' clothes, or men's clothes and women's clothes, it's like really, I'm going to allow myself once where, I'm trying to think of another way to actually, no, I'm going to stick to it. It's really messed up, but you know, it's really problematic. It's really messed up inherently, the problem of gendered clothes. But I've got, you know, a couple of skirts that maybe are a bit more drab in their colors. You know, there might be some red in them, but there's also, you know, duller oranges and browns. And so I kind of feel a bit more okay wearing them if I don't want to be, you know, the center of attention, if you know what I mean. And yeah, that was, that's kind of the way that I feel confident enough in most places, but even in France, like Cannes was okay, but clearly if you're wearing like a sparkly dress, like people are going to harass you sometimes, but like people can harass you anywhere. Like people harass you in London, but then people are probably more likely to harass you in Birmingham, to be honest, than London, just because and people are less likely to harass you in Montpellier, which is more of a student town. People are more likely to harass you in Marseille, where, you know, you get off the train and then you get people grabbing you. And, you know, it's obviously problematic, but it's like where, like, there's, and in my own mind, and sorry to lump this all on you, like, because you're kind of, there's like 10 people watching and listening to this, but like, obviously, I've invited you on as a guest, and now I'm kind of spouting this stuff, and I hope
You're
that
fine.
that's.
You're fine.
But it's like going to lots of places, I feel like I have to dress up with masculine clothes to disguise to be able to kind of, yeah, not be harassed, if you know what I mean. And it's like, then, like, it makes me doubt everything about me.
Yeah. I'm so sorry. It's
Thank you for listening.
of course. It's an awful thing. You know, and I have gotten some harassment. There was last year. I go for walks. I was walking 8 miles a day, which was doing wonders for my figure until I stopped walking. And why I stopped walking is this guy in this car started following me around. And
driving really slowly to follow you.
Yeah, really slowly, and made very rude comments that were of a sexual nature, and you know, I changed the route I walked so I wouldn't come near where that guy started following me. I started walking less, and then eventually I stopped walking. I'm trying to get back into it now, but it's hard.
It is.
And for the few days after that, I was being more careful about how I dress, and it's not that, you know. And yeah, it sucks, and I hate it. And yeah, clothes shouldn't have a gender. But I do like the clothes where the gender presentation is more what's considered to be feminine. It makes me feel good about myself, and then wearing the clothes that are more masculine makes me feel terrible about myself. So, but safety is an issue, you know.
I can definitely associate, and again, you know, this feels like it's going to just turn into us lamenting at each other. Because, like, in February, I went back to Latin dancing, so I used to love salsa until it got boring. And the place that I was sometimes a leader and sometimes a follower. And, you know, traditionally, you know, men are leaders, women are followers. But again, like, it is that itself has its own problems with, like, you know, why are, like, and why is it like that is the role that everyone's put into? But then when I started doing swing, I went through a whole bunch of different dances. I was really super into pole dancing for a while just because of the satisfaction when you can pull off a difficult move. It's like a form of exercise where finally I can flip myself upside down and then hang only with like this part of my body, and like you need to squeeze really hard, and like it's really challenging, but there's a satisfaction. But I do enjoy partner dancing. I did swing, and that was before the pandemic. Then I moved away. That wasn't so close. In my new place, now that things have opened up, there's a place not too far away. Yeah, I'm willing to say that I live relatively close to Paddington. I don't think that's divulging too much of my address. And there's a place, Paddington Dance Academy. So you pay a fair whack for the month, but it gets quite cheap if you keep going every week. So it's like £70 for the month, but then if you do all the classes, you get like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours of dance classes every week, which is really good value. So it's like 20 hours for £70. And I love dancing. And then it was 2.5 weeks in when, like, yeah, it was the second week when we were finally in Rueda, everyone swapping partners and moving ground. And then there was someone who, I didn't really know them, they didn't really know me, but like they'd been dancing with everyone and then went round, and then we swap partners, and then they look at me and they say, sorry, I'm not dancing with you. And, you know, and then they look at the person after me because there was slightly more followers than leaders, and then they say, would you like to dance? And then the person says to me, did you not want to dance? And then I said, yes, I did, but they didn't want to dance with me. And then the person in the show of support just kind of goes like that and then steps back. So neither of us are dancing, you know, not for a full song, but like for, you know, 20, 30 seconds, but neither is this person. So at least their decision to be transphobic had some effect on them, and I didn't say immediately, but like, you know, after the end of the dance class, I kind of found the person and thanked them but even so, like the following week when I went there, like it made me, like on the Wednesday when I knew they weren't going to be there, I felt up to going. But like on the Thursday when it's like, I don't know if I can stomach that again, to be honest, because it's like, sure, like it's not a big deal to not dance with this person, frankly. I don't know if I would necessarily want to dance with this bigot. If I think it's reasonable for me to call them that. But it's still yet another kind of barrier to say you shouldn't be here, you don't deserve to be here.
Yeah.
And like I know before that, the person who was running the class said to me, look, in bachata, we're going to start doing body rolls, and just to let you know, I'll dance with anyone, but there's going to be some people who will maybe not want to dance with you, and I just want you to be prepared, but I don't want you to be discouraged. And to be honest, there's nothing I can do as a teacher. I can't force people to dance with you, but I just want to address that. I'm going to address that. I'm going to say that yeah, when it was the thing is, like in that Rueda, it wasn't like even body rolls or anything intimate. Like it was literally just a hand on the shoulder, a hand on the hand. Do you know what I mean? And that person had such latent homophobia that someone that they felt, oh, this person might have men's genitalia. I don't want to even have my arm on, have hands on shoulders with them, which is a really weird thing. And it's like, yeah, again, and for decades, it has really annoyed me And no matter your gender, I feel it should kind of annoy you to some extent, the fact that followers, some people believe that followers should only be women and leaders should only be men. It's got its own sets of inherent problems. And I think is kind of a statement on society as a whole. And it's incredibly problematic. But
Absolutely.
yeah, anyway, so that's me sharing my story.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Sharing that.
thanking me. Thank you for listening. Wow, this has been a bit heavier than I expected.
Yeah, that's okay. That happens sometimes. These are heavy times we are living in, you know?
Whew. I would like to finish on something a wee bit more fluffus. I feel like we should wrap up somehow. I'm going to go over. Yeah. You know what? Actually, you know what? While we're talking, earlier on, one of the questions that I wanted to ask you is about financial numbers, if I may. What denotes a success to you in terms of games? And because obviously you don't need to print so many, but when you are self-publishing, at what point do you feel this game, at what point does a game become financially successful in terms of just to pay for itself? At what point do you feel this game has sold enough for it to have been worth my time? At what point do you feel, yeah, it's so successful that I'm going to make a sequel or a follow-up?
Yeah, so that is a complicated question to answer, but its simplest form, the way the print on demand works is customer buys the game, gives us the money, we take a chunk of the money, pay to have that game printed and sent to them, and pay royalties to the designer and the artist as need be, and what's left is what we live on. So and that whole thing is predicated on the idea that there is a floor to the number of games we sell. We can only expect to sell X number of games regardless of the topic or type of game. There are people who will always buy the thing. And if something is a flop, completely doesn't sell well, how many copies do we need to sell to recoup the art cost? Which is really the only upfront cost we have, unless we're paying royalties to the artist, in which case we have, a little bit more going on there. And sometimes we have wood bits and stuff like that that complicates things, complicates the calculus there. But generally,
because like with Violet, you had to get all these shoelaces and everything ahead of time.
Yes, and then I had to tie a knot in each shoelace, which that felt like a good idea at the time, and then it started to get little rope burns, shoelace burns on my fingers. It was not great. But other than that, upfront stuff like that, specialty components and that, most stuff is printed in-house by our manufacturer. And so we look at how, the break-even point is, X number of copies, which is, I can say it is a 2-digit number. I'm not, my business partner does not let me divulge more than that, but it is a 2-digit number, and when we sell that many copies for most of our games, we are in the black. Some games that have more complicated art budgets, we will need to sell quite a few more copies. And then, so generally things are, within the first month, things are in the black. And because of that, and because of the number of games we have in our catalog, we make enough to live on, and that's the measure of success more than anything else that I'm concerned about. There are games that we've done that haven't done super well, but I'm still proud that we got them out there and did them. You know, there are games that have surprised me by how well they sold. You know, and you know, we have some titles that where the number of copies we've sold is in 4 digits, and that's quite gratifying. And that's when I start thinking, like, well, you know, should we have expansion? Should we have a sequel? Also depends if I'm interested in the thing or not. You know, if I'm interested in doing some kind of sequel or expansion or whatnot. And the beautiful thing is, like, even if a game doesn't sell well, if I want to do an expansion or sequel, I can, because I can just do what I want. And I like that. I like that a lot.
Because you only need to sell a 2-digit number, which it sounds like at this point you've got the audience that is almost guaranteed.
Yes. But like the number of, so a big part of me leaving my day job to make this full time was realizing that if we sold bare minimum, where, you know, every game was a flop, but if we got, you know, 15 or 20 games out a year, we'd have enough to live on, just with flops. And we don't really have flops generally. Generally, games are much more successful than that, so we release far fewer games than 15 or 20 a year. But because of that, you know, we're never worried about a game necessarily, you know, about how a game will do. Because the model really is like flop proof, right? And so as long as I'm able to do what I want and we're able to live somewhat comfortably, able to save some money, able to use some money to help people, which is something we've been trying to do, you know, I'm happy, you know. Like I get to do the weirdest stuff, like games that people wouldn't touch. You know, like This Guilty Land, another publisher wouldn't touch that. If I was trying to submit that as a freelance designer, that's not going to happen.
I mean, you say that, and there is definitely some truth in there, but nothing's absolute, right? You know, there's always going to be someone out there. Like,
I mean, that's true. It'd be harder and less likely. You know, we had a game come out last year, Nicaea, which is about the first ecumenical council, first council of Nicaea, and it's a very snarky game where I am basically processing my religious trauma, and I can't imagine that game being an easy sell with another publisher. You know, it wasn't an easy sell with. I mean, no, I mean, it's done very well, but you know, certainly there are people who were displeased with the existence of the game without even having played it or engaged with it, and they were very happy to let me know about that. You know, in my life as a designer, I have received 3 death threats for designing games, and this one was the one I received before the game came out. And the joke I used to make was, well, they must be really excited about this one because usually they wait till after the game comes out. So, you know, which was me masking my I wasn't a fan of, I don't want those, you know.
Yeah, obviously. Can I ask which games This Guilty Land, I guess.
This Guilty Land was one of them. The second one was actually a game we published from another designer, and I'm not going to say what game it was. It was really weird, though, getting a threat.
So
for
I'm
a
going.
game.
Pardon my language. Yeah, like this for just obviously I'm going to verbalize what. So they were basically saying, I'm going to kill you or whatever because you published this other person's game.
Yeah. Which was very strange. And that's probably the one that affected me the most, really, because first of all, it was not even a game I had designed. And then secondly, this was something I got after I had figured myself out, but before I was public about it, and when I was still pretty scared about things, and I was not in a mental state where I really could deal with that at that time. And the third threat, I mean, it didn't bother me as much, but at that point I was out as being a trans woman, and so there was this added transphobic component to it. So that was not a great time. But the world is a scary place for trans people right now, but mostly my experiences have been positive. I've been very lucky and very fortunate. I've dealt with harassment. I've dealt with threats. I've dealt with internet stuff. I've had an alt-right YouTuber do a video about me. I unlocked that achievement. But generally, most people I've encountered
were they kind of trying to send people at you? That sounds incredibly scary.
Oh, they did a bit. Yeah, no, it wasn't great. But generally, most people that I've encountered have been very supportive in the board game space. Surprisingly, a lot of my audience, which tends to be because a lot of the games were historical war games, tends to be demographically much more conservative and older and white and male, and not necessarily people you would think would be super progressive, but they've at least been tolerant, if not necessarily super supportive, but most of them are pretty supportive.
Awesome.
I have more love in my life now than I had before. More people love me for who I am now than ever pretended to love me for who I pretended to be. So, I very much want to acknowledge the harassment and the threats and the ways in which the world is terrifying right now. But
it's a figurative cesspit in some ways, but it can be good.
It can be good. Yeah, I've been very
there are some good people
lucky
for sure,
and very fortunate. I am enjoying myself now, which I wasn't before, and I have more purpose now. I do the serious games, the important games, the experimental games, games that try to make an argument, and I wonder about how much those actually are effective and how much is preaching to the choir, as we said. But that's what I do for a living. What I do with my life is I'm trying to help trans people see themselves, trying to be someone they can talk to. I've been very fortunate to have several people reach out to me and say that me being obnoxious on the internet helped them in some way to piece themselves together. And I've had conversations with these poor, scared baby trans people who are so terrified. You someone to listen to them and talk to them. They come in my DMs, and I'm so happy to be there for them. That's what I want to do with my life. That's what gives me meaning more than any game. Like, the game is my job, and I like my job. I like what I'm doing. I think I'm good at it, but it's not the thing that matters. Got very good.
Wow. It has been a really nice conversation. Thank you for giving me your time. I would love to chat again if we can ever make it happen. I have asked everyone if they would like to ask something else of me and everyone else who's around. So it's a question of the moment. Here's where Amabel gets to be an insurgent. Normally it's a question of the day, but we've had multiple questions today. So hello, Auntie Sasquatch. Lots of love to you too.
Question of the moment. Wow.
And while you're pondering that, if I may answer the question that I posed myself at the start of this show. And Joseph Kelly says, thank you, Bez. Thank you, Amabel. This has been a wonderful chat. You're both brilliant.
Oh,
Thank you very much. So for those who don't know, that's Joseph Kelly, who was on before, designer of Molly's House, and also Dwindle, the 2021 LDEC contest winner, and yeah, Molly's House, Zenobia Award finalist. But yeah, earlier on, I asked myself why I'm doing these streams, and I said that there were 4 reasons. And I think that the 4 reasons are firstly to connect with people who are sometimes in chat. Like, I never expect everyone to turn out every single day, but, you know, I see regular faces. Sometimes that's really nice when people chime in with comments and suggestions or just having a bit of company. Secondly, I get to have wonderful chats and speak to people that I otherwise wouldn't have gotten to chat to, because I was kind of vaguely aware of Holland for quite a few years, and you know, followed you, and then you know, being able to actually have a video chat through the technology that is gifted to us by all the previous inventors and everything. That's wonderful. Having this sort of conversations I've had with everyone who's turned up, yourself and Bruce, and Ross, actually, from this morning, who is UK based. I spoke to them before, but it allows me to chat with more people and have conversations, even with the people that I've spoken to in real life, that I've only seen at conventions where you hardly ever have time to talk. You get to relax, chance to chat, which is lovely. Thirdly, there's a routine, and I love that routine because otherwise, as a self-employed person, Friday daytimes I go to playtest. If I organize things, like I do plan to go back to dancing next month, when hopefully the bigot will be kind of, you know, in the class ahead of me, and I'll be prepared that if there's another person like that to be, I don't know what that's, I mean, is it unreasonable for me to say fuck you before I go to the side?
No, it's not.
And I just realized that's the first time I've sworn on this show for quite a while. But yeah, then there was a 4th reason that I can't remember. But yeah, look, there is a self-promotional element to it. Of course there is. I'm not, because of this show, more people are aware of the LDEC, more people are aware of my games, maybe more people are aware when I'm launching a Kickstarter, more people are aware of Seize the Power that will come out, hopefully 2023. I'm really excited for that. Someone said that could be the most meaningful game I make. It could be. We will see. I don't know if you're aware of that. It's a game about bigotry and discrimination. And it's about aliens, so no one really minds that or getting discriminated against because they've only got 2 eyes and 2 arms, because it's a bit of a joke. Hey, I've got high stocks, therefore I'm able to go to school for cheaper. Or, hey, I've got 8 eyes, that means I get 8 money, and you only get 2 money for your 2 eyes. Ha ha ha. But it raises a real point, and I think the way that players behave in that game is really fascinating. And every time I go in and inside the box, I'm really fortunate that there is someone whose political views align with my own and his creels. Look, there is promotion, but ultimately, these moments, like these connections, this is the reason that I keep streaming. And I think that, yeah, this is the reason why I will probably continue streaming for a long time to come. Even when I leave the UK, I will probably keep changing the times to be whatever suits me in whatever country I am. So if I move to Asia, then it will probably be sometime in the morning, wherever I happen to be. I mean, it's not going to be like every week it'll change. It'll be like a big move. I'll announce it's like, it's going to be towards the end of 2023. But until then, I'm really enjoying it. And sure, there's been like 2 streams that I kind of did really late because I was at a convention. And 10 a.m. was basically when it was opening. But I'm really enjoying these. And I really am thankful for everyone who tunes in. Thank you, J. Guard, for saying that. And that your presence means a lot to me. J. Guard says, I have to go. Been a really great stream. Congrats again on the 600. Your streams mean a lot to me. Thank you. And your presence, honestly, people like you, like everyone who comes here, like just knowing that there's people listening to things that I've got to say, it's because it's easy in this day and age of the internet to think, when you've got less than 100 things, sure, maybe for promotional purposes, it's not brilliant. But from an emotional perspective, if those people are actually on your side, that means a lot. So yeah, that's basically why I do this stream, to make connections. So yeah, question of the moment.
Do you enjoy swearing?
Do I enjoy swearing? I don't know. I think sometimes I want my show to be family friendly, and I think that's kind of important to me. It doesn't bother me if there's like 1 or 2 swears per show. And part of me actually wanted to reply to that with a whole stream of swears. But I'm reminded when I was a small child, and I was like, and then the teacher looks over, and I could have said something completely different, but I still said a swear word and then got told off. But it felt worth it. It feels like it's an act of rebellion sometimes. And it feels like sometimes it shows the weight of your emotion. I wouldn't want to swear all the time because then it loses its impact. And I think that people who know me in real life are often surprised when I swear, but it makes them listen and makes them understand that what I'm talking about at that moment has power. Like, because I might go literally weeks without swearing at all. So I don't think that, yeah. That's an interesting question. I'd never really pondered that. How about you? How about everyone else? Do you enjoy swearing? That's what I would like to ask the audience. And I don't know if your comments will be automatically moderated. So, I do have some filters on, so I might actually enter mod view just to see what happens. Sasquatch says, I swear way too much, but I'm good at moderating myself when I need to. How about yourself, Amabel?
So there was a long period of time when I didn't swear. So I grew up with people who swore incessantly and very abusively, and I picked that up and then I trained myself out of it. But part of that was purposefully constructing the persona I had, which was a little extra naive and a little extra oh golly gee gosh, and I am definitely swearing more now because I enjoy it. Sometimes it's fun. It's I really like the English language. It's the only language I can speak. I've tried to learn other languages, but I'm terrible at it. I don't have the brain to do it. I did pick up Esperanto very briefly in high school.
Can I very quickly ask you to carry on while I hide from the screen for just 2 minutes?
Sure, of course.
Thank you.
And I think the English language is very expressive, and swearing is part of that. You know, it can amplify things, and so I do enjoy it from time to time. Now, when I'm swearing in anger or distress, you know, I'm not enjoying that emotion, but it's cathartic, right? Yes, sometimes the word is applicable. That exactly. Sometimes you get exactly the right word. I agree with that wholeheartedly there. You know, sometimes sometimes you know, sometimes you really want to get something across, and if you use a euphemism, it's going to come across as silly, you know. So yeah, that is my relationship to swearing, which I don't. Well, no, if people see my Twitter, yeah, I'm just filthy on Twitter. I swear a lot. But in day to day, I don't swear as much, but I try to do so expressively, you know.
I
do try to be cognizant of where I am, what the format is, you know. So like, there's a reason why when I mentioned shit posting, I put it in quotation marks first. I flub and stub my toe. Yeah, it doesn't.
I mean, I don't feel like stubbing my toe is intense enough of an experience to swear over, but maybe that's just me.
It depends on the toe and depends how bad you stub it. So certainly there are worse things. I remember once Mary, my who co-hosts with me,
yep.
She ran her foot. We had taken the drawers off the cupboards and the hinges were out, and she ran her foot into the hinge and it cut open her foot between two of her toes, and she definitely said some swear words. You know? So like I think definitely that, like, if she didn't swear then, I would have been very surprised. But stubbing the toe, I mean, I definitely have, depending on what I stub it on, I definitely have said some things.
It's been just delightful having you on, and I hope that we can repeat this in some manner at some point, even though my schedule is not set up to be US friendly, and I do not want to regularly get into doing public streams and have people expect me to stream at a time like every week and like or every day, like at a time that isn't friendly to me. Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Apparently people who swear in pain have better pain tolerance, according to studies that Auntie Sasquatch mentions, but may or may not exist. I don't know how much I trust Auntie Sasquatch. It might be true, might not be true. We don't know these studies. We don't know. I don't know. Like, can we trust these studies? Maybe we can trust Auntie Sasquatch, but we can't trust the studies. But yep, that's fair. So there already some question about that. But I would like to say over to you. What are you up to? You can share, but only if you want to. So at the moment, is it 1 p.m. over there?
It is 1 p.m. over here, yeah.
So what are you up to, Amabel? What is everyone else up to? This is where I'm winding it down. This is where I'm asking everyone, is there something you want to do? Something that you have to do? You know, I would really like to do 4 illustrations to make a new game. And it's a game idea for a game about quickly matching words to pictures, but never words to words or pictures to pictures.
Okay. I'm going to make lunch.
Oh, I'm going to
And
eat as well.
and I'm probably today I'm gonna watch a movie about a giant space turtle.
Ooh,
And because I've
which
been watching
movie?
this will be Gamera Defender of the Universe.
Wow.
So I like the Gamera films. I like Godzilla films, and I'm doing a game about giant monsters of that variety beating the tar out of each other, and which means that purchasing Gamera and Godzilla DVDs counts as a business expense. So I got myself some Gamera DVDs for research purposes, and I went through the original Gamera series of films, and a friend recommended this particular series of films from the 90s as being particularly good in that genre, and I'm eager to dig into that. So that's my plan for today. That's something I'm doing, and I can reasonably say when I'm doing that I am working. So I love my job.
Wow, that is. I mean, that sounds like a day off to me. That sounds just delightful. Auntie Sasquatch wants to big up their husband who just brought a cup of lemon lavender tea. Hopefully it'll help Auntie get up and work on the art studio so Auntie Sasquatch can stream again soon. Well, all the best with doing that, and I hope you feel motivated. You can do the thing. I believe in you. Bones is working on solo mode components, and Joseph Kelly is about to play D&D and be a little goblin for a couple of hours. That sounds lovely. And I hope you all have a fantastic day. And now I am going to recap and wrap up before we finish up. So this is going to be a bit of an epic recap. I've got some notes, and so we started talking about Smarty Bots, which you can see here. Oh yes, I had to restart my computer. We talked about Now Play This and accessibility. We talked about teaching engineering and maths and how maybe they should all be one subject because people are focused too much on tests and essays rather than the actual projects. We talked about learning about things being a viable career, talked about the crossover in the Venn diagram of something you're able to do, make money doing, and making a difference with. Talking about Dyson doing a lot of non-essential marketing gimmicks that made someone want to actually do stuff that matters. Talking about single plastics actually only being 2% of all the carbon emissions, and so it being kind of like a distraction of this being the thing that matters, when really we should be lobbying for the 100 companies that dig up the most fossil fuels to be kind of taxing things and paying money for those fossil fuels at their source, and ideally having ownership back to the indigenous populations. We talked about the important thing, the only thing that board game manufacturers maybe can and should be thinking about doing is reducing the volume, reducing the weight, and making sure that all papers are FSCU certified. We talked about the scale of Hasbro being like 0.1%, like way less than 0.1%. I had some noodles, words with friends. Martin came on, Arnold, Ben, Patrick from Uganda. We talked about learning and falling in love and trying to do PC training, physics and books, the impact on us and society. That is a good way to think about what things to do and what not. We talked about what do you feel is right. Sometimes you need to search your heart when you're deciding what to do. Sometimes someone else can't guide you, but well, they can guide you, but they can't present you with the answer. Sometimes a question of, can you handle the pressure? Talking about personal joy versus impact on others. Reflection and consideration versus actually getting something done. Feedback, waiting for that feedback, listening to others versus following your own mojo and autonomy. Talking about personal choice and interest being the thing that makes a good board game. It's all contextual. Some people wanted lots of different strategies. It being important to have self-care. If someone's asking you for stuff and you're not ready, it's okay to tell them to come back the next day. You're not being a bad friend by taking care of yourself. Be there for yourself so you can be there for others. Try to sometimes think outside the box, whatever that means. Bingo in Uganda is called Housey Housey. Cosmic Encounter's a fun game. It's all about bringing people together, a board game convention, a mixture of exhibitions and playing together. Sometimes you want to decide which games to teach at the preparation stage. And if people don't want it, that's okay. Not everything has to be for everyone. People can choose to sit or not. Sometimes you want to be part of something bigger. We talked about This Guilty Land before Amabel Holland even came on. That was way back. And we said nice things, don't worry. Things have changed less, maybe, than you think. We talked about cross-dressing in the early 1700s in masquerades. We talked about the Zenobia Award in 2021, the self-indulgence quiz game that I brought up again afterwards. Starting something is the most important part, alien dating. Someone that you respect telling you that you're on the right track, how wonderful that feeling is. The effort of accessibility, and not everyone can make everything super accessible, but sometimes it's better to just have something out there rather than, because that is its own form of perfectionism, where you want it to be more accessible. Of course you do, but you do as much as you can, as much as you have the resources for. We talked about how to choose a game, asking people how much confrontation do you want, how much extroversion do you want in your games, giving them concrete choices, not just asking them in a vague, metaphorical way, a figurative way, but saying, hey, would you like this game which is about people attacking each other? Would you like this game that's a bit silly? Giving, or maybe a third choice, more than a games night, talking about Adam Best raising 14,000 for charity, which is great. Starting off the charity events originally to bring in new people, to have cheaper venues to actually advertise themselves, but then realizing, wow, this is a really cool thing I'm doing, and I'm trying to beat my record of raising more money and trying to do more stuff for other people. It's all about the conversations afterwards, the lending library for clubs, people with spending issues, that becoming a potential addiction with the Kickstarter addiction cycle. Bruce talks about getting free games, potentially. If you're helping people at conventions, if you go to a bring and buy or going to the charity shops, talking about North Star Games, the relationship with Exploding Kittens and Mattel selling on the games to give them enough money to carry on with evolution, accepting rules, accepting frivolity was Bruce's way to decide how to choose what to go for. We talked about sharing gold medals. We talked about This Guilty Land again, the Voge narrative systems, didactic tools, games as potentially preaching to the converted. How much silliness do you want? Who is the person who made it? We talked about extroversion. We talked about the name Mabel. We talked about changing your names, about gender dysphoria, about splitting up with family, about realizing your identity is not something you need to be told by a quiz. And we briefly mentioned Michigan, but which is, by the way, a cool album by Sufjan Stevens.
Okay.
Anyway, so that is my recap. Is there anything else you would like to add at this point?
No, I think that covers it.
So thank you very much. And
thank you for having me on.
I have pasted Amabel's stuff in all the chat, but I will do that everywhere else again. And so, Amabel, where would you like to be found?
So generally just houndsfield.com, you can buy my games, and my Twitter is Amabel Holland. That's pretty much where I hang out. I do a lot of my time, my day goes on spending too much time on Twitter, being a little too much on Twitter. And you know what? I love that for me. So,
well, after this, I am going to actually have a quick walk outside, because I don't know if you can tell by my lighting, but it is definitely starting to get a wee bit darker. And even though it's completely covered in clouds, there's not a patch of blue in the sky. that I can see anyway. I will... Wait, there might be... No. There's a bit of white. There's bits of darker grey and there's bits of lighter grey. So that's good enough. Like, there's some lighter grey. I'll go for a quick walk through the park and I'll get to see some ducks before I come back. I'll do some drawings. If you want to check me out, there's all the links at the bottom, stuff by Bez. And I will be putting on my new Bezzy bargain bags within the next couple of weeks. If you want to check them out, stuffbybez.com/streams. Tomorrow I'm going to do a mega recap of the last 100 episodes and just like skim through them and come to conclusions, or probably not, to be honest, because conclusions are a weird thing. It feels like maybe we've got a better understanding, but as you said earlier on, Amabel, like when you stop questioning things, when you're fixed in your state, that's maybe not the best place to be. So everyone, feel free, please do share, spread the word. And I want to say thank you very much. I want to say thank you to all my guests, of course, Amabel, but also Bruce and Adam and Joseph and Ben and Ross in the morning. And I want to say thank you very much to everyone who's been watching. Thank you, Joseph, for being part of it and then joining the audience. But yeah, it's just been lovely. And I think it's worth not doing things without consideration. I think no matter how long you've done it, just because you've always done it is never a good reason to keep doing something. So I'm not going to say I will keep doing this forever. I definitely don't know that. I feel like, this stream, I could see myself wanting to take some time off. But hey, I'll keep going for another 100 and I'll see how I feel at that point. But it's been a delight and lots of love to everyone. Thank you. Share, spread the word. I guess I should do the whole raid thing. And on Twitch we have Space Cats, that Maple Grande playing Edgeguard. We've got Dice Club interviewing Antoine Davrou. That's in French though. So, and then we've got Monique doing. Do you know Monique? How about? Do you know Monique?
No, I don't.
That is totally fair. Maybe I will raid Game Freak Girl and we will go over there. So say hello to them if you are watching on Twitch. If you're watching after the fact, then that is the end of the show. And I hate doing this, but I have to say goodbye at some point. And so for now, unless you have any final words, Amabel.
No.
Well then, bye, 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 bye. This is a goodbye song. Blue, blue, bye, 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 bye. Thank you for watching along. Bye, 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 bye. This is the end of the show. Bye, 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 bye. And now it's time to go. Bye, 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 bye. This is a goodbye song. Bye, 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 bye. Thank you for watching along. Bye, 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 bye. This is the end of the show. Bye, 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 bye. And now it's time to go. Bye-bye, everyone.